So
Hi, everybody. We're going live right now, behind the scenes, showing everybody here today and what we're doing. So here we are in the main room where we have our snacks. We've got our PA here. We got some of our participants. We even have a parent here. Get ready. In about 1 minute, we're getting ready to go live to do our fundraiser leadership, education, achievement, and development. Here's the next group that's getting ready to go. How are y'all doing? How do you feel? Good? You don't sound like you sound good. You sound like you're nervous. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
You don't sound like you're ready. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Where you got? Where? Give us your name and where you're from.
Isabel. Like my school or
Yeah.
I go to Shepton High School, ninth grade.
In Plano.
Yes.
Awesome.
My name's Cindy Wade, and I go to Williams High School in Plano, and I'm in ninth grade.
Great.
My name's Luna. I'm in ninth grade. I go to North Lake.
All right. And all of you guys are freshmen?
Yes.
That is awesome. Welcome. This is your first year with NHI, so welcome to the NHI family. Here we got some coaches. We got our head of security, Manny. He found out this morning he's head of security. Is everything secure?
Everything is secure, sir.
Awesome. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Are you excited?
Very excited.
Awesome.
Very fun.
All right. Well, now we're going to go back to our studio, back to Bella.
Hello, everybody. I think we got started without sound, but that's no problem. As you can see, they're ready to talk, and we are so excited. So, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Let's start it back from the top. Today's topic for our first panel is going to be the personal impact of NHI. And that's really the reason why we're all here, the reason why you guys are tuning in today, and the reason why you guys are investing in our participants. So facilitating today, we have America, our head coach, and you'll actually get to hear from America right after this panel. She's going to be interviewed. But thank you guys so much, and go ahead and kick it off.
Thank you guys for joining today. I'm America Navarro. I'm the head coach for the region, and I'm a junior at Uplift Summit, and I participated in the Great Debate and the LBZ.
Hi, I'm Alondra Rivera, and I'm a sophomore at Alcuin, and last summer I participated in the Star Great Debate.
Hi, my name is Brooke Perez. I'm in 11th grade and I'm from Northside High School in Fort Worth, and I participated in the Texas LDZ.
Hi, my name is Isabella Lininger, and I am an 11th grader at Uplift Summit. In 2022, I participated in the 4-day Great Debate. In 2023, I participated in the Texas LDZ, and I also staffed the 2023 4-day Great Debate and the 2023 6-day Star Great Debate.
Hi, my name is Rennie Salazar. I'm a sophomore at Uplift Summit, and I participated in the Great Debate last summer.
So to take it back to like where we began with NHI, how did you guys get introduced to NHI, and like what were your initial thoughts whenever the opportunity was proposed to you guys?
Yeah, so I know for me personally at Uplift Summit during our freshman year, me and America's year actually, we got an email from our counselors to our parents, and it was sent out to like the top 6 highest like class ranked Latino kids, and we were able to get into the 4-day Great Debate with the North Texas Dallas region on a scholarship. And for me personally, unlike many people, I was very interested at first. I was on it. I've always been someone who's super into learning new things, and I've been super into public speaking. So for me, it was an immediate yes, but I know some people's answers might differ.
Yeah, like for me, whenever my counselor came up to me and told me that there was this great opportunity for young Latino leaders, I was in my head thinking, yeah, sounds really good, but I was very scared and I didn't think I was good enough for it. And then I got home and my mom had signed me up already. I didn't really have an option. And I just remember going to the meeting so scared. And I wasn't very outgoing when I first started before NHI. And I just remember thinking, am I really good enough for this? Am I really gonna be able to succeed? Like, is it something that's worth it? But now that I'm like looking back on, especially my Great Debate experience, I remember like looking back at that younger version of myself and thinking, wow, like I really like surpassed my mental like barriers, and I was able to become a leader in my community, within my like friend group, within my family, and just even here in the region, just being able to see that growth. It's been just a great opportunity for me.
Yeah, I had a similar experience. Our counselor sent out like an invitation sort and was like, congratulations, you've been nominated to be a part of the National Hispanic Institute. And we had to go to a meeting. We got to skip class. That was pretty cool. And at first I was like, oh, this seems so fun. It's so cool. And when I told my dad about it, he was like, you realize what this is, right? And I was like, that's scary. I'm not sure if I'm up to it. But like a week before the actual event, my district had paid for me to go and everything. And I was still like, I don't really want to do it. But a couple of days before I had to leave, I was like, I'm going to do it. And I did great in my program, and I really came out of my shell. And now I feel like I'm able to apply everything that I learned from that program and everywhere else in my life.
Also, Brooke, I know you were like the only person out of how many people?
Yeah, there was about 80 kids that were offered a scholarship towards where Fort Worth ISD would pay the full tuition and everything. And I was the only person from the entire city of Fort Worth that participated in the Texas LDZ.
Absolutely. And Brooke, do you want to speak a little bit more about what you want to see for that opportunity again? Because I know we have another partnership with Fort Worth ISD. And what changes do you want to see from last year to this year, for Fort Worth ISD students?
I definitely want to see more involvement from Fort Worth, because Fort Worth is giving money to these kids to be successful in NHI. And honestly, it's such a great opportunity. I can't recommend it to the people around me enough. Like, I'm dragging all my friends to these programs with me this upcoming summer.
Yeah, I had a very similar experience to America and Brooke. I found out about NHI through my sister because at the time when she was introduced to it, it was by a family friend who is also pretty involved in NHI. And so she started off doing the LDZ, and my mom, like, immediately, she was like, okay, you're doing it next year, because then I was going to be a freshman. So she already put me in the Great Debate. And so I was forced into it, but I was honestly really scared by it because I wasn't sure that I was good enough for it, and I didn't know if I was going to be able to do it because I knew that from what I heard, it was a lot of work, but it ended up like working out for the better for most people. So I honestly agree. Like looking back on it, I think I grew a lot from that, and now I feel more comfortable talking in front of a lot of people, and it was just a really good experience for me.
Well, similar to all Pizza, because she likes speaking. I was nominated too by a fellow school friend, and honestly, I did not want to do NHI at first. I saw the presentation at school, and it was scary.
I wonder who gave that presentation.
It was both of them. Yeah, it was scary, and the programs honestly they looked like public speaking and like expressing their opinions. That really wasn't what I was up for. Like I was really quiet back then. I did not want to speak at all. And well, I was forced into it. My parents saw benefit in that I didn't see at first. And I went to a great debate. I actually did really well in my program as well. And the semifinals for cross examination.
Yeah, I just want to add on to that. I staffed Renee's program and Alondra's program as well. They were in the same program. I saw immense growth in the both of them. I actually judged Renee many times in semifinals, which was a bit weird. You know, he goes to my school, he's in the region. But it was still like just seeing the growth of the kids around you, even when you're still a kid who's growing as well. It's just so beneficial. And it was really nice to see Renee's growth, you know, in cross-examination. And that was my category as well. So I was like good at cross-examination. So
I was
yeah.
surprised when she judged me because I did not expect to be judged by someone from my own region. So yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think all this goes to show, especially like with this, with our parents, like basically forcing us to do it, like the opportunity that they see in us and how people outside of like ourselves see that we have the potential to be great leaders and the potential to do great things, and even whenever we don't see it ourselves at first. And that's why it's so important that people invest in us and people that it's because without the support from them, we're not able to go to these events and like join regionally here to learn about the material and grow like relationships as well. And additionally, how could you guys see this opportunity with NHI impacting others?
Well, to start, I'd see this opportunity like as a way for people to especially become more outspoken with like their opinions and thoughts, because before NHI I was really quiet. Like when I first attended the first meeting with them, it was I didn't speak to like them at all. Like I was just like staring down at my phone. But
I can confirm.
over time, I honestly started speaking more. And when I went to Great Debate, that boosted my confidence in expressing my own opinions.
Yeah, I was already a leader before NHI, but going forward, I can see that this program has helped my other extracurricular activities because I'm able to bring that same leadership and values to the other activities that I do, such as choir and drill team and dance. And since I am an officer in both of those things, I'm able to set that same standard that we have in NHI and the programs around me as well to help other people learn those same fundamentals and values and leadership to bring to other places in their life.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show the beauty of NHI. I think for me personally, I see like immense growth in other people because it really is a passing the torch sort of thing. So you know, we go back to my freshman year, you know, my personal experience. And my freshman year, you know, we had the head coach for our category, and then we had our head coach. And then now, you know, becoming staff members and seeing these kids go into the Great Debate and seeing their growth, you know, starting them from where they're starting at. And you just know that they're going to grow so much. And seeing that last year again, like I stated with Renee and Alondra, like it's wonderful. And I love to see it. That's like the biggest impact NHI has had on me. It's definitely made me enjoy others people's growth. And just seeing that, it's so inspirational. So I just really love doing that. And that's why, you know, I always want to come back. I always want to see the growth, and I want to see this new generation of ninth graders and great debaters, which we will be seeing later.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to see how much they grow.
I know me personally, I have a younger sister. You'll see her later as well. She's a year younger than me. So last year should have done the great debate. And I remember my mom signing her up immediately because I came back home and I could not stop talking about how amazing my experience was. I think I sat down with them for an hour just talking and debriefing about the entire time. And I remember them telling me, "Do you want your sister to do this?" And I was like, "Yes." Like it's just I just grew like such a passion for what NHI stood for and like the leadership capabilities. And I thought that it would be such an amazing opportunity, not just for my sister, but for other people at my school as well. So that's when we started like reaching out to other kids. And that's how we got like Renee and some other kids from our school. And yeah, I know like you and that your sister did it. So do you want to like talk about some of that?
She did LDZ and CWS, and when she came home both times, she would go on like tangents for I want to say like 2 hours just talking about her experiences and how like great it was, especially because she didn't do great debate. She just went straight to LDZ and then CWS. When she came back from CWS, she would always talk about how like she was so happy that she was able to see her friends again because like it was really nice to connect with them after not seeing them for a year, because these people are coming from like all over the country. Some even come from like Mexico. So it's like they're all coming from all over the place.
Yeah, it's so great because I remember going to my great debate and seeing a bunch of people that I talked to and then like kind of forgetting about them because I didn't really talk to them. And then at my LDZ, I got to talk to them, got so much closer to them. Like I still talk to them to this day. It was kind of crazy. Just
Yeah.
I know Issa talks a lot to.
Yeah, I actually have a friend who I met, she's from the San Antonio region, and when we were staffing 4-day, I saw her there, and she also was in the same year of Great Debate for me, but we didn't really talk then. But at LDZ, we just got super close, and it's just wonderful to have, so many different opportunities to make friends from different areas, because I know me personally, I love having a lot of friends. And so it's so amazing that NHI connects us through these things. And also I think it shows the beauty of the programs that we do. You know, you have great debate and it kind of eases you into it. And then you have LDZ, which you're more on your own. And I haven't done CWS yet, but we'll see what's to come with that. So I just think it also shows how wonderful our programs, NHI programs are, because they do all of this for us in 4 to 7 days. So it's crazy, honestly.
And on the topic of the programs, all of us still have programs left to go. So what do y'all expect to see and like what are y'all looking forward to in your upcoming programs?
So, well, my upcoming program is LDZ, and honestly, the thing I expect most to see is like my old friends, like the people like I got really close to in a matter of 6 days because I attended the 6-day great debate. It's astounding how you can get close to like a group of like 4 or 5 people just by working together on and helping each other on y'all's categories. Like, yeah, I want to see them. We still talk to this day, and we still talk about like seeing each other in LDZ, and I know a few of them signed up, so I know I'm gonna see like at least a few of them over there.
Yeah.
And but
No, sorry. That's like the same for me, because like when it was time to sign up for LDC again, we were all like, me and the people that I met, like we were all coordinating and talking about like which ones we wanted to go to, so that like hopefully most of us could see each other again this year. And I'm just like really excited to see them. And I think the whole point of LDC is that like you don't know much going into it, so I'm kind of excited to see what that's gonna bring.
Yeah, I kind of had a unique experience where all the friends that I made at LDC, I was able to come back home and see them every week.
Yeah.
So I get to see y'all all the time, but I'm really excited to work with y'all again and that level of like pressure and just growing together again, because that was so rewarding.
Yeah, because I know I went into my LDZ and I already had 2 friends. I had Isa and Helena, who's off screen. But I was like pretty much with them, but you were like on your own. It's like you were like out there making new friends, and the fact that you came back and that you were able to like join us was just so cool.
Yeah, I think that's so wonderful. It really encapsulates how diverse our programs are with 4-day and 6-day. You know, 4-day, you come in, you train as a region, and 6-day, your kids just go straight into it. And, you know, having 2 6-day kids here and then having 2 4-day kids here, I think it's just, you know, we bring very different experiences to the table, but it's also wonderful experiences that we've all had. And so I really like that. And I just really love the Great Debate programs. Like, they're such a fundamental part of what's to come for the next couple of years. But in regards to America's question, for me, CWS, I'm very excited to graduate from NHI because I know we have like a little graduation. But again, like most NHI programs, you don't really know what you're going into, especially LDZ. So I still don't have a full idea of what I'm going to go into, but the fact that now, instead of being anxious about that, I'm embracing that and I'm like very excited for that. It just shows how NHI makes you comfortable being in uncomfortable positions. You know, the whole deal with NHI programs is immersive, disruptive learning. You know, you learn in an environment that you're not used to. And so I personally have grown to love those types of things and grown to enjoy staffing those things and see that growth. So it's just amazing.
Yeah, I remember going to my great debate, like incredibly nervous on the bus on the way there, like shaking in my boots basically. But whenever it was time to go to LDZ, I was excited. Like it was a completely different feeling. And now I'm like the exact same way for my CWS, especially because it's more of it's the Collegiate World Series. So it's focused on college and talking to admissions officers and whatnot. And I think it's a great opportunity for especially like us juniors to be able to talk to those kinds of people that can give us access to new opportunities like that, especially coming from like first generation Americans, from like myself. And yeah, do you guys, moving the topic along, how about like staffing? Is that something that y'all are interested in?
Yes.
I know.
I was really interested in staffing the LDZ, but
Oh yeah.
but the Texas LDZ and the Texas CWS fall on the same dates. So I might just have to end up staffing grade debate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love staffing. I
Oh, really?
I have 4 lanyards, NHI lanyards thus far, and I hope to collect many more. So I wanted to wear all of them, but America told me not to, so I didn't. But it's the staffing is just so much more like you get so much out of it. I loved my programs I did, but by far staffing was the best experience I had, you know. So 4-day was definitely stressful to staff. You know, we were me and Helena, who's again off screen. We were both headquarters like assistants, and I was a JFL. I ended up judging about 20 rounds in total over the span of 24 hours. So it was definitely a lot, and it was very stressful, but it was something that I enjoyed and that I got so much out of. And I personally going forward, you know, I'm starting at the JFL level and, you know, I was a JFL for 6-day last year as well, but I want to keep going and, you know, go up, you know, do some more positions within NHI. Like, you know, maybe one day I want to be educational director, you know, obviously when I get into that appropriate level of age for that, you know, director of judges, that's such an integral part of 4-day. And so I want to do those positions. So I think just you know, you can move up within the staffing ranks whenever you stick with things like NHI. And I love it. I can't recommend it enough to everyone. You know, I'll plug it to everyone's staffing because it's such an amazing opportunity. You get close with kids, you learn how to talk to them, you learn how to judge them, you learn how to be nice about it too. I did at least. So y'all better staff. That's all I have to say.
Like Isa, it's gonna be my first year staffing. It was tough getting recruits. I managed to get one to be able to staff, but I really look forward to it because when I saw them staff, I saw how how to explain it, how fun or like how fun it was to staff. Cause yeah.
I think what he's also referring to is whenever I staffed 6-day, I had friends from other regions as well. So I had friends from the Valley, I had friends from Dallas, I had friends from San Antonio. You know, there were many different people from different places in Texas there. So I got close with all of them. And I think that's also what Renee's referring to because we had a lot of fun with that. So yeah.
Yeah, I know for me, unfortunately, last year I wasn't able to staff because I had other things to tend to during the summer, but it was just a big bummer. But this year I told my parents I'm prioritizing NHI. I need to staff NHI because I just like, especially hearing back from Issa after the summer, I was like, I can't believe I missed out on something so fun. Like I need like getting to create that new bond between new participants and like literally the next generation of leaders. It sounds like an amazing experience and I can't wait to be able to do that, especially because now that I'm like head coach for the region, I'm able to see that here at a regional level, being able to see the participants grow. Like I saw you guys like grow so much last year. I remember like you guys were talking, y'all were so timid and reserved, but now you guys are here on this panel talking like so confidently. It's just, it's something that you can't really put into words, just that experience being able to see someone grow into something so much bigger.
Yeah, and definitely what I've gathered is that the people that staff are the people that really want to be there. And those are the kind of people I want to be around. That's the kind of support system that I want. And staffing NHI brings you to those people. And it's really important to have those people in your life because they will help you in the future.
And I know Issa mentioned earlier, like the type of learning that NHI brings. It's what you say,
Immersive disruptive
immersive
learning.
disruptive. How do you guys feel about that? Like, how was that your initial thoughts about being put into those kinds of processes?
Oh, it was terrifying. My first day at LDC, I went to my dorm room and I was like about like on the verge of telling my dad to come pick me up. I was like, I'm so tired of this. And then after the next day, he did not hear from me again. I had so much fun. But it was really scary at first, but like once you just like throw yourself into it, you learn so much and you have so much more fun. Just stick with it and you get what you give to it, honestly.
So immersive disruptive learning, it's literally what NHI programs are. So for me, it was also terrifying. My great debate was terrifying. I was literally again shaking in my boots, practicing my speech on the bus on the way there. It was really terrifying, but I got so much out of it. And it's just, oh my God, it's just, I can't put it into words how great of an opportunity it is. And again, like I stated before, LDZ is probably the biggest immersive learning program that's out there for NHI. So it's that specifically. I also had a very similar experience to Brooke. First couple of nights, it was terrible for me. You know, if you know about LDZ, you can probably assume why. You know, it was hard. It was a lot. And I didn't really tell a lot of people, but I was like crying a lot of the time because I was like, oh my God. But there's a good part. It became such an important part of me to learn how to overcome obstacles like that and overcome those things, because at the end of the day, that's what NHI is teaching you. It's very difficult in the moment, but you see the benefits after you 100% see them, and you see your leadership skills grow, and you learn how to you learn so many skills. It's hard to put into words. So it's just, for me, it was hard at first, but I don't regret anything in my LDC.
Yeah, because adding on to that, it shows you how to work under pressure. Because the first time I went, I found out my category was cross exam, and I had to make my opening statement in less than 2 days. And we stayed up to like 11 or 10 or 11, just writing down our opening statement on the computer. And also we also had a time restraint because the person that printed out the papers, she had to like leave. So we had to like type it out really quick. And over like even during my rounds, I had to like edit my opening statement. Like I had to like take notes on like what to switch or like what to add on to it to be able to make it better. And that's what's good about NHL.
Yeah, that was like the same for me. Like you're thrown into situations that you have to be really good at like thinking quickly on your feet, or like really good critical thinking skills. Cause like I was also in cross-examination, but the way it works is like the other team will have to ask you questions at some point. So when they ask you a question, you obviously have to give a good answer that's not going to contradict what you previously said in the debate. So it's like really difficult to figure that out, but like it like develops a lot of really good skills. So
yeah, I feel like NHI its basis is that you can't grow in comfortable situations. You have to put yourself in situations and scenarios that are going to force you to feel uncomfortable and feel scared and feel like at times like disappointed. It's gonna happen. But yeah, that's what NHI really stands for. Like life is not all easy peasy. Like events are gonna happen that you aren't ready for. Life is very unpredictable, and being exposed to that at like a young age in like a controlled environment, I guess, where we get to lead ourselves and you get to make your own decisions, it's very eye-opening because now you're like turning more mature and you're like growing with and you get like to grow with like other people as well, so that you guys have support system. You learn how to network and you learn how to connect with others so that you can overcome those obstacles that life's gonna throw at you, and especially like for me, my LDZ was probably my biggest like growing event. Getting to have that, I remember going in telling myself that I wanted to do something more than I thought I could, and pushing myself to try new things that I was very, very scared to do. Like I spoke in front of, I think it was about like 200 kids. I'd never before done that in my life. And having people like believe in me and seeing that, it was just, what I'm trying to say is the learning experience is very worth it. And yeah.
So, last question. First of all, thank you guys so much. Way to kick off our morning in our fundraiser. I mean, I'm over here smiling ear to ear, like so happy and honestly so proud of you guys to hear your growth, to see you guys even grow as facilitators. You know, Alondra and Renee, you guys have already stepped up and taken so much initiative, even though it's your first year. And so we're so thankful to have you guys. But my final question is, what is the personal impact that you guys would like to leave with this new class of great debaters?
That's a big
Yeah,
one.
the deep
Big
question.
It can be
Okay.
a word, it can be a phrase, you know, just what is something, what do you hope to be the personal impact?
NHI shows you what you can do, like even stuff that you don't think you can do, it shows you what you can really do. It gives you an opportunity to express like the things you really want to express, and it shows you that even though you don't think you can do it, like you can do it. You can do it. Yeah.
You can do it. Confidence. I went in to my program, my NHI experience already with a good amount of confidence. I've always been very outspoken. So I've grown in that so much more in ways I thought I couldn't have. And I just want to leave this great debate class with that. I want them to believe in themselves. I want them to push themselves to be able to go farther than they thought they would in the competition. Not only that, I just want them to feel better and more confident about themselves, because that's what matters at the end of the day. It's all about how they feel about themselves. So
I would say don't be scared to be scared. Like what I was speaking about earlier, like putting yourself in positions that you don't think you're able to fill, and pushing yourself past mental boundaries that you think that you aren't able to surpass, but in the end, it makes you a better person.
I want to leave the kids with, they want to learn. I want them to find the lesson in every opportunity. I want them to find new challenges, and I want them to explore every corner of opportunity that they're given.
I would say like similar things, like just take the risk. It's
Yeah.
a good opportunity. Everything is going to
YOLO.
be a great opportunity.
Real.
So just be happy with it. Be excited.
Absolutely. Thank you guys again. Remember, this is the reason why you are tuning in today. This is the reason why you are investing in our future leaders, because this is the impact that it's having on our young people that continue to come back and will continue to come back 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. And so when we're hosting Lead Down the Line and we're having our legacy panel, I can't wait to be old and gray having these discussions all over again. But we are going to go to our studio room and do an interview with one of our PAs, Brianna Zavala. Thank you guys so much.
Hola, hola, buenos dias. This is Juliana Vertiz. I go to Allen High School and I'm a junior, and I'm here with.
My name is Brianna Sawala. I am one of the project administrators for the North Texas NHI region.
Okay, so what high school did you go to?
So I actually am originally from the Rio Grande Valley. So I was born and raised in Weslaco, Texas, and my NHI experience started with the Rio Grande Valley region.
That's incredible. Okay, do you have a favorite color?
My favorite color is green.
Oh my
Green
gosh, me
everything.
too.
Green
Yes.
everything. I'll eat green things. I like looking at green things. Definitely favorite color.
Okay, so you said that you did the program at the Rio Grande?
Yes.
Okay, what other programs did you do?
So starting off, to answer your question, previously was I went to Weslaco High School. And when I started off in the Great Debate program, I was in the category of oratory.
All right.
And then after the Great Debate, I did participate in the LDZ. I went to Colorado, so I did the Colorado LDZ in 2013. And then after the LDZ program, I did participate in CWS. And so CWS, I did that one in Philadelphia. And then after the CWS, have just been volunteering any chance I get. And currently my involvement is mainly in the Great Debate region for North Texas, as well as the Texas LDZ.
Okay, so you answered my question about programs. Do you have a specific experience that you'd like to share about staffing?
About staffing, not a particular moment, but just the overall staffing experience is one that I believe every NHIer should have at least once, just because you do see, as previously mentioned in the panel, you see the behind the scenes, the different perspective, different experience, different challenges, and you really appreciate what was when you were a participant, as well as start thinking of ideas and ways that you want to better the next program.
Okay. So great job. I also did the Colorado LDZ. Haven't really thought about staffing yet. So would you say you said that it was a good experience?
Yes, definitely. So as a participant in the LDZ, I feel like many people don't see all of the work that goes into it. You're thrown into it. You don't know much about LDZ. You're having to wake up early. You're having to be in uncomfortable situations, having to socialize. And at the end of it, you feel this immense joy for the experience that you had. So going into that as a staff member, all you're wanting and waiting for is that final moment. You want to see what you saw when you were a participant. You want to see at the end of it that nobody wants to leave. And so if you're thinking about it, I definitely recommend staffing again at least once. And maybe even not Colorado, staffing just another LDZ and getting to experience it. Anywhere you go, you'll experience NHI magic. So definitely recommend it.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I asked about staffing and you talked about participant. If you got the chance to be a participant again, what is some advice you'd give yourself?
If I was a participant again, in what program or just in general?
Okay, so you say you do a lot of Great Debate mostly. So what would you do about the Great Debate?
If I could go back to being a participant in the Great Debate, I would probably tell myself to practice more. And I say practice more because, again, I was in the category of oratory, and in oratory, you have to give your first minute in Spanish. And then the rest of it, it's better that you tell the story without note cards. I'm not sure if people still use note cards now, but I was only allowed one note card. I could write in the front and the back. But it's the idea of just rehearsing a storyline, because at the day you don't know what the topic is or what that main thing is until you get there. And so just practicing to the point where you follow your story, you know your 1 minute in Spanish. And that's probably the advice I would give if I could go back and be a participant, is just to practice more.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, and since you've been through NHI, I asked the question about what you would do, what advice you would give to yourself. What would you say to the incoming NHIers? What's one of the biggest tips you could offer to them?
Biggest tip to offer an upcoming NHIer? I would say expect the unexpected. You go into, you're used to a very structured schooling experience. My advice, don't expect that kind of structure in NHI. It is something that it's something unlike you will ever experience, and so just expect the unexpected.
Yeah, that goes along. Yeah. Okay. And another question: do you have any favorite fundamental?
Yes, my favorite fundamental is healthy body, healthy mind. That is definitely my top fundamental, and I try to practice it every day. It goes far beyond just what you consume as far as food is concerned. But really just taking care of every aspect of yourself, and that correlation between having a healthy body, therefore having a healthy mind. It helps you in your personal life and NHI life, especially during programs, as I'm sure you've experienced. It's always important to get your meals in and to have your mind right so that you can show up for the competition, show up for yourself, and show up for your team.
Right.
So we have our head coach here, America Navarro.
Yeah, of course. Right. Hi,
Hello.
Monica. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good too. Okay, so we know that you're a head coach. This is America Navarro. Okay. What school did you go to, or what school do you go to?
I go to Uplift Summit International. Yes.
Alright, very cool. Okay. And what grade are you in right now?
I'm a junior currently,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, me too, me too.
Yeah.
And do you have a favorite color?
Oh, probably like a light blue.
Light blue?
Yeah.
It's a pretty color.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what has it been like so far as head coach?
So I've only been head coach for about like 3 weeks now, but it's been a different perspective being able to like see more of the leadership side because
Right.
I've been more of a participant in the past, and I have come to staff like especially like last year helping out the Great Debate kids,
Mhm.
and this year as well getting with recruits and stuff, but it's a very different aspect, especially like working like directly with the PAs
Yeah.
and with some of the head coaches here. So being able to see that side of the story and being able to be take on more responsibility is just a different aspect, and it's been great because I've been able to grow and
Yeah.
learn how to delegate with all of that in
Yeah.
life.
And it's been great being able to see you like move up.
Yeah.
Like, I just say like admire you so much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and then okay, as head coach, what are you most excited about for this year?
Ooh, I'm really excited to go and see them go off to the Great Debate and be there for them,
Mhm.
because I remember my year, I remember going to my head coach a lot and like having her support me. It was just a comforting experience, and this year I'm excited to be that person for the participants this year. Because especially because I haven't been able to staff in the past, it's an experience I'm just looking forward to. And being able to support the kids, yeah.
Okay, excellent. And okay. Do you have any awards that you've done in your programs before?
Yeah, I got the award for Supreme Court Justice because I ran and I won the position in my LDC.
That's amazing. Okay, and I wish we had more time to
Yeah.
talk to you, but you've done amazing. Okay, guys,
Thank
America
you.
Navarro. Okay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We have our next panel with our participants, our new NHIers. This panel's topic is going to be discussing what does investment in our communities look like and what are assets that we have here in our community. Facilitating today, you already know, is Isa, who joined us for our last panel. Let's go ahead and kick it off.
My name is Lorenzo and I'm a freshman at Jasper High School.
My name is Sophia and I go to Plano Academy.
My name is Alondra Navarro and I go to Uplift Summit.
My name is Alberto Malker and I go to Cistercian.
My name is Yemo Medina and I go to the Lowry Freshman Center.
It's just so wonderful to have all of our participants here today, 4 participants here. And we just want to use this panel as an amazing opportunity to show the knowledge that these kids have already been able to think about and have already been able to critically think about just by being in the region. So we're so excited that you guys decided to tune in for this panel as well. Again, my name is Isa. I was on the first panel. And yeah, we're just going to go ahead and jump right into it and get started with some questions. So again, this panel is about investment in a community, and it is about assets in the community. So my first question I have to go ahead and kick us off is, what does investment in the community look like?
So to me, it's at NHI what NHI is all about. We're based on using the assets which is us in the community, and like expanding our horizons to like be comfortable in like certain situations and to like help the community that we're living in.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Investment is something that's very important in our community, and especially in regards to what NHI is. NHI is a very investment-based opportunity. And so, yeah, for me, investment in the community, it looks like expanding on pre-existing assets that we already have. And we're going to get into assets a little later, but investment is a wonderful thing, and it's something that, you know, we should be able to recognize within the community. So what else do you guys think?
I think everyone is an asset in our community. Everyone brings like something different to the table. And I feel like that's what makes our community so special.
Anybody?
I feel like the investment in our community, like it's like what he said, like to put some more on that. Just everybody brings something unique and to combine all the things that everybody brings together to form a community.
Yeah, and do you want to go ahead and maybe just expand a little bit on the different qualities that people in our community bring together?
Well, everybody's good at different things. Like some people, maybe they're good at public speaking. Other people, they can be good at who knows, debating or just anything in general. And when you combine all those things, it just makes a stronger community.
I 100% agree. I think that it's important to recognize how different everybody, the different assets people bring to the table. You know, you have some people, they might be on the more artsy side of things and they might work better behind the scenes for some sort of things. And then you have people who like to be more upfront, people who are performers. So I think it's very important to also look at that and to see that. So what else do you guys think investment in our community looks like? Do we have any examples?
I think we depend on each other for a lot of things. We're very like close in a way in many areas.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with that. It's very important that we understand how investment looks in the community.
I think it's gonna sound a little silly, but like, for example, like they're saying we're all diverse and things like that. And like, I've heard this term a lot, like a melting pot. We're all bringing different like aspects and our different like talents to something. And like, we're all like including something to like a little soup that we're making. And like at the end, like we're just building and building up on the soup. And like at the like if we keep on doing that, investing in our community, our soup is gonna be like delicious.
That was a wonderful metaphor from Alondra over there. Again, that's a wonderful point that was made. I think also within specifically the Latino community, we all have different experiences. You know, not every Latino has the same experience. It's definitely something that we differ in those experiences. So do y'all have any like examples of how you might differ from your peers in regards to your Latino identity?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's like, there's a bunch of different countries in the Latino community, and and community is like, when you make a community, you have to have like something in common. So like, for example, for Latinos, it's the Spanish or maybe a religion. But I feel like, yeah, what everyone's saying is we just bring something different to the table.
And why do you think that it's important to bring different things to the table? And how do you think that we have those commonalities of like Spanish or religion? How do you think that plays an important role in that?
Well, I mean, because then we can like get to like know each other better, and we can always, like what Sophia said, we can always rely and count on one another. Because for example, Hispanics, they're very like family oriented, and they like treat everyone like their own family. So I think that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, and I think that's also a wonderful point, especially given the environment that we are currently in. You know, these kids haven't done their first program yet. However, they're going to see when they do their first program, and even before that, hopefully, how people in NHI, they become your family and they become people who are very important to you. If you were tuned in for our last panel, you saw how a lot of us talked about how we have friends who come from other parts of Texas because of the programs that we participated in. And it's just so important that, you know, our future is invested in so that they can get those experiences and then that they can make those experiences for the future generations to come as well. And then the next question I have is who or what are examples of actively investing in the Latino community?
I think we put ourselves out there. I think if we put ourselves out there, that would help, and also educating ourselves about each culture, whatever religion and everything and language. I think that can also, I think that's how you can invest in a way. Just like being vulnerable, like putting yourself, just I don't know, like that.
Yeah, no, agreed. And I think Sophia brings up a very good point of educating ourselves. And that's a very big thing in NHI. We don't look to outside resources to educate us because we know that the education is already within our community and it's already within us. And that's just such a great example of what we're doing here today. We have kids who are in the community and specifically the DFW area. We have young Latino leaders here, and this is us investing into our future. And that's why it's so important that, you know, we're doing this and that we're sharing these experiences with our listeners tuned in. And that's just a very good point. So thank you.
Yeah, I think that a perfect way to educate ourselves is by exposing ourselves to the Latino culture. I think that really would enhance people's understanding about who we are.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I 100% agree. It's important that we know that putting ourselves out there and doing things like and specifically the National Hispanic Institute, participating in those organizations, it creates a very big sense of education, of awareness, and it's just very important. And that's why we're doing this today, you know, to make sure that these kids get started on that NHI journey and are able to realize these things. So kind of shifting gears a little bit to talking about assets in the community after we touched on investment. My next question is, what would you guys describe as an asset, and what are some examples that you guys have of assets in the community?
I think an asset is something that you have that you use it to make something stronger, or it's benefits that you have and things like that. And I think that big assets that we have, a big one for us, I think, is family unity, and like how in our family we always help each other. Like my grandma, she lives all the way in Florida, but even still, every week she'll call me and ask me how I'm doing in school, if I need a tutor or help. And that's just like, I feel it's really important that we can depend on each other.
100%. Having that family unity within the Latino community is just so very important. And that's a wonderful example that you bring up. You know, we have family that lives all over the country, maybe even outside the country, you know, and I feel like even with that, you know, having generations, first generation, second generations of Americans come in, we still maintain that familial relationship within the United States. And again, like Alondra said, the melting pot example, I just think that really goes into what we're saying. So what else do you guys think would be an asset in the community?
I think overall, I think assets, an asset is like our language, our overall our culture, and like he said, religion is another aspect. And I think those really are really good assets.
And this is open to everyone. Why do you guys think language is an asset in the community?
I think that you can talk to other people and it just brings like two cultures together. It's like a bridge from to like the US or any part of the Hispanic community, and I think it can really bring people together too.
Yeah, that's a wonderful point. And we're actually having a language panel later, a whole panel based off of the importance of language in the community. So go ahead and make sure to tune into that as well. But why else do you guys think having assets in the community are important? Why else is language important in the community? Because I know for me personally, I've heard experiences of, you know, people, you know, there are logistical, how do I say this? There are logistical assets to having you know, speaking Spanish. Like you get many more economic opportunities, you know, bilingual pay, and then there's also the cultural aspect of that. So do any of you guys have any personal experiences with either or cultural or economic?
I think culturally, I think it really helps define who we are. Like whenever we speak our own language, I think that is a really good asset. And like I think Sophia said, it bridges us to other cultures and groups, like the people here in the US. I think that really helps to know two languages, and like for economic reasons especially.
Yeah, and more on the economic side, you can get like more opportunities, or like Isa said, better pay, and you can just like, let's say, just go to like South America or Central America or even Spain and work there, and you'll still be fine because you know Spanish and you can communicate with the locals.
Yeah, I think a very important statistic, I don't know the specifics to it, but I know that Spanish is one of the highest growing languages right now. So I think having that within our community, it just shows the importance of preserving that language. And I also remember I was talking to a friend about this. She was talking about how she has a job at a friend's restaurant. And, you know, whenever she is working there, there's a lot of Spanish speakers there. So it's having that asset is very important to be able to communicate. and not just communication, but being able to, again, we've talked about bridging the gap. It's bridging a gap between maybe those who don't speak English as well within the community and those who do. So we're able to have that connection. And I just think that's very something very important for us. So I know we also talked about language in the community, but I know we also mentioned religion. So how do you guys think religion is an asset within the community?
I think through a common faith, people, like when people see something like faith the same way, I think that really brings a sense of unity to people in many ways.
Yeah, and religion, like with all these factors, like the Hispanic and Latino community can grow is like really strong because we have so much in common that we can just get along well.
No, I 100% agree. And I think a kind of funny example of this that we also have is we have Sunday meetings, but we make sure not to meet during church time just so that people are able to make it to our regional meetings. So I think that's also very important. We all are sort of united on being on that same term. And so the next thing I wanted to talk about was asset versus deficit-based mindset. So for me personally, I'll go ahead and start off by talking about this. Within NHI, there's a big difference between how we talk about assets in the community, and we really try and don't talk about our community in a deficit-based way. So something important to remember is how we, instead of finding a problem within the community and instead of labeling it as a problem, we don't do that. We find pre-existing wonderful things that already are in the community and we continue to build upon that. So if we ever run into something one might describe as an issue within NHI, we don't call it an issue. We figure it out and we use something that we already made from there. So to steer it back to the participants after giving that description, what do you guys think about that? How have you guys been adjusted to that sort of mind switch? Because I know for me, it was something that was harder to do once I got into NHI because, social narratives, which we also will be talking about later, are something that really affect us and something that make it harder to switch that mode of thinking about the community because it's something that's supposed to be empowering, but the larger majority decides to label it as other stuff. So how has that adjustment been to you guys becoming NHIers now?
There's been like an adjustment for me because I'm at a small school where there's only 2 other Latinos in my entire grade. So I've always kind of like thought of us as a minority, but now that I've come here, I've realized that's not the case. Instead, we're a big community and we all help each other out.
Exactly. And something that is important to remember is that we don't refer to Latinos as minorities in NHI. So I just think that especially now seeing our participants gain that understanding, it's just something that's very wonderful to see. And it's just the importance of language and we steer away from deficit-based language. And so I just think it's wonderful. What else do you guys think about that?
I want to mention that NHI stands for National Hispanic Institute, but we don't limit ourselves just to Hispanics. We go outside and we reach other races and like other countries too. For example, I'm pretty sure we have an Indian girl here. I don't remember her name, but some people might think that we're just limited to Hispanics because we're the National Hispanic Institute, and they think that they can't be an asset in our community. But if they come here and they build up on their community, they can take the things that they learn here to build up on their own community, and like we're helping each other and like vice versa.
Exclusivity is not a trait of Hispanics or especially the NHI.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a wonderful point to mention. Good job, guys. Yeah. So again, also beyond that, within the National Hispanic Institute, we have people of different experiences. We have some people who are mixed race, mixed with Hispanic, and mixed with other things. And so it's just good to be able to recognize those different experiences and how we can still serve to be assets of the community, because at the end of the day, it is a common goal for us to have this asset-based thinking and for us to be able to just keep growing with what we already have. I think another really good example that I heard from someone was about assets was Shakira's her organization that she has. Do any of y'all know anything about that? Anything? Y'all don't remember? Okay, well, basically, Shakira, she has her own schooling, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, it's like a schooling and it's like within Colombia and it's something that she made to educate others. But I think it's wonderful to already recognize that we already have those things in the community and that we just need to keep on building upon that. So what do you guys think about that?
I think that's just one of many perfect examples that show the what's the word? The humility that Hispanics have, that like Shakira, even when she's grown like popularity, she has used it in a more positive manner. And I feel like that's overlooked.
Yeah, I also want to add that like the Hispanic community is like really diverse. Like for example, like in Colombia, because my family's all from Colombia, you have from like the whitest white to the darkest darker people, and like everyone just loved for each other because like we said, we're all one big family, and I feel like that's really sweet. And
Yeah, no, wonderful. And I think that brings up a good point of how, do you guys think unity is an asset to us?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Why? Tell me why.
I feel like you have like he said, you have a range of colors like from everywhere. Just people just love each other even like despite the color of their skin. We have in the Hispanic community just from the lightest skin color to the dark skin, but we also expand our horizons to other races and we love them just how they are, you know.
I have a question. So I want to know, how are we using assets right here in the National Hispanic Institute to create change in our community? How are we using it here in North Texas?
I think just communicating it out loud, like just
Okay.
talking about the necessary change is something that is really like that's a starting point that I think is really important.
Yeah.
I feel that everybody like the PAs here, they're investing in us, they're investing their time to teach us. And so us, when we gather that knowledge and that understanding, we can go outside in our community and expand to them, like give our knowledge to them and share it.
Yeah, and I know we also mentioned that NHI in the first panel is a very passing the torch sort of thing. So you have investment and you have our PAs investing right now and you have our staff investing right now. And Bella had mentioned earlier that she hopes to see us on a legacy panel soon and that we're all with gray hairs on the legacy panel when we're being lead in 20 years. And so I think also, the investment continues on through generations. So, how are we going to continue using that and how are we going to continue using NHI to create this growth that we've already had such a high streak of?
I think it's good that people like George, he used to be in this program and he's still continuing to do it, which just shows how connected we are too and just how we keep that we're just still in this community too. So I think that's really important.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that as well. It's wonderful to see all of our staff here and see how much NHI means to them. For me personally, I know my kids are going to do NHI, whether they like it or not. I'm already invested enough. They're gonna have to do those programs and they're gonna learn about NHI, fundamentals and ideals as they get older. And that's gonna be a way that they begin to live their life and view the world. And so I know that, we have, we have our participants here, so they haven't done their first program yet, but I just think it's, besides Alondra, she's still staff. So I think one way to take it a step further is how we look at NHI as investment in the community, because you guys are gonna see it after you go to our program, but you learn a lot from it. The work we're doing here, this is regionally, but whenever you get to that higher level, you're gonna see why NHI is investing in you and you're going to understand it. And through your programs, you're going to grow a lot. So I kind of want to ask y'all a personal question. Are y'all nervous about that? How are y'all feeling about your NHI journey and about the investment NHI is taking for you right now?
I think it's very exciting, but for us, like you said, we're new and I think trying new things can sometimes be a little bit nerve-wracking, but I think us having to look past that and being able to move forward, I think is something a very important trait of ours.
Yeah, I think it's very exciting to do this, especially learning new stuff and like, yeah, it's like hard to, like it's stressful sometimes because you're not sure what to say. But I think it's really beneficial to us in our future.
Yeah, I'm really excited to do this, but also part of me is kind of nervous. But at the end, the main reason I wanted to be in NHI is because I wanted to learn more about our Hispanic and Latino community, and NHI also is like teaching me skills right now, like for example, public speaking, which I don't really like, but since I started NHI, I've been feeling more comfortable with that too.
He's gonna grow to love it. They all are, guys.
Okay, well, thank you guys so much. I mean, even, our first participant panel, way to kick it off, guys. This was amazing. And thank you guys for taking the time to invest in yourselves. Our participants got here bright and early this Saturday morning, and have been preparing for this fundraiser for weeks, taking time in between meetings to prepare. Because they have chosen to invest in themselves, and we are asking you to also invest in them as well. So don't forget to follow us on our social media so you can see our donation link. We will have it posted all over, and you will see a QR code later in the live stream that you're able to scan. Remember, when you're going to donate, to put North Texas or NTX in the reference. But thank you guys so much. We are going to go ahead and go to our interview room right now.
Hi, we're here with Michelle Saenz Rodriguez. She is the director of the board of NHI, and we are broadcasting today from her law firm. So I'd like to ask, being board director, where do you see NHI in 20 years, like in the future?
In your hands. Not in my hands anymore.
Do you see like us moving like to broader, like a broader spectrum? Like
Sure. So NHI has, obviously we've been around over 40 years. And when NHI first started, it was much smaller because we were serving a smaller community. We were only in Texas when I started, and we only had LDZ when I started. And I was in the very first class of LDZ in 1983. And so as you can tell, now we have multiple programs, we're international. We have many programs all over the country. And so we're excited to see where it's going, and it's moving along just as we had anticipated. And this was Ernesto and Gloria's dream. And now we've seen it come to light. And so we hope that what will continue to happen will be that students like you and everybody that's participating today will continue the journey that was started a long time ago, and that people like me and George and my kids, Bella and George Nicholas and Izzy and America and all of the students that are here today will continue that journey for us, and you all will be sitting in the positions that we are, and hopefully your kids will then come into these programs and do what we're doing.
Yes, we're hoping we can be able to grow as well. So being part of so many programs and being board of education, having been part of LDZ, do you see any difference in the people that had gone to Great Debate beforehand and the people who hadn't and just jumped into LDZ?
So because LDZ is a different program, and have you guys been to LDZ before?
Yes, I was part of the Colorado LDZ.
So when you have a student that has been to a Great Debate, I think the only difference that we find is that the typical Great Debate student is a little more outgoing, right? So you're more prepared, for lack of a better term, because you already understand the importance of the research, the public speaking. And when somebody has not done the Great Debate, then you come in and you're just shocked at what LDZ looks like, because then you have to catch up. And so when you have this basis of knowing how to analyze and knowing how to collaborate with your team members, I think it does make a difference in your LDZ experience. So yes, we can definitely, as an educational director, I can see which kids have been through a great debate program and which ones have not. Ultimately, what we see because of the type of program that NHI is, and yeah, I'm sure you all know this because you're participants, is that we always help each other out, right? And so you all that have been through great debate, you always bring up the students that haven't and help them and collaborate and help them catch up.
So do you encourage people who want to be part of LDC to, like, in the future, to also be part of Great Debate?
Yes, so we would love everyone to start their journey at the great debate level. And that's why when we come back to the region, and even if you've been an LDZer and didn't do great debate, we want you to participate as part of the region and then reach back to freshmen so that they can be part of the great debate and start their journey from the very beginning and start at the great debate level, because this really should be everybody's foundation. The great debate is a great place to start. And when you start here, you will always find that you're much better prepared when you've taken the full journey from great debate to LDC to CWS, and then graduating as a full NHI participant.
So do you have a favorite fundamental for
Oh,
NHI?
definitely. I am adapt and execute. I was actually part of the process of picking the fundamentals. We wrote them together as a board of directors. We sat down one day, one very, very long day. All the boards sat together and we decided what the fundamentals were going to be. And I mean, literally, we fought over wording. We fought over philosophy. We thought about it very, very hard as to what was going to be every one of those fundamentals. And so for me, mainly because I see it lived every day, not only in my personal journey in life, in my law firm, in my family, in my work with NHI, but you have to be ready to pivot. So adapt and execute. I know it's a little bit different the way we have it worded here, but definitely that's my favorite.
Yes. And why did you think it was important to make fundamentals for NHI? What did you think it was necessary?
Because we are the only leadership institute that is more than just instructive. It really is, and you girls will learn this, it is a way of life. You know, it is the way that we take on everything that we do. It's the way that I am an attorney. It's the way that I treat my clients. It's the way that I have raised my children. It's the way that I address every issue that comes before with my clients in motherhood, and everything that I do. And so I think when you have a fundamental compass for leadership and your morals, and you're able to put all that together, I think it's a good way to lead.
I like that.
You'll learn. We'll never stop preaching that stuff, I promise.
So, do you have a favorite color? I really like your outfits. So.
Yes, my favorite color is pink, if you hadn't guessed. And if you walk around my office, you will see there's lots of pink. Even my office walls are pink. My chair is pink, and everything I have is pink. So, and thank you all for having me, and thank you for taking your Saturday. And this stuff is really important. So if you're out there, please hit the link. This is an investment that is very, very worthwhile. We appreciate your donation. Every penny counts. So donate.
We're happy to see you. It's very happy to have you here.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to our panel room. Thank you so much for joining us. This is our panel about fundamentals. Would you like to get started?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Brooke Perez. I am an 11th grader from Northside High School from Fort Worth, Texas, and I participated in the 2023 LDC, and I'm going to be participating in the Texas CWS this upcoming summer.
I'm Sebastian Reyes. I'm a junior at Allen High School. I participated in the Colorado LDC this last summer, and this upcoming summer I will be participating in the Colorado CWS.
Hi, my name is Sydney Wade. I'm a 9th grader and I go to Williams High School in Plano, Texas. And this summer I'm participating in the Great Debate for the first time.
Hi, my name is Isabel Ismail. I go to Shepton High School in Plano. I'm in 9th grade and I'm participating in the Texas Great Debate.
Hi, my name is Renee Salazar. I'm a sophomore at Up the Summit, and I participate in the Great Debate, and I will participate in the upcoming LDZ in the Austin one. Yeah.
Thank you all for being here. So to get started, I want to prompt out with the question. What are the foundation to the mission that NHI stands for?
NHI lives to build and create representation for our community, and by doing so, we have fundamentals. One fundamental we have is to have fun and be positive, because we need to be fun with each other and be comfortable with each other to create a safe community and environment.
Yeah, so for example, one of the other fundamentals that NHI lives by is the act with integrity. And in essence, that means to have a commitment to do the right thing, to be ethical. And that can really be applied to much more than NHI. And that's one of the good things about it.
Yeah, and like one of the main fundamentals that like I appreciate personally is approach people with humility and courage. And I really like that fundamental because it's like true in almost any aspect of life. Like no one really owes you anything. So when you approach people, you should definitely like be very respectful and show humility. You don't want to like boast too hard, because in the end you want to like connect with these people and you need to like understand them like on a human level.
Which is why one of my favorite fundamentals are listen generously. So that kind of applies, I guess, with all the fundamentals, like listening to what other people have to say, not just like letting it go in one ear and out the other, and actually like acknowledging what they have to say and thinking on it.
Yeah, do y'all have any favorite fundamentals?
Well, one of my favorite fundamentals is reflect, adapt, and execute, because we use it every single day in life. We have to reflect at challenges that we do, and sometimes we accomplish them and sometimes we don't. And by doing so, we can't get stuck in the past and focusing on the negatives. We have to move on and use what little positives we do and reflect on that and execute further challenges.
Well, one of my favorite fundamentals is celebrate and cherish our Latino culture. And honestly, that means to be proud and grateful of your community and culture. Because moving here, well, I didn't used to live in the United States, but moving here, I saw that a lot of other Latinos weren't proud of their culture. They told their kids to not learn any Spanish, and that honestly seemed odd to me, considering that only like not only educational wise, which opens up many more doors to you, like knowing both languages, but also like they wanted to strip strip down from the Latino culture, and that was surprising to me. So that's why I live by that fundamental to cherish my culture and keep like make it a part of me.
Yeah, and then one of my personal favorites is proceed only on faith. And I really like that one because it's basically saying in order for you to start something or change something, you have to first believe in yourself and have like an idea of what you want to achieve. And like even if you don't have like a concrete plan, you should definitely still like believe in yourself and say, I want to make this change and I need to think of a way of how to do it.
Yeah, my favorite fundamental is treat people like family. Everyone that I've encountered throughout NHI and every extracurricular, I always love to treat them like I've known them for years, treat them like they're my best friend, because they are. The people that I surround myself with are intentional. And I love to keep these people around for a long time. And I really believe that that is an important fundamental, not just in NHI, but everywhere.
One of my favorite fundamentals is honor commitments, because if you are committing to something, then you have to honor it. So like I actually like NHI is a commitment that I will try and fully commit myself to. When I'm here, I will come to all the meetings, and if I commit myself to other stuff, I will always make sure to follow through with them.
Why are our fundamentals so important?
Well, the importance of fundamentals, it especially for NHI, it outlines the morals and values by what NHI goes by. So what it lives by in a way, yeah. It's for example, treasure, protect, and promote our legacy. That's one of the examples that we go by, and that's also represent the community well. To be able to represent your community and be able to uplift your community in a way that makes it look better than before.
Yeah, and like adding on, like these are important because with anything, it's important to have values you want to like live off by. And, or if you have a mission, you have like certain motivations that you need to achieve through certain ways. And certain those ways are like for NHI, for us to achieve our mission, we have these fundamentals. So we don't really like lose track of what the mission is and what we're fighting for essentially. Or not fighting, but what we believe in and how like we proceed with our like plans and stuff.
Yeah, I agree. We build ourselves around fundamentals to help develop our community, and without these fundamentals, we wouldn't be as developed as we are when NHI originally started.
Yeah, we definitely build ourselves around the fundamentals of NHI, and it's really important that we follow these fundamentals because that really like represent what we want in our community and what we want other people to know about our community.
Yeah, fundamentals ensure and protect that we never lose the true intention of our actions. It helps us stay true to where we came from, and they're so important because they build such an important foundation to not only NHI, but almost everything that we do.
Yeah, because adding on to that, these fundamentals not only apply to NHI. Like NHIers, they don't only use these fundamentals when working with NHI or when participating in NHI, but they use them in almost every part of their lives. Like these fundamentals, in essence, they dictate how we live and like in good ways to live by, not just in NHI.
Adding on to that, how do you apply fundamentals outside of NHI?
Well, outside of NHI, I apply these fundamentals almost in like my everyday life. Like for example, one of the main fundamentals of NHI is to treat people like family. And I live by that because I recognize the value and importance of the connections I make with people, not only at home, but at school or even here at NHI. Like I really do appreciate them and I do like value them a lot because in the end, like these are the people that I see almost like every week or every day. And I know they'll be there for me and they'll help me and I'll help them. So that's why I just think it's like really important to like apply these like fundamentals to your everyday life.
Yeah, I agree. In my everyday life, especially at school and sports I participate in, I use appreciation and acknowledgement with my peers because I know if I wasn't acknowledged for what little success I have or appreciated for what I do for my team and community, I know I wouldn't be feeling confident in myself. And as co-captain on my team, I wanted to make sure all my teammates felt as equal and appreciated.
Yeah, in theater, I find myself using a lot of the fundamentals that NHI has. One of them is seeking common ground, because there are a lot of occasions where like we might disagree on things, or so one person will do something that conflicts the other person's job, but like working from the assumption that there is a common ground between us, it's very easy to find a solution.
Yeah, so even though one of the fundamentals that I implement a lot in my life, even though it's not my favorite, is behave like a stakeholder. This essentially means to be meticulous and non-conforming because whenever, especially in school or whenever I'm playing sports, there's always can I do better? It's like, is there a way that I can become better or be better? Or like, it's always striving to be better. And that's especially like in my school level, like I have to do like a lot of work in my kind of school. It's like always do things right and learn from your mistakes because even though you're not perfect, you can't always be perfect, and even though this is what it strives to be, um, like learn from those mistakes in order to still be better, and that's especially like the fundamental that mostly dictates what I live by.
Yeah, I agree with that. I live by that as well. I would rather give my 100% than 50% and do my best at everything that is thrown at me.
Yeah, especially not just the 100%, but give more than that.
Yeah, more
because
than that.
we're capable of that mentally and physically.
Yeah, one of my favorite and one that I applied to my life the most is honor commitment. That fundamental means the most to me because I'm able to use it every day in every aspect and through every action. Every action that I do is with intention to help or further commit myself to an activity that I'm already a part of, like dance and choir and now NHI. Even though NHI is the newest, I treat it as if I've done it forever and it's at the same level and priority as other things in my life because I've committed to it and I've thrown myself into something so different than everything else that I've done, and I want to make sure I stick to it. And
Yeah.
it's important every day to always be thoughtful of everything that you do.
Yeah, because adding on to that, on to fundamental NHI is also, I also go by that fundamental with NHI. It's one of the things I'm really committed to, and that's, yeah, one of the fundamentals.
Yeah, I agree. Some days I wake up and I don't feel like it, but I honor my commitment and I come in and I put in my work to honor what I signed myself up for. And most days, even when I'm having a bad day, doing that commitment makes me feel better about my day and brings in a little light.
Yeah. Building on top of that, how do you share the fundamentals with the people around you in your life?
Well, sharing those fundamentals isn't something that most people sometimes want, but I try to implement those fundamentals into, like, I try to exemplify those fundamentals so people see like how I use them, and they can, I don't tell them to use them, but I show how they can be used in my life, and like how it can help theirs, so like it can help lead their life, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, like adding on to that, like it's not something you like directly do. Like you don't sit someone down and say, "Hey, like you should live by these fundamentals." Rather,
Yeah,
just by like, yeah,
you know, like, hey,
just
live
by
by fundamental number
Lead by
18.
example, you
yeah,
know?
like
Yeah,
yeah,
lead by example.
lead by example by like just you like displaying the fundamentals you live by. Hopefully, will inspire other people to like not be like you, but to like pick up some of your like habits or your values. Like for example, like free your mind to create. Like a lot of my friends are very like very planned out, very
Structured.
structured. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And I'm not like that. But I like I still think about these things, but I take a more like open approach, and I just kind of like go with the flow, you know, like
Yeah.
because you have to like give yourself some space to like think. Even if you're not planning something, you still need to think and like be creative and think about what you really want to do.
Yeah, I agree because going with the flow, there are many options that you can choose to go by. And as well as what you were saying a little earlier, you were discussing how setting these examples can help inspire others to start taking in these fundamentals and having a more open mind towards them.
Yeah, I always try to let my actions speak louder than my words because my actions impact the people around me. Like my dance coach, every day, she asks me something and I have it for her times a million. And she always tells me that she wants to be just like me when she grows up. So,
Even if you're not like directly telling someone, hey, you should do this fundamental, I think it would impact your life. If it impacts your personal life, then it will impact other people's life also.
mhm. Going forward, how will you apply these fundamentals to improve your future?
I will definitely make sure I think about the fundamentals while I'm planning my future. So if I'm like, oh, well, I want to sign up for this, but would I honor my commitment? That's a fundamental I would think about when I'm doing that. Or forecast, one of the other fundamentals is forecast and anticipate. So like thinking about possible problems before they actually happen.
Yeah. Planning for the future, that'll help you there.
Yeah, I agree. I'm planning for my future currently, even though I'm just a freshman, and I definitely look at one of the fundamentals of creating and setting clear expectations to try to follow up to what I want to be when I get older.
Yeah, and like adding on, like in the future, I really hope that these fundamentals are basically just in like my subconscious rather than like me having to actively think about them. Like for example, like if I'm like in the workplace and I want like to change something or start a project or get something done, one of my favorite fundamentals, not the favorite, but one of my favorites is if it's meant to be, it's up to me. So like hopefully by the future, like in the future, if I want to take action, I can just immediately think like, oh, I need to do this, like I can start this.
Yeah, because adding on to that, that specific fundamental, if it's meant to be, it's up to me. That just goes to show how you have to like seek the opportunities that you want. Like, let's say in school, for example, you want to like, right now I'm planning to like apply to internships and like look at future colleges. Like, I'm seeking the opportunity to like apply at those colleges. I'm seeking the opportunities to be able to apply this internship to like focus on what I want to do and like use that opportunity to uplift myself forward. And like even if the opportunity is not there, you can make that opportunity happen. You can make that opportunity for yourself. That's especially if it's meant to be, it's up to me. That fundamental is one that I'm really going to use going forward.
Yeah, I hope to practice these fundamentals enough towards where they become a mindset, something that I don't even have to intentionally think of to act that way. And I hope to make the opportunities for myself to help, I guess, help me succeed in the future. Lastly, what fundamental means the most to you?
Well, I already discussed it, but I think reflect, adapt, and execute for sure. Because
Mhm.
if you don't reflect on challenges that you faced, you won't be able to like look back like in the past and see what you need to do that you've done before to accomplish challenges that are given to you at the moment.
Mhm.
Well, one of the fundamentals that means most to me, that's a hard one, there's many, there's like a total of 25.
Mhm.
But I say the one that means most to me is the one that I just finished talking about. Actually, no, the one that means most to me in particular is to celebrate and cherish our Latino culture.
Mhm.
That one especially means most to me because as the first generation here, I'm really well versed in like the habits and like the culture from back in Mexico and like back from like where I come, like the Latino country I come from, and especially like knowing the like our habits and culture. It's something that it's something that I want to in a way pass the torch to my children or like my future offspring. Offspring. Yeah.
Offspring.
But yeah, yeah, these like fundamentals are very important to us. They're
Mhm.
and obviously, as we said earlier, that we're not just applying it to NHI, we want to apply it to the rest of our lives and to our future, and hopefully be an example for other people to follow. And yeah, do you guys add anything?
Thank you both so much for y'all's voices and opinions here tonight. We really appreciate it, and we can't wait for our next panel. So we're gonna do an interview with our PA next. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And don't forget to go ahead and find our donation link and reference NTX under that, just so we can keep on investing in our community.
Thanks so much. Okay, hello, we're back, and I am here with
Bella Rodriguez. I'm so excited to be here with you guys.
We're excited to have you here. Oh my gosh, and can I just say you look gorgeous today?
Thank you.
Okay, so Bella, what school did you go to?
I went to John Paul II High School.
Okay, and okay, I wrote down what grade are you in, but how old are you now?
So I'm 20 years old. I'm a sophomore in college. I attended Chapman University and I spent this year working actually. I worked for NHI and got to have an internship, and I'm here volunteering as a project administrator as well.
That's so exciting.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, and I'm so glad to have you here. Okay, what programs did you do through NHI?
Okay, so I began, well, my story is a little bit different because, as you know, my dad is George Rodriguez. He's one of the other PAs that also volunteers here. And my mom, Michelle Saenz Rodriguez, she's the chair of the board. And so both of them participated in the 80s and then have come back to volunteer every year since. And they've brought my brother along, they've brought me along. So I've had the honor and privilege to be able to grow up in NHI. And so they've been taking me to programs from a very young age. But the first program that I participated in as an actual participant was the Texas Great Debate, my freshman year here with North Texas. And it was awesome. We all loaded the buses to Austin College, went to Sherman, Texas, and I was part of the mock trial team. And it was such a great start to my NHI journey because I had been waiting for years and years to finally be able to be a participant, and just coming around the programs previously from a young age. And it gave me the opportunity to meet so many people around Dallas, DFW area that I would not have had the opportunity to meet otherwise, and making friends from different private schools, public schools, charter schools all over, who really ended up being like a second family. And then I've also staffed the Texas LDZ. Several times. I was previously the head coach in 2020 for the GDX Great Debate. So during COVID, we had to do a little bit of reflect, adapt, and execute. And the Great Debate tournament was actually online.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so it was very different, but participated in that program as well. And then, yeah, now I'm here.
I heard you were SOS for the LDC. What was that like?
It was a really great experience. It definitely pushed me outside of my comfort zone. You know, it was very much like an educational role, which was really exciting. As a staff member, just to kind of be growing in these different positions. So I was very thankful for the opportunity and the experience, and especially now, a lot of the people who participated in the Texas LDZ this past summer, they came back to staff in the North Texas region. So seeing the participants from the LDZ, seeing their growth in that, you know, short 8-day period, and see them come back to their local communities and make changes. I mean, that is just something that is so incredibly rewarding.
Yeah. So me and Dahlia, we haven't staffed yet. You have staffed. So what's one like memorable experience you have that could maybe encourage us to go on and staff?
Absolutely. Okay, well, I can say for you guys, being a participant, going through the program is so transformative. And as you guys have probably heard on the panels, it's like staffing is the next level, stepping into that mentor facilitator role. I mean, both of you guys have already been killing it. You know, they came in this morning not knowing what the run-up show was going to be, and we stuck them in the interview room. So they have already been adapting and executing, and so it's going to be a lot more of kind of being on your feet and thinking on your toes, but you know, that's how you grow as a person, and to see other people grow and just be part of something bigger is just like so motivating and rewarding.
Okay, thank you so much. And then just one final question for our new recruits and incoming NHIers. What's one big piece of advice that you'd give to them?
I think the biggest piece of advice that I would give to you is to really push yourself, whether you are a participant, a new staff member, even a parent. You know, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. It's why, you know, people like George and Michelle have been coming back for, you know, 45 years, and why, you know, I continue to come back, why you guys continue to come back and spend our whole Saturday putting together this event. And, you know, our staff is going to be right back here tomorrow doing more training and things like that. So it's a lot of work, but at the end of the day, I feel so prepared for life. And I would say just immerse yourself in this experience, be present, and be thankful for what, you know, to be here, because it teaches you how to act in the face of opportunity, also how to create opportunity. And that's something that's invaluable.
Thank you so much for your
Thank you
time.
guys.
This was Bella Rodriguez, and now we're going on. Bye.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to our panel. Thank you so much for joining us. Today, we're going to be talking about the Texas LDZ and the experience. And we have two of our PAs here joining us. Please introduce yourselves.
Hi, everyone. My name is George Nicolas Rodriguez. I was the educational director at this summer's Texas LDZ.
My name is Brianna Sawala, and I was also one of the educational directors at the 2023 Texas LDZ.
Hi, my name is Brooke Perez. I was a participant in the 2023 Texas LDC, and I'm currently registered for the Texas CWS.
Hi, my name is Isabella Leninger, or Isa. I was on the first panel, and I did the 2023 Texas LDZ, and I'm registered for the CWS this year.
My name is America Navarro, and I also did the 2023 Texas LDZ, and I'll also be doing the 2024 CWS.
All right, so I think that the Texas LDZ is definitely one of the premier programs with the National Hispanic Institute. It is the first program that NHI started with, and it's still running to this day. We have a long, strong legacy of proud alumni, and we've got 3 of them here with us. And so my first question that I want to start us off with is, what is the first memory that comes to mind when you think of your Texas LDZ?
For me personally, I remember getting there, being some of the first people to get there. And then Alex, one of the alumni from the North Texas region, seeing me and coming to like give me like a big hug that he like broke my claw clip. He was just so excited to see me. And then he was like, I hope you do really, really well in this LDZ and that you push yourself to try new things that you're scared of and like to experience as well.
Well, my first memory actually was also pretty much arriving there. And it wasn't just arriving there, it was seeing like a lot of people who I had previously like staffed with that summer at 6-day and at 4-day. And so that was really like funny to see because I had, volunteered along with these people. And now I'm going to, they're volunteering for me. So it was really interesting to see that legacy continuing. And I also remember specifically Tony Espinosa. He's from the Valley, and he wears a cowboy hat. He's very Southern, y'all all day. And I just remember him telling me at least 3 times a day to make this my Texas LDZ. And that is something that has stuck with me.
Yeah, my first memory was arriving, and with LDZ being my first program, I was like, there's a lot of people here, and I don't know any of them. So I was a little intimidated because it seemed like everyone knew each other. But I got to know everyone, and I kept hearing that phrase as well. This is your LDZ, make it your LDZ. You get out of it what you put into it. And I remember that the entire time.
It's crazy that it's been almost a year, a few months away from it being your 1-year anniversary, having participated in the Texas LDZ. That being said, for this upcoming year's group of participants, what's one piece of advice that you would give a participant at this upcoming Texas LDZ?
Make it your LDZ. I would, I know I might sound like a broken clock over here, but there are certain things that we cannot say, but it's your LDZ and it's what you make out of it, like Brooke was saying before. Understand that when things don't go your way, it's not the end of the world. I promise. It's not something that is going to forever be, oh, this happened, but no, it's okay. Put yourself out there. Take risks that you're not used to taking. And even if you already go into the Texas LDZ with background information from Great Debate, or you don't, it doesn't matter. Either way, we're all NHIers at the end of the day, and you're going to learn so much when you're at the Texas LDZ. You're going to grow so much. So give it your all, be fully invested. Don't go in there saying, oh, I already know everything there is to know, because you don't. There's much more to learn, trust me. And just fully invest yourself in the experience. I think that's the best piece of advice I could give for these upcoming participants.
And I know I said this a lot earlier in my previous panel, but a lot of, I would say, is try things that you're scared of doing. I remember going into my LDZ and telling myself that I wanted to do something that I didn't think I was capable of achieving. And that's exactly what I did. I went up and I put myself to try to be a Supreme Court justice, which is one of the positions there at the LDZ. And I didn't really think I was going to be able to make it. I didn't think people believed in me that much, but I told myself, it doesn't matter what the result is. It doesn't matter if I fail, if I'm scared, or if it like leaves me sad. In the end, I tried something new and I gained a new experience and I grew from it. And that's what I really wanted to get from the LDZ.
The best piece of advice I could give is to take risks, because there's always the next opportunity. Even if you fail, you're failing forward, and people around you are failing with you as well. And the best thing to do is just roll with it. Honestly, keep going, keep putting yourself out there, because like America, I was going to be a Supreme Court justice too, but I knew absolutely nothing about what that position was. And I was kind of just like talking up there. And I was like, I really didn't know what I was talking about, and all the other candidates have very similar, like very political speeches and stuff, and mine had none of that substance. But I made it. I still was able to do it, and if every single doubt in my mind, I beat them all, and that's the biggest piece of advice, is to make the opportunity and to take risks.
I think also, we've talked about this in panels before, understanding that the environment of LDZ being an immersive, disruptive learning environment is so important, because you're allowed to make mistakes. You're allowed to say the wrong thing. You're allowed to cry. You're allowed to mess up. You're allowed to do all of these things because it's a controlled environment. It's not like you're actually running for said positions. You're in an environment where everything is controlled and where there are staff around you and where there are people around you who are helping you move that experience along. So again, just making sure that you understand that things aren't the end of the world and that this is what it's supposed to feel like and this is what it's supposed to do for you is just the biggest piece of advice I could give away to future participants.
That's awesome. So one of the things that really separates the LDZ from other programs is this exploration of who are you and, you know, understanding not just who you are, but how you fit into things. And two of the big pillars that Brianna and I wanted to hit at this summer's LDZ were both creativity and community. So my question to the panelists is, what do you think you learned either about yourself or about your community that you did not know before attending this LDZ?
I know for me personally, going to the LDZ with so many regions and so many people from like, I know one of them came from Spain, like our community at NHI is so diverse and so everywhere that there's people supporting you from all around. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. There's such a support group and there's people rooting for you even when you don't think there is, and we're all coming from the same starting position. We all come in kind of scared, kind of nervous, but at the end of the day, we're all going towards the same goals. And I think that's what's so important, that being in an NHI community where everyone has the same values and the same roots, it's good to know that there's people there that will help you get to new higher positions like networking, and you have people from all over the state, all over the country that are there to help you with that.
Yeah, I think honestly, you know, there's a big social part of the LDZ that helps you and that helps a lot of people increase their social skills and helps them understand just, you know, again, more social aspects of like making friends your age and making friends with people who come from different countries who, you know, may not speak your same language. You know, I think that's really important. But beyond that, in the educational standpoint of it, doing Texas LDZ and then being able to, and LDZ in general, being able to come back to the region, I know so much more about community equity building. I know so much more about third reality. I know so much more about, these are all NHI ideals. I know more about asset-based mindsets than I have ever before. And I think that a lot of people may go into Texas LDZ thinking, well, I already know about these things. I did great debate. I know about these things. You find it out in a very different way. I can promise you. You find it out in a way where you can firsthand experience the application of these ideals. And so that's something that is so important to this program. It's knowing and increasing your knowledge. And if you're like me, you like to learn, it's a wonderful program. And even if you don't, you still learn to love it. It's just amazing all around. And I think that it's just helped me so much, you know, helping these new generation of kids come in, knowing so much about these ideals. You know, I was leading a panel earlier, and if it wasn't for Texas LDZ, I probably wouldn't really know what I was talking about, you know? So I just have been able to understand what I'm saying and talk about exactly what NHI ideals are, and just been able to increase my, you know, educational aspect of NHI so much more. And thanks to our wonderful ED directors as well.
The biggest thing I got out of LDC was I learned how to trust myself. Before then, I struggled heavily with imposter syndrome. I was like, ooh, these people are so smart. My ideas and opinions are not going to be anywhere near as good as theirs. Or I don't feel like I belong here. Everyone here is so smart. But going forward, I realized that everyone has their place, even if it's small, even if it's big, everyone has a place and a purpose, and you're going to find it in LDC.
Yeah, and kind of touching on that, like the asset-based mindset you're talking about, especially in the community sense, we have to like think of each other as assets and in our communities, and that we each have individual qualities and traits and skills that we can use to build each other up and create a better future for ourselves and for the future generations.
Yeah, I also definitely decided after my text LDZ, I said it, I've already said it once during this live stream, but I'm gonna say it again. My kids are doing NHI, you know. I think it's also interesting seeing you and Bella and your dad, George, and just
For Texas.
George for Texas. Yeah. It's just it's something that I want to continue on with my future generation of kids. Because I've always planned to have kids eventually when I feel like it's appropriate in my life, obviously. But I've always planned to do that. And so I know like no matter where we are, even if I may not be living in Texas when I get older, because the universe is filled with different things, different paths, they might get sent right back to Texas to do yada yada yada. Maybe, maybe their freshman year we live in Texas so they can do 4-day great debate. Who knows what's gonna happen then? It's just, something that I really decided that I want my kids to have in the future because I feel like also having an NHI parent, I feel like it's very interesting, and I feel like is it
I can tell you, it's pretty interesting.
yeah, so I just think it's, something that I just want to continue on and something I'm very happy that I was able to experience.
As educational directors, I think I can speak for George Nicholas as well, that going into it as our first year, we were hoping that we could create that same magic and continue to push on NHI fundamentals, NHI's mission. And now looking back at it again, very much so, very many months removed from the program, being that they can still speak to that experience and learned what we wanted them to learn and felt what we wanted them to feel. It's comforting and it's very much so, I have zero words.
Yeah, LDC was definitely so fulfilling. That was the longest car ride home afterwards. I felt so full and so empty at the same time, and I wanted to go back so bad, and even to this day, I miss being there.
No, the post LDZ
Oh my
depression
gosh.
is real, honestly.
Oh my
It was
gosh, it was so bad.
it was my last program of that summer, not forever, of that summer. So it was also like kind of like saddening because I was like, oh my God, it's over. But I was also like, I've learned so much, and just being able to apply it to the regional level, it's just I can't express how amazing that is and how wonderful it is to be able to use literally exactly what I learned, and just also how amazing it is to have PAs in the region who literally were in charge of the LDZ. I think that's something that I also learned not to take for granted after doing the LDZ. It's like our PAs are such wonderful like assets to our region, and it's just I realized there was a turning moment when I realized that, and I was like, I need to appreciate y'all more.
No, yeah, definitely y'all's mission was accomplished
Yeah.
because I remember I think it was like probably the 4th day of the week being on FaceTime with my parents and then like telling them absolutely everything that had already happened and how I couldn't wait to like continue on and see what else the LDC had in store for me. And then after like telling them everything, I got home and I told them everything again. I was like, I don't care, you're gonna have to deal with it again because it was just so cool. And definitely is a very big struggle trying not to spoil the beans for my sister who's gonna be doing it this summer. But I just want her to be able to feel the entire experience and immerse herself in it the same way that I did and feel the same, maybe not the exact same, but have her own benefits from it because everyone's gonna get something different from the LDC.
Right. So this summer, we're at Texas LDZ is actually going back to, it starts with the C, Concordia University in July. And so that will be very interesting for those of you who would like to participate in the Texas LDZ. It will be kind of to America's point, you make it what it is. It's going to be, you hope that people get out of it something similar, but everyone's going to come away with it with their own thoughts and feelings.
Yeah, I'll also say, I mean, the connections that you make at the Texas LDZ are astounding. I want to give props to Brooke, who did not even do the Great Debate and is now here training people for the Great Debate.
Yeah.
And it just speaks to her loyalty to NHI. And I mean, it makes my heart so happy to see the young women in the room with us here, even Helena behind
Even
the
the one
camera.
behind.
I mean, we met them for the first time, at least I met them for the first time this summer at the LDZ, and now just walking into the room, I mean, Issa was like, hey, it's just, you build these astounding connections. And
To that point, sorry to interrupting, but to that point, it was a different perspective for me, being that I participated and was PA for the North Texas region that summer, that when I saw you three there, I was like, I want them to do, I can't like do anything to help them, but also I want them to succeed. And anytime they would, cross a little milestone, it, again, to George Nicholas's, to use his words, it made my heart so happy. And then now getting Brooke to be a part of the
Yeah.
region, I'm just like, it's great to be a part of the North Texas region. And it's great to be a part of the Texas LDZ family.
yeah, absolutely. It's just a fantastic experience. And so I guess my next question for you would be, what is a like connection or a friendship that you've taken away from your LDZ?
Oh.
Oh, so last year, I also mentioned this in a panel earlier, sorry, not sound like a broken clock, but I met a friend who lives in San Antonio. Her name is Lorelai, and she's very involved with the San Antonio region. Last year I saw her participating or volunteering at the 4-day Great Debate. And then in LDZ, like a month later, we just became like best friends, and we still talk to this day. We have our little Instagram conversations, and it was just it's so wonderful to branch out to people. And coming in with already established friends, I wanted to push myself a step further and branch out, because I go to school with America and Helena, who is behind the screen, but I didn't want to just limit myself to being within my group, because I know that for most people like Brooke, the experience is going in, by yourself with no friends. And so I didn't exactly replicate that, because I still sat with them and, things like that. But I also wanted to create other friendships and relationships with people around the world. Well, yeah, some around the world. Yeah, right. I can't say that. So yeah. But yeah, that was just wonderful. And then, I also made, a friend from Eagle Pass. And so and so that was just it was just really fun, and it was also very interesting, because I had volunteered with that friend at the 6-day Great Debate a month earlier, and oh my gosh, staffing and then volunteering, and then participating and seeing a lot of those same people there, like it just unites the NHI family so much. And being involved in like things from headquarters, and it's a wonderful experience, and I've been loving my NHI journey so far, and I can't wait to keep coming back every year.
And for me, I remember on the car ride to the LDZ, because we carpooled, Issa was hyping up all her friends so like much from the volunteer experiences, like, specifically like Jesus from Eagle Pass. And I was like, I'm so excited to meet these people, because Issa's talking so well about them. And like once I got to meet them, they were like so fun, and they're like enjoyable to be around. And I don't really keep in touch with them as much as Issa does, but it's just great knowing that if I were to ever meet them again, I know I'd have a good relationship with them, a good connection. And yeah,
it makes that next meeting with them even
So
that
much
much
easier.
better.
EWS is gonna be very fun this year, so that's what I'm very excited for.
I had a kind of odd experience. I made closer friends with the staff than the participants.
Oh yeah.
And everyone that I became friends with just happened to be North Texas. So I mean, just happened
With
to
our
be.
plan all along.
Scary. But there are a couple friends that I made from the Valley and some from San Antonio that I still keep up with all the time. But it's just so unique that like you would think all these kids here, they're nerds, they're not gonna be fun. But they're some of the coolest people that I've ever met, like genuinely. We all just have like common interests, and we don't let our academics like I guess take away from our character. And that's something so important, that there's so much character to the people that you find in NHI.
No, I think that's a wonderful point of like being able to balance like loving education and also having a good social aspect and a good social life, because that's something that I have always wanted to make a priority in myself. I've always wanted to make sure that I had a good social life, and that I was able to balance understanding education and understanding its importance and being educated, but also again having friends, being able to appropriately go out and all of those things. So I think that's also, meeting a lot of like-minded people like you at the LGZ is just super amazing. I promise we're not all nerds, we balance, and that's what I think is so amazing about LDZ and NHI as a whole.
That being said, though, you briefly touched on it. We're gonna maybe not use the word nerd for this next question, but what's one takeaway from the educational point part of the Texas LDZ?
Like the type of learning?
Yeah, like what's a lesson? I know we talked about your first memory, you made a friend, but now going into the meat of Texas LDZ, the education part of the Texas LDZ, what is one thing that you either knew a little bit about that you learned more about, or something that you didn't know anything about and came away from the Texas LDZ having known this more new information?
For me personally, probably I got a lot more like in-depth firsthand experience with third reality. Because previously, once I did the great debate, and you have to like use third reality and like all of your arguments. So I was pretty familiarized with it because we touched base with it a lot here at the regional level. But I remember the first day at LDZ is just a lot of content and learning about it. But from there on out, it's you putting it all to use. And third reality, for those who don't know, it's using what you use from your home life and then what you get from like society and combining it to create your own future and your own decisions from there. And definitely, I had to implement that a lot to make my LDC successful for me, because I know, like I said earlier, I wanted to try something new that I was scared of doing, that regardless if I was successful or not. And definitely, I had to push myself to try out for new positions and talk to new people, because I pretty much stuck to like my close friends for the first portion. But after that, I started branching out and getting to talk to new people that I never would have thought I would have had the experience to have that relationship with. And yeah.
I think if I was to describe the educational aspect that I've gained from Tech LDZ, it would be empowerment. So it's about knowing how do I say this? So for me, I definitely got out knowing firsthand, got out of the experience, and I experienced empowerment firsthand, knowing that it's inside of you. I don't know how to say that better, but like knowing that there's empowerment that is inside of you, that you're capable of. Exactly. Like it's not something that you have to go out and search for. It's not something that you have to go outside of your community and search for. It's something that's all within us. Our leadership skills are all within us. It's not something that's, oh, I don't have this, I'm just not a natural born leader. You are. At the end of the day, you are. And I just think also being so young, because I'm only 16, and still being able to like realize that and being able to continue to implement that in my school life, my extracurricular life, it's just been very amazing for me to see. And it's just been, I see my own growth, I'm very aware of it. And I love having that that empowerment, that empowered feeling, and knowing that I can do anything, it's corny, but I can do anything I put my mind to. And, that's what I'm going to apply to my future professions and the rest of my high school career, my college, and then again, my future professions and my family.
From the learning aspect, the biggest thing I learned is to not go in with a predetermined opinion or mindset. Going forward, I learned how to have an open mind and always open to hear and learn from every perspective, honestly, because I'm very I don't want to say singular focused, but if I have an idea, I'm going to get to it. But being able to have an open mind, I'm being able to find, I guess, more effective alternatives to get me there. And it's making things so much more obtainable for my future.
And I just continue to think about how the future generations of LDCers are going to be affected by this. And it's wonderful to think about, because it's, NHI has a very building you up. It's a building, the programs are all centered around building you up, and they're all centered around, again, making sure you find skills within yourself, and knowing that those skills are all around you, and that it's, again, within you. So I just think about that for future generations, and I get very happy, seeing the kids in our region who are going to do LDZ this year. I just did LDZ. You know how weird it was for Brianna to be calling me an alumni? I was like, oh my gosh, I'm an LDZ alumni. And that's what these kids are going to continue to experience. So I just think that, it's awesome, and they're going to gain so much education and, confidence through it.
Anything else?
Well, we only have a couple minutes left, so I guess this will be our final question for the panel. But to end things out, what is one word that you would use to concisely describe the feeling that you had right in the middle of the week during the program.
One word.
One word.
In the middle of the week?
In the middle of the week.
Vomit.
All right.
Ineffable. I guess it means like a feeling so great it can't be explained.
Okay.
Stressed. Yeah, probably.
Well, you know, vomit
like-
in the middle of the week, end of the week.
I was gonna say, that's the next question.
Okay, I'm
And
getting
how
ahead.
to
I'm getting
compare
ahead.
that to how you felt at the end of the
One
week.
word for the end of the week.
Bliss.
Fulfilled.
Because she copped out of the other question.
Yeah, a word that means nothing.
Yeah, I guess just pure happiness, honestly. I just felt so proud.
Yeah. So at the Texas LDZ and really just LDZ in general, because again, part of the National Hispanic Institute, being that we're the Texas LDZ, we're a little biased in that we want people to participate in the Texas LDZ, but taking a step back and just thinking about NHI as a whole, the LDZ experience, a phrase that we like to use and will often repeat aside from make this your LDZ, is the days are long, but the week is short. And we tell the parents when we first start that their kids are going to be calling them, telling them, Mom, Dad, I want to go home. And at the end of it, I don't want to leave. Can we stay here longer? Pick me up later. I want to be the last person here. And so I think their one words for both the middle of the week and the end of the week are a testament to all of that being true.
It was very bittersweet. I remember
Yeah.
walking out of my dorm room and my roommate had already left and I was just bawling. I'm a crier. So, you know, I cry at a lot of things. So that was one of those things. I just remember it was really sad seeing my roommate like go.
Yeah.
And it was just like I was like sitting down on the floor and I was like, oh my God, I'm so sad. But it was, yes, I was sad in that moment, but you know, you get out of that post LDZ depression and then you're able to really reflect on your experience and you know, just I don't know, like we've always said, you know, you're able to reflect and learn and it's just amazing. Do Texas LDZ, have your kids do Texas LDZ.
And I know like at the end, whenever everyone's like saying goodbye, you like say goodbye to people you didn't even like expect to talk to at the beginning. Like I was talking to the guys that were like in my Supreme Court like justice like group and I was like, I didn't expect to get this close to you, like feel so sentimental, like hugging you and saying goodbye and like you're going back to like Mexico and I'm like over here like hours away from you. But yeah, it's just very, yeah, like Issa said, bittersweet getting both sides of that.
We love LDZ.
LDZ is so special.
So the Texas LDZ family is definitely one whose roots run deep and who we will continue to spread those roots of the Texas LDZ this coming July. We're looking forward to this next group of participants. Hopefully we'll have some of our Texas LDZ alumni come back to staff. We are always very thankful and hopeful that they do decide to come back and help create that magic for the next group. But that being said, this next panel that we'll be having is what Issa is going to do with her family is continue a legacy. So we'll get to hear from some individuals who participated in NHI programs and whose children have also participated in NHI programs. But thank you guys so much. Love you all so much. That's it.
Thank you so much for this amazing panel. We're gonna head over to our interview for a little sneak peek at the Colorado LDZ. And remember, we have our link in the chat for donations. Please reference NTX. This is the future that you're investing in. Thank y'all so much.
Hello, I'm Viviana Bertis. I'm Dalia Reyes. And we both go to Allen High School and we are juniors and we're here to talk about the Colorado LDZ. So first of all, how did we get into NHI?
So both of us got brought in by one of our friends that is still one of the members of NHI and who went to the programs with us. One of our friends was also the president of the club that we are in for NHI at Allen High School.
Yeah, and at first I remember I was really nervous about the program. I could tell he was also nervous presenting. But you know, I think it's been worthwhile. I mean, it was definitely strange having to show up here every Sunday. I had never been so committed to an extracurricular or overall just this organization of NHI. But it's definitely something that I will never ever regret. Yeah.
Yeah, we both ended up going to Colorado LDC for our sophomore year in the summer. And I think it was like a really great experience for both of us.
Yeah, so we can talk a little bit about what we picked up at Colorado LDC. We can start off our fundamentals. So my favorite fundamental is number 3, which is celebrate and cherish our Latino culture.
Mine is number 14, which is treat people like family.
Okay, and now for the culture aspect, I remember that I was just absolutely like in shock at Colorado ODC because it's just so much more people. It's not just people from Texas that are coming in. Most of my friends were from Vegas. So it was just amazing getting to meet all these people, and best of all, they're all Latino or Hispanic, right? So it was just amazing. And like I said, on the very first day, we had just a meeting where we all talked and shared experiences, and it was very like shocking to me because so many other people that I have never met before had the same experiences that I did, and it just felt like beautiful, like being like a giant family.
Yeah, I was really like scared to meet my roommate because we kind of like as the group of like friends that we came like it was our first time in Colorado and we didn't know what we were getting into and we were just hoping that we'd spend most of the time together and meeting my roommate was probably the most terrifying part for me at the beginning because I was like, oh, I'm not gonna know this person. I don't even know where they're from. I don't know their name. And she ended up being like a really good friend and I still talk to her sometimes and it's just like really nice to know that there's people from other states that can help you through your experience and like not just here.
Yeah. And same thing goes for me. Me and Dahlia, we've been friends for over a decade. So it was very like nerve-wracking having to like think about being with a roommate that I have never known before. I know me and Dahlia were kind of planning like how can we make it so that we're stuck in the same room together. But
yeah, or like how can we like see each other at times when we're not like when we're separated into groups. Let's see.
Yeah.
And I think it ended up working out because we ended up being in the same group, but we still ended up making a lot of new friends.
Yeah, and that's why we think that LDC and just these donations that are coming in are so greatly important. Because for me, getting the opportunity to go to Colorado ODC made it my first time ever going on a plane and ever going out of Texas. So that was just like super incredible. Not only was I like really putting myself out of my comfort zone, I was also doing a program that would really just enhance my leadership skills. And Dahlia, we can talk about how we've applied those skills to our like extracurriculars at school.
Yeah, so being part of LDZ, it helped me become like have more leadership positions in school. I've been able to speak out more, I've been able to express my opinions, and that led me to become like I'm
You can go ahead, you can brag, you can
I'm president of like the NHI club at Allen High School, and I'm an officer of a dance club.
Yeah, and for me, I'm more marching band based, so I'm a student leader. I have my own squad when we were learning marching, and being at Colorado just really taught me to not be afraid to speak to other people because these other people, even if they speak more English or more Spanish, they have like similar experiences. So it's just really pushed me to just talk to people, and I know that helped me a lot with summer band because that was like a month right after LDZ. And I was just able to talk to people without any fear of what they'll think of me or how I'm going to feel talking to them. It just really pushed me to just talk. And that's really what has paid off for me. And I think that's why we really appreciate these donations that are coming in. We don't ever want the tuition to be a problem for our new recruits. So just remember to keep that link going. And yeah, anything else you want to add?
I don't know. I think it's just like a great experience overall. And then people who want to go into these programs but don't have the funds to do so. I think it's a very helpful thing because it helps others experience something that they never thought they could or just be able to have the ability to travel, speak to new people. And like I applied the treat people like family a lot during LDZ because when I spoke to new people, I felt very close to them, like just having having similar experiences as Hispanics and like growing up in a Hispanic family, like it was really easy to talk to people and I think it'd be a great experience for everyone.
Yeah, and regardless of what location you choose, obviously we went to Colorado. I've heard lots of great things about the Texas LDZ, so just encouraging people to come join NHI. And thank you so much for the experience to letting us talk, and we'll turn it back over to the next panel. Thank you so much.
Hi, and welcome back to a panel that I previously said was going to be a legacy panel, but have something better for you. We're here with two other NHI alumni. I'll have them introduce themselves.
Adam Brennan. I currently work at Capital One.
Joe Carrion, attorney and member of the Dallas ISD Board of Trustees.
And then I'm George Nicolas Rodriguez, and I work at Ursuline Academy of Dallas.
My name is, again, Brianna Sawala, and I am a legal assistant at Science Rodriguez and Associates. So today, the first question to kick off this panel is, we have all been involved with NHI for several years, and the information that we learned from when we were participants up until, as we participate in programs, always learning, always embodying the NHI philosophy. What is one way that you use NHI in your daily life and in your career?
Yeah, I think for me, NHI really kind of set the foundation for a lot of the skills that I continue to use every day in my job. With NHI having a focus on building community, working with others, critical thinking, and thinking outside the box, bringing those outside perspectives into my day-to-day job is one of the most important factors that I can attribute to my success growing up and currently today. NHI really helped me understand how to work with others, how to contribute in a group, how to eloquently talk about different things that I need to talk about at work and make sure I communicate in an effective manner to make sure that one, my boss understands what I'm trying to convey, or if I'm going through a negotiation at work, that I can properly set myself up for success when I'm talking with a different third party, trying to make sure that I get the result that I'm looking to get as well.
Yeah, no, I would echo so much of that. Absolutely. I think probably like the main thing that I kind of credit to NHI and the work that I do, whether it's on the Dallas School Board or even in the courtroom as an attorney, is that NHI was the place as a young person where I both found a voice, but then also, and equally as important, learned how to use my voice. Right. So when we talk about in the great debate as an example, just the oratory skills, mock trial, cross-examination. I do that literally every day. Not in trial every day, but when I am in trial, I have to cross-examine people. Those are skills that I learned here, right? Initially, those are initial skills that I encountered as a 13, 14, 15-year-old here with the National Hispanic Institute, and feeling confident in how to do that going into college to set me up for graduate school and law school and beyond. And even still to this day, when I have to speak, whether it's at the board in a public meeting, or the school board, or whether it's in front of a jury in a courtroom, or whether it's in a community meeting when you have 50 families that have an issue at their school and they need it to be addressed, and you want it to be addressed in a thoughtful way. You have to know how to have a very thoughtful and considerate kind of conversation with people, and all that came here, and learning how to express an idea, and oftentimes complex idea, in front of people, in front of a microphone, in a recorded setting. That started here.
Yeah, I mean, to speak to Joe's point a little bit, and maybe Joe can sort of pick up on this with his work with the board. I mean, the drive for education and the drive to work with these young people who are so smart and have so much potential is really something that I took away from not just participating in NHI programs, but coming back and staffing them. I never saw myself in education, and now here I am years later as a high school English teacher. And I'm working with students who are the same age as these participants who are going to these programs, and I can see that same spark in their eyes. And for so long, a lot of these kids have been discredited, or they've been made to feel like they don't necessarily belong, or they have a seat at the table. But just giving them the opportunity to find that voice and to find those opportunities, and to really allow them to express themselves. You see that spark sort of grows into a flame, and when you see that happen in front of you, you want to keep that flame alive so badly. And so that sort of drive to educate and to be a part of that process and help those kids get through that has been such an inspiring part of my life. And, you know, it's a big part of why I'm involved in education and I'm a teacher today.
Yeah, it's that whole idea of planting the seed so that years later they could come back similar to Joe and say, it started here. This is where that idea that I have a voice, let me practice and use that voice, being able to find a way to articulate your thoughts, to convey a message, to capture an audience. Unfortunately, I'd say in the work that both Adam and I do, I mean, very different, but we don't really get to in our career talk to and have an impact with students or with young people, which is why one of the reasons why I also come back to volunteer with NHI, and Adam as well still continues to volunteer with NHI. I think just this past summer, do you mind talking
Yeah,
a little bit about?
I was educational director for the Collegiate World Series in Denver, Colorado, which I intend to do again this year as well. But also, like, some of those skills were more important for me in college as well.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Because I knew as a high school student, starting with the Great Debate and then eventually finishing with the Collegiate World Series, there was significant growth development in my own confidence, in my own voice. That really helped propel me forward in college, that helped me, you know, land the job that I have right now. And I attribute a lot of that success in college to the skills and lessons I learned through NHI. So that was like a huge marker for me in my own personal development, learning what my own voice was, how to speak out at different things, and going to a large school like Texas A&M. It's easy to be lost in a sea of thousands and thousands of students, and figuring out your own path is something that NHI helped me do during that time. It gave me the skills to achieve that.
Yeah, and just a quick little story. So I'm younger than Adam, and I also went to Texas A&M, and it wasn't until I was on campus, I was looking for organizations to join and groups to join, and I credit my involvement to the NHI chapter at Texas A&M because of Adam. So he started that, and I was able to be a part of that organization, keep my involvement with the National Hispanic Institute. But another really interesting thing that I want to bring up and hear what you all have to say about this is I oftentimes find myself hanging out with friends, hanging out with family, and challenging them like I was challenged in NHI and like I challenge current participants in NHI to people who have nothing to do with NHI. Maybe they've heard me talk about it, but for example, I was at a dinner the other day with some friends and we were talking about minorities, and they were referring to Hispanics as minorities. And my immediate thought is always, but why? Why not refer to us as individuals who are capable? Why look at us as less than? And so what I think is really interesting about, obviously growing up in NHI and just continuing to volunteer is that I find myself thinking in the NHI mindset, not only at NHI events and not only in my career, but just in my personal life. So I don't know if you all have similar experiences or.
Yeah, no, I think maybe I'll tell a story that relates to that. Is in the Dallas Independent School District, 70% of the student population is Latino or Hispanic, right? But if there are 9 members of the Dallas ISD school board, and only 2 are Hispanic, right?
Wow.
And in this upcoming after the May elections here in May of 2024, when you see who's filed for re-election, there will only be one, and that will be me, right? And so that is someone do the math. I didn't go to the Math Institute. I went to I did the NHI. I did the NHI Institute, but
17%,
like, you know what I mean? So it's not on par and is not reflective of the student body. It goes back to that NHI kind of that mindset that you spoke to, right? That a major reason why I use my voice, learned to use my voice, but then decided to engage civically was understanding that there is a very real need and very real issues that impact the Hispanic community in a unique way, right? And that our voice has a unique perspective and that it has to be at that table. and we have to bring it forward. And that's one of the things that this program helped me recognize, if not directly, maybe subconsciously, that I had a responsibility for the community where I'm from to be that voice and to gauge civically, and clearly there's a need for that, right?
Yeah, the opportunity's there too,
Sure,
and you took it, you continue to take it, and that's one of the reasons why I know George speaks very highly of you, and why the Institute is lucky to have individuals such as yourselves.
And but you see it throughout, like NHI alumni, and in every kind of way, stepping into the classroom, right? Having educators in the classroom that are also Latino educators, right? One of the great needs we have in Dallas ISD is more Latino men to be in the classroom, so our young men can see themselves represented in the front of the classroom, and just have great role models in that regard. So but it all stems kind of from engaging this program and realizing there is a need. There is a Hispanic Latino community out there, and it has a unique set of needs that have to be addressed, and it needs leadership to step up, and we have to train that leadership. And again, this is the premier program to do that.
Yeah, this is where we foster the growth, and again, just help them understand their voice and use their voice. Because unfortunately the issues that our parents faced, they're similar issues we face today, but one of the things that the National Hispanic Institute we try to do is not look at it as an issue, but more so an opportunity. And how do we harness that? How do we harness our strengths, and use the opportunities that are in front of us to move forward and to make our voice heard and to continue to build community?
Yeah, I mean, one of the projects that we're doing right now in the classroom is this is a project that I'm working on with my juniors, and it's a citizen rhetor essay. And so it's all about them finding their voice and speaking about things that they care about and that matter to them, and finding out what those things are and their place relative to those things in their community was absolutely all NHI in terms of those conversations that we were having. You know, we were talking about, okay, so who are you? And how do you fit into the world around you? How do you know what your community is? What do you think of your community? And challenging those preconceived notions that they might have had about themselves, and understanding how they fit into the world around them, and letting them know that they are valued and that they're people, and you know, they have a place at the table. They just need to step up and take it. And so those NHI lessons bleed into my everyday lesson plans that I'm using. So you know, NHI, it's what we live and breathe, even if we're not directly working with NHI every day at HQ. The legacy of what they have taught us is so strong that it's just a part of our everyday lives.
I do want to say, like, on that point, like, I think those of us that went through this program and are been associated with the National Hispanic Institute, oftentimes we might think, of course, that's exactly the type of conversation you're going to have with a young person. But no, that doesn't happen in everyday classroom settings, right? That is a very unique thing and a very special thing that has to happen. And so, I mean, it's a very just unique experience.
Yeah, which I think it's important for us and people like us to continue to speak about NHI and to have conversations that we have with each other, with people who are not associated with NHI, because it gets them thinking. Just as individuals, as people, we're curious, we're always learning, but the fact of the matter is, where are you seeking information? And if you're seeking it from individuals who don't think like us or who have not gone through the NHI experience, unfortunately, you might not get the best conversations, which is why I know that a lot of my friends are NHIers. A lot of my family has participated at NHI. So it's very much so an experience that I am thankful for, and that I seek out NHIers everywhere I go.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's interesting as well, because at work, to continue to give back to NHI, I have to take a week off at work. And a question I get often is from my manager or from people on my team is, why do you do this? Like, that's so much time and like limited vacation time, right? That I'm taking away to go back to this community and try to give back, right? And I think every day about this when I get that question is, it's because I love doing it, one, but also I get to work with the future generation that's going to be leading our community. And every single time I go back, they inspire me because I see that personal growth within them. And I see them continually bringing up these questions that a lot of adults don't have answers to, right? A lot of adults aren't thinking about. And really, they are pushing the forefront of where we will be in the next 10, 20, 30 years. And that's just amazing to see, because I remember in high school when we were going through these programs and we try to have a conversation that's NHI, inspired by NHI, and you get a blank response, just a confused look on your friends' faces. But now that I'm an adult, I'm so happy that I could continue to use that base as a way to further my relationships with others and just make interesting conversation and make great friends out of it as well.
Yeah, that's a big one. I know we've talked about previous panel, just the Texas LDZ, but LDZ, NHI is everywhere. And so the idea that you could be in a place where you might not think there's somebody from NHI, and next thing you know, somebody is like, oh yeah, I did that, or I've heard of that, or a family member did it. One of my best friends, her husband participated in the great debate way back when also. And I was like, I had no idea. I would have, unless I had asked something, you know, you've run into NHIers everywhere. But it's really interesting.
Yeah,
really
and
comforting.
when I used to live in Washington, D.C., there was so many NHIers out there, right? I know NHI, has a lot of people getting interested into politics, and I know that's not the path for everyone, but there was NHIers all over from all different types of industries in Washington, D.C., and I was able to make those connections and use them as a source of, reliability, because I went there by myself. I didn't know anybody when I moved there, and they helped me establish a foundation for myself where I felt a lot more comfortable being who I wanted to be at the entrance of my career. So I'm very thankful for NHI for that as well.
Well, I think that it's also important to talk about the fact that NHI is so much more than just college prep. And I think that that's something that we really have a lot of perspective on now, being out of college and being away and in our, careers at this point. There are a ton of great college prep programs that are out there. NHI will also help to prep you for college, but the lessons last so much longer and continue on for a lifetime. And so it truly is education of the whole person, and it truly is exploring, the deep roots of who we are and examining what we have to contribute and bring to the community. And so I would, also like to throw out there as a question, when it comes to the next generation of NHIers, the people who are currently participating and the people who will be participating, what is one thing that, now that you are all grown up, you are thankful for from your NHI experience?
What is one thing that I'm thankful for?
I'll just say I'm thankful for NHI exposing me to questions of identity and kind of difficult questions, and helping me kind of wrestle with those at a young age, so that I was very comfortable in my brown skin as I kind of went into college and beyond, and in spaces that don't look like me. I'm thankful for having that experience pretty early on, because otherwise, you see it. I think I saw it in young people that didn't go through NHI and then enter a predominantly white institution, right? And then are still wrestling with that, while also trying to wrestle with academically holding on and socially trying to engage and financially trying to survive on a campus. But for me, I'm thankful for that pretty early on, that conversation of who I am, my history. I wrestled with so much of that as a very young person, that it answered so many of those questions for me, so I can just kind of move forward with the purpose that also came with participating in this organization.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
For me, I think it would be the community that I built. And that's a community that's lasted to this day, right? Starting in high school, it's nice to have more friends. Who doesn't love having more friends? And then in college as well, you see these NHIers from all across Texas, all across the nation, that you get to reunite with and rekindle those relationships that you had in those summers. And then now in my professional career, right? Continuing that network opportunity where if I have an industry that I'm interested in, I know I can reach out to other NHIers to inquire about that, because I know they'll have my back. And I know that if someone else came to me, I would have their back as well. NHI is such a strong community that continues to give back, and I couldn't be more grateful for it.
So I'm gonna add a third one to this. I'm not sure if I'm assuming you might answer this question also, but so Joe mentioned identity, Adam mentioned community, and I'm gonna make it a little cheesy. And I'm gonna say family. And no matter how many years you are removed from NHI, you come back and you are family. Whether you participate year in and year out, you find a group of NHIers and you're with your family. So family not only is blood, but it really is NHI, and it really is, it's that connection that, more aside from who you are as an individual, aside from what you do as a community, but it's that safe space. It's that connection with you, who you would have, the kind of connection you would have with your family that you have with an NHIer. And so that's one thing that I'm really, really thankful for. On another side of it, just the practice of always asking questions and never being satisfied with a answer, just always being inquisitive. And anytime you're faced with a challenge, like how can you question this situation to find yourself in a better position or to move forward. So those are two different things. One a more cheesy approach and the other one very much so personal also.
Yeah, I think fantastic answers across the board. For me, it's definitely creativity and that drive to pursue what makes me happy. I genuinely do believe that my God-given vocation is to tell stories and to be a writer, and to be able to take those creative risks in my writing, and to be able to feel comfortable as someone behind the keyboard and creating these stories and shaping my own worlds and using that to talk about my experiences and the experiences of my community through the written word. I'm just so grateful to NHI because I know that there are a lot of people, and especially seeing it now, being only a few years removed from graduate school. Well, I guess I'm only 1 year removed from graduate school. And a few years removed from undergrad, there are a lot of people who do make sacrifices when it comes to their dreams, and they will defer what it is that they really want to do because they feel like it's not going to be financially stable enough, or they feel like it's not a viable career. And I'm just so lucky and so blessed to feel like I can pursue things that genuinely are my passion, and I bring all the credit to NHI for that.
Yeah. So again, these were just a few NHI alumni. There are many all across the state of Texas, all across the United States, and even in other countries. So again, thank you all for being a part of the panel today and sharing a little bit of what you do and how NHI is a part of that, and for your continued commitment to the National Hispanic Institute.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course.
Hello, everyone. I'm George Rodriguez. I'm the project administrator here for the North Texas Alliance of the National Hispanic Institute. It's my honor today to also have on this panel Michelle Sainz Rodriguez, my wife, and also the chair of the National Hispanic Institute Board of Trustees. It is our honor and our privilege to be able to have and to introduce you to the co-founders of the National Hispanic Institute, Ernesto Nieto and Gloria de Leon. Welcome, guys. How are you?
I think they're still connecting to audio.
Oops. All right, it'll just take us a second here. We've got a little bit of a technical difficulty.
Yeah, with the gallery view. There you
I think we've got Ernesto. There we go.
Hello.
Hey, Ernie. I just did a great intro, man.
I didn't know whether it was this George or the 15-year-old George on the picture right now.
You like that?
Wow. Who is
Oh,
that
he's
cutie?
20 he was 22 years old.
Yeah, I had hair there.
It's not that spray anymore.
No.
Is Michelle still picking eggs and stuff like that in the yard?
I saw that. Hey, let me see, Ernie, is the blinds open over there? Let me run over there and adjust, because it's, yeah, try to close them real good. Although, no, the other way. Let me do it.
We got
There
it.
we go, here we go.
There we go.
Nope.
That'll
better?
work. That's
Yeah,
better.
that's better, it's good.
Okay.
Well, guys, I just introduced you guys as the co-founders of the National Hispanic Institute. All of us that have participated, who have benefited from the organization, are very grateful for the work that you've done, the sacrifices that you've made over 4 decades, which is incredible to believe. And so I would love for you to share. We've got about 25 kids watching here in the office. We've got a handful of parents, and I'd love for you guys to share how it all started, how things changed throughout the years, and where we're going now. What is the future of NHI? So I'll just hand it over to you guys.
Go for it, Ernie.
I knew I was going to get the ball punted to me.
No, I can, hey, you don't have to. I always let you talk, because I know that I'll be a little bit better once you're done.
Well, then, go ahead and start. Go ahead.
You want me to start? Okay. I think that, when you think about the National Hispanic Institute, it goes beyond just an event or a group of kids getting together or a community that wants to pitch in and do a little fundraiser or do something like that. NHI from the very, very beginning was about crafting and imagining a community that was going to be self-sufficient, that was going to realize and value what we innately had inside of ourselves, whether it was talent, education, skill, whatever, and that we would have the opportunity to assemble the best and the brightest from everywhere. And we started in Texas. Obviously, we're now national and international, and consistently, it has been this fostering of a concept that I think now has become the signature concept of the organization, and that is community equity building. And so, bottom line, the National Hispanic Institute exists and believes that inside our community are the resources, the talent, the skill, the innovation, the potential, the promise to do everything possible, and we're doing it by leveraging young people. Go ahead, hon.
I think everybody's question right now, Gloria, I think everybody's question right now that I've got you all on the screen is, how come Ernie looks like he's been around for 4 decades, but Gloria doesn't?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ernie.
Who's out there? Of course, I'm much, much, much younger than Ernie. So that's the first reason.
Well, anyway, I'll take all the kidding in the world, but don't get upset if I hit you once in a while just for practice. I come at it from a different point of view. I think that if you take a look at how we're trained to think as people, we're trained to leave our community. We're mainstreamed from the very beginning. We're trained to go to school and make good grades, think about going to college, get a career, have children, live in a particular part of town, carry out a particular lifestyle. But if you look underneath that, that has little to nothing to do with Latino community life. And we adopted another language that we're speaking in right now. And in my view, in my case, I wanted to help design something that was within us and about our contribution to the world. And those things don't come easily because we've associated poverty and racial discrimination and hard times with being Latino. And so our kids normally are going to reject that imagery. They're normally going to want to disassociate and say, I'm not like them, I'm not like that, I'm different. So I was in a search even back then. I'm lucky enough to come from 2 parents who were heavily involved in the community from the very time that they got married in 1929. They weren't supposed to have any children, but they ended up having 3 boys. And I was the youngest of the 3 boys. But I grew up when Houston was being settled to the north part of the city, and a bunch of Latino families were bunch there building their own homes, helping each other out, build the shell of a home, living in those homes, having firewood for heat, cooking outside. And I was witness to those things. I was witness to the hardships, but I was also witness to the good times. I would witness to children learn to play with each other. We would have sports. We'd have volleyball. We'd have soccer. We'd have baseball. My dad was great at cutting down, getting people to load us their land to put in a baseball diamond or a football field and have weekend excursions or camp out under the stars and tell weird stories and scare the hell out of kids. And just having fun growing up. I was privileged enough to have been part of that. Luckily, my parents then became park directors because of their reputation as being very good with children. By that time, there was a part of town in Houston that was really bad. It was called Magnolia, and they needed a park. They needed a swimming pool. The city built one, and my mother was the first Latina period, employed by the city of Houston to take on that job. It was a general low maintenance job. It didn't require a whole lot of education. A lot of people thought we owned the place, but we didn't own the place. They were employees. We were just the children of 2 employees. And I watched and witnessed my parents work with kids that were supposed to not do very well in school, who were dropouts, who were getting in trouble with the law. I witnessed all those things and watched the wonders of their work improve the lives of children in a major way that to this day, I see them. I was with 2 of them this past weekend. One was Rudy Barracas and the other was Red de la Porcia. And Red serves on our board. At 87, he still drives around kind of crazy. But it was interesting that when my brother died, my last brother died, he called me and said, "I'm your brother and I'm going to take care of you." So he comes to Austin, he comes to Cal to see me and be with me and share with me, laugh with me and cry with me. Because, we had a wonderful time growing up as athletes and members of Magnolia and being associated with really positive people that we will probably never read about historically. So in my view, and my sense of looking at the world, I wanted to develop an institutional basis for demonstrating the goodness of who we are as a community. We have a powerful community, a beautiful language, a beautiful culture. This was being somehow repressed in favor of becoming someone we were not, and someone we were even taught to be ashamed to be like, and so forth. Not liking our language, being punished in the early years for speaking Spanish, and being embarrassed about which part of town we lived in. I grew up during all those times, and I wanted to do something different. I knew in our community was rich with great people, great young people with a lot of talent. The challenge for us that they needed to see themselves as leaders in the Latino community as well as society. The deal was convincing them that we were an organization worth being a part of. And that's when I began to meet young people like ones you see on the screen right now, George and Michelle. Michelle was from Westico, George from Dallas. And just being with them, being with people like them was a wonderful experience. The first time we did it in 1983 statewide. But from there has grown the idea of how do you influence leaders because of several reasons. One is that our community is going to be 1 in 3 Americans within the next 25 years. That's around the corner. We don't have the numbers. We don't have the sustainability right now to frame the supply of leaders that we need. We need a lot of leaders in our community. Forget the rest of society. We're fragile in terms of leadership in our community. We're also only 2% of the college undergraduate community. Half of that 2% of the 11 million people that annually pursue college degree, only 2% are Latinos. Now that 1% is in community college and they never move forward. So when you look at education, are we educationally prepared to provide leadership? The answer is no, not now, but we will be. So we needed an organization that was going to also also encourage higher education, make it a normal expectation, not the exception, not the sacrifice, none of those things, but normal expectation of our growing selves. We needed something else. We needed a positive identity of who we were and why we were around in society, what our contributions were going to be. We needed to visualize that, not from the standpoint of civil rights, from the standpoint of not having, but from the standpoint of having, contributing to society. What was it that we brought to the table? Uh, what was it that we were able to contribute to the good of other people? So we needed to have some rationale for our existence. That to me required an institutional approach to development. It couldn't be hearsay, it couldn't be once in a while. It needed to be a studied approach to who we were. It needed to have learning experiences. And it needed to be during the summer so that we wouldn't interfere with school. It needed to have a substance in terms of operating theories. And we needed to design learning opportunities that were skill and competency driven for the organization. And it's taken us 40 years to build it because we couldn't go get a grant and say we're going to do what. We had no idea what we were after. We're exploring, understanding ourselves, understanding why we were involved, and having a lot of arguments and differences of opinion about which direction we were going to take. And it took a long time to conceive of these ideas and test them and fail at times and succeed at other times and being patient with ourselves and finding ourselves in this desert of 40 years of trying to find meaning and truth from our life experiences. So part of NHI is theoretical, part of NHI is spiritual, part of NHI is cultural, part of NHI is just good old hard work, long hours. And you assume it because that's what drives you. That's what your mission is. I am grateful that in today's, as Gloria was putting, the end result of these efforts have placed us as one of the most well-known organizations in the country, highly respected by institutions of higher learning, touching different parts of the world. It's now Latino global, it's not Latino minorities, Latino majority. We're 23 countries with over 660 million people that comprise our world. We're not minorities, we're not people of the third kind, we're people of great presence in societies and countries. And so that's what being an NHR means, is exploring what our role is going to be and being affirmed in terms of our values and culture and language and intent and dreams and vision. And that's an ongoing process that what we thought about 20 years ago is no longer workable because we're evolving, learning about ourselves, learning about our contributions, learning about our talents, learning about necessities, learning about a lot of things as we travel through the fog that everybody goes through. Life is going through life and finding out from your own experiences what works and doesn't work. We're doing it as an organization. I'm very proud of the work we've done. I'm especially proud of people who have stuck with it. Two people on our viewing machine here, the computer, or George and Michelle. Michelle started in 1983. George, I met him in 1984. They've been involved ever since. So they have their own life experiences of over 30 years with the organization. They've been through the ups and downs. They've taken on projects. They've done very similar work as Gloria and I. And so it's that kind of pride and being proud of who they are and what we do is working together as team members. So what we generally do is try to work at finding solutions rather than concentrating on problems. But I think I've said enough for now, George and Michelle, so you take it from here.
Gloria made reference to this, how we have so many programs now. When we started out, there was only one program, and that was the Texas LDZ.
Right.
And, I'd like to ask Gloria to talk a little bit about how we've grown, and especially if you can talk, Gloria, a little bit about the special project that you've been on for the past 3 years, where an entire state has said, we need you. We want you here with us, and what's been going on with New Mexico.
Thank you, George. Of course, anybody who knows me knows that every other word out of my mouth is LDZ. And now it's LDZ and New Mexico because I have fallen in love and had the opportunity to return back. But the origins of the LDZ started, it was, and actually I don't know that in 83, if we actually did have the Young Leaders Conference going on at the time, but,
I think it was.
yeah, but kind of, it was like maybe in Austin, but anyway, what happened is that, and I'll go back through part of the history. In 1981 and 82, Target stores through the Dayton Hudson Foundation came to Austin. They opened up their first Target store. And one of the things that they've always done is apparently they've always given a grant or done something in the community that they're planting seeds in. So somehow the National Hispanic Institute, this Ernesto at the time, I did not join NHI until 1982. Ernesto founded the National Hispanic Institute in 1979. And so they offered NHI the opportunity to do, well, the proposal was to create a youth leadership program. It was called the Young Leaders Conference. And as part of that, they had students in high school that actually went through classes. And then they had the young professionals, which were individuals that were either near graduating from college or right out of college. And those two groups were kind of put together to mentor, the older to mentor the other. And we when you think about what they did, it's very similar, I think, sometimes to what Leadership Austin or different programs like that do, where they bring a cohort of individuals and they bring speakers and they talk about topics and things like that. That was the origin of the Young Leaders Conference. At the end of that year, they had put into the grant that they were going to do a hands-on experience. And so they did what was then a 3-day youth legislative session. They had a 2-day party primary and it was all Austin kids. They created a 2-party primary, and then I'm sorry, a 1-day party primary, and then they spent 2 days at the state capitol. And so it was from that experience. And by that time, I was already volunteering and I saw it happen and I saw what happened. My cousin, Edward de Leon, was actually involved as well. He had gone to Boise State. And I want to make a mention about that, because the reason that we wanted to create the LDZ, the Lorenzo de Zavala Youth Legislative Session, came from his experience at Boise State. Edward de Leon, I believe it was in 1980 or 1981, had attended Texas Boise State. They had 600 young men attend that program. Of course, you know me, I looked up and down the list to see how many Spanish surnames were on there. Statewide, they were 12. And I turned to Ernie at the time and I said, at this rate, it's going to take 50 years for us to train what they do in 1 year. We've got to create our own a vehicle to introduce kids into policy and democracy and all these things. And I said, but I want to make sure that we do it for both young men and young females. And so from that came that experiment. And so after the 1982 program, the students themselves loved it. They recommend it. The first thing they did is they said, let's make it a week-long program. And let's invite students from all over the state. So that's when Ernesto turned to me and he said, can you do this? And I said, oh, I can do this. I was a conference planner by background when I was with the Regional Planning Commission in the Valley. And my job with the state had been planning and overseeing projects and things like that. So I immediately leaped into it. Little did we know, and Michelle, you were there, that at the end of the program, there was this emotional, just sanction and gratefulness on the part of students and their parents. I mean, they were just stunned. I mean, I don't know what other word to use at what had happened that very special week. We brought young people from around the state. This was, and by the letters, this was the first time we had ever put together a group of high academic, college-bound kids. At the time, again, based on our early research, about 80% of the students that attended that program in 1983 were first-generation college students. They were going to be the first ones in their families to go to college. They came from West Texas, East Texas, Corsicana, you know. I mean, so anyway, the point is that Ernesto and I, and I'm grateful that my mother was there picking up Melissa, you know, and Nila and Melissa were there. But mom saw the La Despedida, you know, and everybody expressing what they had felt. And a common theme that came out of it was this is the first time they felt like anybody believed in them. Anybody was pushing them to go beyond their current aspirations. You know, they loved the fact that they were in the midst of people like them. You know, their peeps, as they call them now, is that they felt culturally comfortable. You know, nobody was saying you can't speak Spanish here. You know, English and Spanish was spoken. You know, if they wanted to play Mexican music or dance polkas or cumbia, they did. I mean, it was like, it wasn't something that we planned. It just was part of what came out of us organically when we were around our own kids, you know. And so from there, you know, we had very successful years between 83 and 87. In 1987, and George, I think you might have been there as a Secretary of State that year, I'm not sure, but we had grown in popularity so much that we had, I want to say 280, or I don't remember if it was 287 students that attended the program, the Texas LDZ. And we were busting at the seams and we didn't want to turn them away. And Southwestern University, who had been our host, did a really good job that year through their PR department. And we got written up in the New York Times, in the Christian Science Monitor. We came out in the Chronicle of Higher Education. And it was like the dam broke. It's like nobody had ever really heard or seen anything like this experience that got this kind of reaction. And so from there, we were lucky that there was a Vice President Sanchez, and I can't think of his first name right now, Ernesto, in New Mexico, that read the article in the Chronicle of Education, picked up the phone and said, I want this program over here. Come and visit with us. And Ernie and I were like, okay, let's go. So we flew to New Mexico. We actually drove to Santa Fe because he was actually testifying in front of the legislature. And he listened to us for maybe an hour. And he said, I want this. New Mexico needs this program. Please, here's the name of a gentleman. He gave us Dr. Matthew Padilla. And so by that summer, 1988, we were in the following summer, we were there. And we had another close to 200 students, half from Texas, because we were busting over the seams. And so, but a lot of kids, I think that there was a number of students from New Mexico from the very beginning. In 1990, we were invited by Colorado State. In 1991, we were invited by the University of Iowa. That one didn't work out so well. So DePaul University, Bill Smizer, it admissions over there, and he said, come to DePaul. And so that's when we changed the Midwest LDZ to the National LDZ and continued to grow. We went to California. We went to the University of Rochester. We did Las Americas. You know, there was one in Monterrey, and then eventually it became, you know, the Las Americas LDZ in Panama that we held for almost 10 years before COVID. We shut it down before COVID or around COVID. But so by my count, I think we have done over 160 LDZ individual sessions nationally and internationally. And it has become, you know, humbly, I say, the most consistent and the most popular and the most supported and financial, one of the major financial engines of the National Hispanic Institute over its 44 years. It has, and it still is popular. So in New Mexico, and 3 years ago, and we had been going back and forth over the years because we no longer had a permanent home or a permanent sponsor in New Mexico after 2003. We were there from 1988 to 2003. So Ernie and I kept going back, every couple of years, talking to UNM, speaking to New Mexico State, just talking to alums, trying to see how we could bring it back. And it's interesting because, just when you think you're going to give up is when something happens. We were there in 2019. And, again, well, at that point, the University of New Mexico had actually given us a bid of what the out-of-pocket cost was going to be to host the program on their campus. And the bill was going to be $150,000. And I remember turning to Ernie and saying, maybe we're never going to go back to New Mexico. I mean, maybe I just have to just conclude that maybe we're just not going to go back. And sadly, the reason is that New Mexico students do not have a tradition of going out of state to programs, and so that was one of my reasons for bringing programs back to the state. And so, it just was heartbreaking. But in 2021, one of our young individuals who had attended the 1988 LDZ as a student, who was elected lieutenant governor in the first 1988 New Mexico LDZ, Michael Padilla, who is now Senator Michael Padilla, called and said, I have just set aside funding at the University of New Mexico for you to come back. And he said, I want you to come back. This program made such a difference in my life. And we need to build the leadership of the future. And I don't want kids leaving the state. I want them to fall in love with their state. I want them to remain in their state. I want them to get to know each other, because these are the young people that are going to be the stakeholders in the future, and the people that are going to take care of our state. We have a lot of things to do. We have a lot of things to do. And it was a big task. So we went back in 2022 and had a very successful program. We encountered a couple of things that we're actually fixing this year. We had another successful program in 23, and we are now in our third program. And last year at this time, I had 90 applicants. Today, I have 155 applicants for a program that can accommodate only 150. So we're going to try to figure out how we're going to handle that. But also, not only are we having success with having the LDZ in New Mexico, and George, I know that we've got a lot of things to talk about, but basically my intent in going back to New Mexico is that I wanted to be a part of creating a model. New Mexico, just to kind of give everybody in the audience an idea, has the population of Dallas. So it's appropriate that we're talking about it, with what we're trying to do and raise money for the Dallas area. But I felt like we needed a statewide initiative. And we have alliances everywhere, we have them in Corpus Christi and Dallas and Houston and whatever. I felt like we needed to create a statewide alliance because we needed to bring back every single program to New Mexico. So last year, we were able to send 10 students from New Mexico to the Collegiate World Series. Last year as well, we invited the Department of Education, a brand new department called the Hispanic Education Bureau, to drop in and visit with us. They saw the kids at the Capitol, fell in love with them. Julia Rosa Emsley, who is the head of that department, came up and talked to us, listened to Ernie for like maybe 15, 20 minutes. We call him the Magic Froggy. And she said, I want all these programs in New Mexico. And we're like, okay, well, let's work on it. So she is funding 50 students this year to go to the Rocky Mountain CWS, 50 plus including transportation. And we are on the cusp right now. They want us to again provide all the programs. So our intent is to try to do the heroes, heroines, and legends of the 8th grade program to build the capacity to hopefully the following year host our first grade debate. So by next year and the following year, and by the way, going back to Senator Padilla, he has consistently supported the funding. He has, in this recent legislative session, had provided funding for 2025 and 2026 already. But the intent that he's moving, he says, once we have 5 successful years, he said, we're going to put it into the permanent budget at the University of New Mexico. So we're off and running, but the point that I'm saying is that this can be done in every single region. We have the ability, we have friends, we have people in the community that can understand how this community building takes piece by piece by piece. And you start with them as young as you can, because that is the critical mass that you want to go on to the next program and on to the next program and on to the next program. And anybody that's been around NHI, and I'm sure that during this fundraising, you're going to see individuals, they're going to say, well, I went to the Great Debate, I went to the LDZ, I went to and you're going to see the difference in their capabilities, in their articulation, in their persuasion. It takes years, it takes time for us to build the capacities that are required to meet the 21st century demands. And so this is the model that I'm trying to create. I think everyone is going to learn from it. The staff already is. They're having to adjust their recruitment strategies and things like that. We've got to be much more on target. We've got to be very focused. And I think that this is probably going to be our best breakout year since COVID, as far as NHI is concerned. So we're excited to be here to support Dallas, because, we all learn from each other. So, but yes, thank you for letting me grandstand about LDZ, because it's a joy. And anybody who has gone through the program, I think speaks very heart-filled about their experience in this strategic and transformational experience of NHI.
The last question, because Bella's giving me the 5-minute mark.
Yeah.
A couple of things that are unique to NHI. I think one, Michelle, would be the board and the makeup of the board and the ages of the folks that are on the board. If you could address that. But I also, Ernie, if you could talk about the other thing that's unique about us, sort of the backbone of NHI, which are our partnerships and our volunteers. We don't have a staff of 20, 30, 40, 50 people. I think we've only got about 6 employees, at NHI with all of these programs that go on. And so how important it is for folks to invest in alliances like Dallas and other alliances, to support not NHI, you're really supporting the kids in the program.
Yeah. A lot of the work is done. I will tell you, I'll tell you about the board and just pass it on to Ernie, but I can tell you that every member of the board, with very few exceptions, are all NHIers. So everybody understands the work that we do. Everyone has been through the program. Many board members participate at different levels, are either project administrators or education directors, or have been education directors somewhere along the line. And most of the time it's because we've all we're all stakeholders. We continue to be stakeholders, and we believe in the mission, and we believe in the work that continues to be done. And we're investing not just in the future of the kids, but in the future of the legacy that we leave behind. And it's a very small staff that NHI headquarters has. And so it's not just incumbent on the staff, it's incumbent on all of us to make sure that this continues. So Ernie, if you can talk a little bit about what you have at headquarters and how it operates.
We have, as you well said, we have a very small staff. There's 6 people. We're full-time, but there's 600 people who every summer participate in one way or another. They help out with local outreach and mobilization, or they help during the summer as interns while in high school and while in college. While in high school, they're called JFL, John F. Lopez interns, while in college, they're called CLNers, Collegiate Leadership Network people. But the forces, the fact that they bring an informational base, an experiential base, they know what they're doing stepping in. Of course, that's also directed by people like yourselves, who are either project administrators at local community levels, or they're part of the teaching faculty. The teaching faculty to me is the most important because they're the ones that are able to transmit the message and the spirit and the theory behind the work. The theory of the work is very important because we have to help these kids understand not to view life through the eye through the historical understanding of being minorities. We don't see ourselves as minorities. We see ourselves as productive members of society. So the idea is for them to see themselves as being change agents, influencers of decisions, people of importance, people of value to society. The idea behind the programs is to put them in learning situations, and competitions, and activities that help them realize those attributes about themselves. That's number one. So each program has a specific set of objectives. A great debate, but now the heroes, heroines, and legends has one set of objectives that ties into the great debate, which ties into the LDZ, that ties into the CWS, and ties into post programs at the regional and national levels. So you have a group of 600 people simultaneously participating. It's a marvel to see, to be honest with you, how it happens every year. Not everybody can volunteer. Not everybody has the money to volunteer, but somehow or another, these young people have come together traditionally to help out. They come in their own cars. They pay their own expenses. They sleep on floors if necessary. They're the ones that do that do all the real work under the leadership of their education directors and faculty members. What's really important here is that they carry a thematic mission in mind, and that's to me is one of the successes of the National Hispanic Institute. We have been able to achieve and what I call an institutional presence in their lives. This is not a career deal. This is how am I going to contribute to my community? In what ways am I going to be a part of the life of my community? Pardon me, I had it. So it's very important that they carry a particular mindset when they do the work, just like you and George have done for years. When Gloria was talking about New Mexico, y'all were the first two senior counselors there on the ground. Because I remember I took George to the airport to go pick you up. I won't get into the story behind that. But I do remember saying to George, come on, George, go with me to the airport. And it's been a good here's the other good thing. These have been profound life lasting relationship. And we look at each other as family, not as employees, not as a but as we're as concerned about our lives as now we're being concerned about their children, about our children, about the life of young people that come to the program. This is a total commitment to the development of young people, spiritually, emotionally, and culturally, intellectually. It's very important that they have something to look at. I was telling Gloria the other day, that oftentimes I sit back and wonder, back in the older days, how many Latino kids ever went to any leadership experience of any sort in their lifetime.
Yeah.
The answer was none.
None.
I remember in 1983, I asked that question, how many of you been to a leadership camp before? None. And yet we expect them to step onto the stage of adulthood and be change agents in society. Not possible, not without the training, not without the exposure, not without the confidence that it requires, not without the intellectual framework to make change happen. It doesn't happen that way. So we owe it to ourselves as Latinos. Every parent that's ever been part of developing their children needs to have a place to send their children to where they get to know each other. They're going to be friends. They're going to be associates for a lifetime. They're going to be working partners in many ways. Why not let them meet when they're 13, 14, and 15 years old and have them meet, as George and Michelle know, now in their late 20s, as I call it, kiddingly, uh, still in friendships with people they've known for 30 years or more. The other day, Nicole went to London and she went there to see Adrien, who was in London. Without checking with Adrien, he was out of town. I thought it was the funniest thing in the world to be in England, but Adrien had been at the home country. But they were looking forward to seeing each other, and they will see each other today. But the point is that I see my oldest son, who calls his friends all the time. All of them were NHRs. The other day, I had the good occasion of celebrating my birthday. I looked around at who was there. A ton of people were there. They were all NHRs from different grades, different years, but they treated each other as family. And so, for the first time, we have this global network of kids from Mexico, from Panama, from Colombia, from Guatemala, and so forth. Next year, we'll have kids from Argentina. We have kids from California. We have kids from the Dakota. We have kids from DC, Atlanta, Georgia, and so forth, Florida, all over Texas, down New Mexico and Arizona, and so forth. These are vital relationships and to give them a national and international image of who we are as a society. And until we do that, we will continue to be looked at as minorities, as people in need, and people who should not be first considered when it comes to the important positions in life and in society.
George, let me just, I know that we need to wrap up this segment, but I want to speak to anybody who's listening and who's tuning in, or maybe we'll see a rebroadcast of this segment. And that is that, Ernie and I have lived an amazing life, but it's all about who's going to take over. And so if you live in the Dallas area, if you know kids that need to participate in these types of experiences, if you have the resources, and I'm sure you do. I remember going to a fundraiser for Girl Scouts one day, and the final message was somebody at the podium saying, "How much money did you spend on the outfit that you wanted to wear today?" How much were those shoes, and what she say, that amount, total it up and write out a check and give it to this organization. And so that's my appeal to you, all of you, is that don't say, oh, $50 is not a lot. Oh, it is. It is. Every single amount. And what I love about what is happening right here and now is all the money raised stays in Dallas. This is for your kids in your backyard. It is for us to reach schools that we don't ordinarily reach because nobody's answering the phone. So somebody's got to go and knock on the door and try to convince a teacher or counselor or principal that we're here, that we've been around, that our programs have value. So do not discount the meaning behind the resources that you provide to enable us to do the work that we need to do. And I'm proud of George and Michelle. I'm very proud of Bella. It takes families. I mean, that's the way it is for us. I've got half of my family that goes to New Mexico working with me because you know what? That's about the only time I spend that much time with them. So I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to be able to do that. They're all volunteers too, so they were our beginning volunteers. So please do not hesitate. I am asking you as a personal appeal, don't just admire the work. Don't just admire the people that are in front of the cameras or making the speeches. Lead with your heart and make a contribution that reflects who you are as an individual and how you feel about our community and why you strongly feel that we have to invest in our kids. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
guys.
guys so much.
That was fantastic. Love you
Appreciate
guys.
it. Love you.
Love you too.
Be careful.
Bye.
feels like a second family.
If I could describe the North Texas Alliance in one word, it would have to be progressive.
Inspirational.
To be welcoming.
Hardworking.
If I could describe NHI in one word, it would be family.
Is family.
It would be transformative.
It would be exciting.
Hello, my name is Juliana Quinones, and if I could describe the North Texas Alliance in one word, it would have to be family. The beautiful diversity everyone brings to the table, matched with the unbreakable bond that we have, it literally just feels like a second family.
So welcome guys. So this panel is talking about why parents decided to bring their children to NHI and what investments they saw that NHI could bring to their children. So I guess starting off, yeah, like what the question would be, what did you see? Oh yeah, introductions. My bad. Skipping ahead. I'm America Navarro. I did Great Debate and LDZ in 2022 and 2023.
Hi, I'm Mindy Magana. I'm a parent.
Hi, I'm Christina Bell-Mocker, and I'm also a parent, a new parent.
My name is Fernanda Navarro. I'm actually an older sister to America and Alondra Navarro, who is outside right now.
And Michelle Saenz Rodriguez. I'm both a parent and the chair of the board of directors of the National Hispanic Institute and an educational director for Texas LDC.
So yeah, starting off, what attracted you to NHI to tell your kids you should do this opportunity?
I'll go ahead and start. Gives y'all a little bit more time to think. So I'm here on behalf of my mother, so I can kind of connect with her thoughts right now.
Love that.
So I think one of the reasons is that my parents, that I've heard them talk about, and I can connect with that, is that they saw this as an opportunity for better development of our next generation, of course. They're very big on equipping the next generation of not just following the crowd and not just following the masses, but to divert from the masses and doing something exceptional or, you know, extra or outside of what everybody else does. Not just for your own betterment, but for the betterment of everybody else around you. We've always been taught to be a blessing to those that we are around. So it always starts internally. So I feel like this is why and I feel like I also can attest to that, is the inward equipment will actually bring out the external. So that's why. Very good.
Any of you guys?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm new to the organization. I recently learned about NHI, and I immediately took the opportunity because I saw that from what I was able to gather from the information I gathered online, as well as from talking to other parents, that this was going to be a potential opportunity for my son to grow and to develop in many ways. One, in being personal, just his overall intellectual capacity, his linguistic opportunity, how to speak to others, how to connect with others, but also socially, he's going to be able to perhaps make friends with a similar heritage, create a network that can be lifelong, and also an opportunity to learn to give back, to make a difference in this world, because there is nothing more meaningful in a human person's life than to feel that high when you give back and you make a difference and you help others. And I thought this would be a great avenue for him to be among peers like him with a similar background and similar interests, and to make those bonds and connections.
I will go next, I guess. I actually was able to participate in these programs many years ago, and had kind of lost touch with NHI, quite honestly, and was so excited when I saw that my daughter's campus had America and several other scholars that were participating. And that just got her super excited about the opportunity. I think it's the first thing that I've posed to her that I did that she was actually excited about. Parents know what I'm talking about. And she, you know, we're fresh into it as well, you know, a few weeks in, but she is loving it. And just that opportunity, like you said, to just meet like-minded kids their age that, you know, have goals and have set those goals and really want to go further, right? And put themselves in a place of learning and debate, you know, and you know, so for me, I knew what a family it was. It's not just an activity. It's not just another box that you check. It's so much more about community and so much more about thinking globally, not just what impacts you, but what impacts society as well. So that's why I wanted her to get involved, and it's really exciting to see that she's already starting to connect, make some of those connections.
Well, I can tell you that I have been involved since I was their age. I was 15 years old when I went to my first NHI experience. And on the social end, I have made some of my very, very best lifelong friends. I still and am very close with the people I went to my Texas LDC with. And that was over 40 years ago. It was 42 years ago. And we back then there was no internet. We had to use long distance calls, and you had to ask your parents' permission to actually pay for that call. And we had to write letters.
I was gonna say, I had a lot of pen pals.
And we had to use the mail. And that's how we would communicate. But to this day, I am still friends with a lot of people that I went to NHI programs with, and that I've served on the NHI board. There are at least 3 of us from the class of '83 that are on the board of directors. The kids, they call themselves JFL, John F. Lopez Fellows. Well, John F. Lopez, he's alive. We tell the kids all the time, he's not dead, he's alive. He went to Texas LDZ with me. And he sits on the board of directors. He's the vice chair of the board of directors. And so that experience for me, I grew up in the Rio Grande Valley, and I'm probably one of the tallest Mexican descent girls you'll ever see. My grandmother was Irish. And so I was an awkward girl growing up. I didn't look like everyone else. I was not, I just did not look like everyone. They used to call me Tree. As I was growing up, I was a cheerleader. I was the base because everybody could climb on me. But when I went to LDZ, I found my voice. It was the first time that I was around a bunch of really smart, geeky people just like me, that wanted to go to college, that were very motivated. I could not find, you know, enough to do as a student. I just generally, still am a nerd. It's just part of my DNA. I finished college in 2.5 years. I went on to law school, and I was done with law school in 2 years. It's just something that is in me, that I am driven. I can't help it. But when I come to a program like this, when I see other students that are like that, it makes me comfortable to know that it's okay to be a geek. And now I see lots of geeks. Every summer I meet a world of beautiful, smart people. And there's nothing like it. And so it makes me happy to find other students, other children that find a place that are very comfortable in their own skin. that there's nothing wrong with being smart. There's nothing wrong with being high achieving. There's nothing wrong with feeling like you want to succeed, and that maybe you feel a little bit different about that because some people think that's not cool. It's not cool that you want to study all the time. It's not cool that you like doing homework, or it's not cool that you like reading or doing math or whatever it is that you like to do. I don't like doing math, but I like to read a lot. So NHI for me was the start of a place where I could use my voice. I did like to argue a lot. I did like to speak. I enjoyed public speaking, and it's probably why I became a lawyer ultimately. But it gave me all of those things that we hope that your children will find eventually. And it did provide me with a community that I am so grateful for. And so, of course, I wanted my own children to have this opportunity. I will tell you that for my children, it's a different experience, because when you go to an LDZ, and your children have been through the LDZ, or yours is not yet, but he will eventually, hopefully. It's a long program. It's an 8-day program. And because we volunteer for the program and we're gone for so long, when you staff, it's almost a 10-day program, because we have to get there early to train the staff. And as a mom, and the kids were very little when we started doing this, they went with us because I couldn't be without them. So we stay on campus. And so Bella has been a staff member since she was pretty much 5 years old. She lived on campus with us, and both of our kids did. And they've, kind of went through the program from that perspective. And so their experience is a little bit different because of that. But the beauty of that is that every summer up until now, they get 200 brand new brothers and sisters. And that is for us, and for me as a parent, that's the most beautiful thing that I could ever ask. So there's not enough for me to say about NHI and the programs and everything that comes with it.
And for you guys that have like new kids going in, it's the first experience with the Great Debate. Never really had any previous, well, besides you, but like NHI background. What are you excited to see in your kids? Like, what are you excited to see change in them after this programs?
I'm excited to see them grow in their self-confidence, because I think they're going to have to be able to present, listen, and listen to the worldview of others, integrate that. And I'm excited for him to grow in that aspect.
Absolutely. I think for me, just that ability to debate, and to have a difference of opinion, and for that not to dissolve very quickly, because we're in a time where if you don't agree with me, then I'll just turn you off, or I will just not follow you. And that's not the real world, or at least it's not the real world I want to live in. So I'm excited for her to have that opportunity to look at both sides of the argument and really dig into both sides, so that you can have an intelligent discussion, not just dissolve into, well, you're stupid. So I think that's a huge thing. And then just the ability to put yourself out there, right? And get to know new people and get comfortable just introducing yourself and very quickly finding new friends. That's another, I think, lost art for this generation. And so just seeing it now, as we've been here today, watching them in the setup room, has made my mom heart super happy. Super happy.
And then for you guys that your kids have already gone through the programs, what did you notice like the most in them that you saw change, or they really enjoyed about the programs?
Well, I think every program, it doesn't matter how many times you've been through the program. There is a change, there's a transformation in a student from day 0 to the last day of the program. It doesn't matter what it is, as a staff member, as a participant, because every time you walk into an NHI program, you continue to self-reflect, right? And ask yourself questions about your experience, because you've no doubt been placed in an uncomfortable position. You've had to push yourself. Something has happened that you didn't expect to happen. You've had to adapt to something. So everything that happens at any NHI program, always comes with some sort of lesson. And so for me, watching the transformation, whether it be transformation in skills, you've learned a new skill set, a new capacity, or personally, you've learned something about yourself, that's success. And so I like to see that. And it's for us too, even as an adult. Obviously, I'm a lifelong learner. And so when I come back from an NHI program, I find myself transformed at the end of it. And so you all give us as educational directors just as much as we try to give you at the end of a week. It is amazing. I come back totally fulfilled. I'm tired as you can imagine, 'cause I'm way older than you guys, but I come back totally recharged, fulfilled, knowing that you guys have had a good experience.
Yeah. I think there's three things. One is, yeah, that ability to resolve conflict, and respectfully so. You
Right.
can't, I feel like you see that all the time on social media, just bashing each other with like, this is what I think and you are wrong because I am in the right. And honestly, as someone who is still in her 20s and still has that ability to see adultier adults and those people that are still coming in new generations, and seeing how it's still so present and it's getting only worse. So it's really important to, I feel like for this specific event, is that ability to just hash it out, but peacefully, and with the understanding that both parties are not just gonna just change their minds, but it is okay to be of different opinion, but it's also okay to allow that person to receive respect, because that is what it's all about. And so that respectful and peaceful conflict resolution is definitely necessary, especially in the newer generations. And then also it's that attitude of just being confident that there are limits to yourself that you have put on yourself, and it is okay to be uncomfortable, because from that discomfort comes growth. And so definitely being in an uncomfortable place, I mean, everybody, especially like, yeah, adults who are still learning, we're still finding ourselves in uncomfortable situations, and to not have the ability to just look at your parent and just like, hey, I don't know what to do, help me. And it's like, sorry, you're gonna have to do it yourself, because at the end of the day, when you're older, that is how it's gonna go. And so it's better to just do that right now, is to learn that it's okay to be uncomfortable. Why does it make you uncomfortable? And that, I know that that's something that you talked about, is like, I don't know what I'm doing, but it's okay. And at the end of the day, like you succeeded. And I loved hearing her part, and how it affected her, and how it instructed her inner mind that said, no, I know that I can surpass whatever limit that I thought I had. And now you have a new limit. And so now it's a new goal to surpass that. And so I really, that's what I appreciated out of, from what I heard. So.
I mean, I talk a lot about my NHI experiences. She can tell you.
Like the tea.
Yeah, after I get home from my NHI programs, it's like hour tangents about everything that I did, but it's all good stuff. So
It's a lot of personal growth from what
Yeah.
I said. Like, but also I think in this day and age, it's so important to understand that people have beliefs for a reason, and you may not agree with them, but they have a reason and they're valid.
Right.
And so that there's no way to solve the problem if we don't understand that they have a problem that needs to be addressed, not just disregarded, just because it's not our problem or we don't understand it. So we have to be able to empathize, put ourselves in other people's shoes in order to come to some resolution of conflict. And there's no other way to do that than to be able to talk and share our ideas and know how to articulate them. And I find that this forum is perfect for that.
Yeah. And then to start closing off, do you guys have anything to say to parents watching right now? Anything to recommend to them about NHI and probably getting more people to join us?
I can go ahead, because I know my mom talks about this all the time. It's just to be involved. There is something about just dropping a kid off and just letting them do the thing, and then disassociating yourself from that, as in like, this is something that he does, that she does. But then there's something completely magical and exceptional about being involved with them. And I know my mom we'll ask all three of us, like for me, it's like, how did work go? Or how did this go? I know that you were having issues with this. How did this go? And then with America or Londra, it's like, okay, what did you learn? How was it? Like, when do you need to be there? I want to, I want to help you be there. Okay, there's this thing that's happening at the same time. I'm going to move some things around because that is important to you. And so, and that really instilled in us like a love for what we do and a love for what others find important as well. So there's a distinction between just existing there, but also putting yourself in there with your child and just experiencing with them and allowing them to trust you to talk about what's going on with you. So
Well, I haven't been on the journey yet,
yeah.
but it sounds like you think that we should go on the journey with our child when they go into this organization to participate. And I think that we can also derive a lot of meaning and support by just being present for them and taking an interest. And it's not like an activity for them.
Right.
It's now a family investment.
Absolutely. And I think, parents listening, I mean, whether your kid is involved yet or not, or maybe they're not of age yet, you'll never regret it. You'll just never regret it. I am going to get emotional if I start talking too deeply about this because I just know what an impact it had on my life and the friends that I have from it to this day, and so it's opened opportunities, it's opened doors. It's not even just the friendships, it's not even just the networking. It is that feeling that you have a purpose and you have a belonging here. So for any parent listening, I would say get involved, and okay, if they're not the right age yet, there's still always things to do, right? And so don't limit yourself and don't limit them by waiting. If you're wanting your children to understand the purpose of college, because we're in a society now that thinks that they can all be influencers, this program will help them understand that side of it. I believe fully in that. And just the rewards that come from being able to attend a university and the difference in your life.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think some of the important things, some of the statistics are critical in that about 98% of our students get into the first or second college of their choice because they look for NHI students. Every university knows who we are. 90% of the students write their college essay on their NHI experience because it is so impactful in their lives. And we see that over and over and over again. We hear that from college recruiters. We hear that from college admissions officers. We have a college fair at every NHI program. And so they are exposed to the NHI student because they know that an NHI student is going to be a leader coming onto their campus, and not just a leader, but they already come with the mindset of community equity building. It's part and parcel of who we are as an organization. So that's the leader that we bring onto their campus. And so everybody wants an NHI kid on their campus.
Yeah.
So that is what you're investing in for your child if they become an NHI student. So, I mean, we want the kids. So if you know a student that is in this age group, freshmen, sophomores, or juniors, we're here for you.
Yeah, and I can definitely attest to that. I did write my personal statement over. I did write my personal statement over my LDZ. It's yeah, she's very right about that. It's a very good opportunity. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us on this panel today. And
Thank you for hosting us.
Yeah, that's right.
And for everything that you all do for our youth.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, hello. That was an amazing panel that we had just before. I'm here with two great debate participants. These are new recruits. This is
Yamil.
What school you go to?
Medina. I go to the Lowry Freshman Center.
And this is
I'm Isabel and I go to Shepton High School.
okay. And y'all are both freshmen, and it's great to have y'all on here. So first of all, what has it been like so far being a part of NHI? You wanna go first? Okay, you can go ahead.
It's been really fun. Like, I've made new friends, which is always good, and I've also met a lot of very inspiring people, which like have inspired me for other things in my personal life.
No, yeah, I've made a lot of new friends already, and I like how we can make we can have a fun time, but also like really what's the word? Really focus on what we are talking about.
Yeah, and that's what NHI has been about, just forming connections with other people who share similar experiences. And okay, I know y'all have only been here for a bit, but what are y'all most excited about?
I was pretty excited about today, like speaking on panels and stuff, but I'm excited to like learn, like do debate and stuff like that, because I used to do it, but I don't anymore.
Oh, okay, it's fun.
No, yeah, same. I think just these meetings that we'll have like weekly, I think I'm most excited for those because like I said, they're very we have our moments where we know when to be serious and when we can take something lightly, like for fun.
Okay, and since y'all have been introduced a little more to what Great Debate's going to be about, and obviously y'all have had a bit of training, right? Preparing for lead, being told to speak up, be able to, you know, really talk about the topics. Do you have a skill that you're planning to just really center on and advance throughout this program?
I mean, I really want to work on my public speaking skills because like public speaking can be hard and challenging.
You're doing great so far. So you're doing good. But, you know.
No, yeah, same. Public speaking and just communicating with new people, mainly.
Yeah. And then, okay, and again, I know it probably hasn't been like such a long time that you've known about the fundamentals, but do you have any favorite ones so far?
Oh, honoring commitments. I really liked that one, and I spoke about it on a panel about honoring commitments shapes you as a person.
All right, yeah, it's cool. What about you?
Being able to treat everyone like family, regardless if they're like in the within the program or not. I think that is a very valuable trait and characteristic that NHI is emphasizing.
Yeah, that's also a really good answer. And then, okay, now that you've been introduced a little more to what NHI has been about, I know that you both have extracurriculars that you're a part of beside of NHI. How have you been able to apply these NHI skills to that?
I've applied the fundamentals to theater. So like associating with others. There's a fundamental like about common ground between people. So like if there's a problem, I do realize I look to that fundamental a lot. And then the public speaking obviously comes in handy when I'm trying to address people and they need to listen.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's really helped out when it comes to like other programs that I'm part of. Can I list examples? Like,
yeah, of course, go ahead.
So like PALS, I'm part of PALS, and you know when we're mentoring, we have to communicate properly, and we have to communicate with our peers as well. And I think that NHI really helps those skills. It helps us practice and exercise those skills.
Yeah. And you mentioned that you guys have been obviously forming new connections, new friendships, but you also know when to get serious. Just to be curious, like, do you guys have any fun experiences that you've had yet with your new friends? I heard about the group chat. How has that been?
The group chat's been good.
It's been interesting, but we also played like 20 or 50 rounds of concentration upstairs earlier while we were waiting for the panels to start.
Yeah, they're fun.
Okay, good.
They see us right now.
Oh, yeah. Okay, and so, for me personally, when I went to LDZ, I hadn't ever gone out of the state. So, about the experiences that you're preparing for at the Great Debate, have y'all ever traveled to Austin College or done anything like that?
I've been there once. My dad is Austin College alumni.
Oh.
So I went once for like a reunion, but I think out of that I've only been like once or twice.
Yeah. What about you?
No, I haven't.
It's okay.
Man, I'm sorry. Yeah, no.
Okay. But you'll do great. You'll get the opportunity. I know that's what it was for me. Being able, like I said, get out of the state and explore a bit, being able to stay at the campus. What else can I okay. Okay. And then I know that y'all also have like friends at school. What have y'all been able to share about your experience at NHI so far?
I've shared with a few of my friends at school about how I'm practicing my public speaking skills, and they thought that was a really good thing for me. Don't know what that means, but
It is a good thing.
No, yeah, I've told my other Hispanic friends, like, hey guys, I think it's important that I work on public speaking skills, and I've really encouraged them into joining, and I'm hoping they give it some thought.
Yeah. And so talking about how you guys have formed new connections, I know that at Great Debate, you'll be able to meet tons of more people who are from Latinx and Hispanic regions. What are y'all excited about the programs, like meeting new people, getting new, like you said, work on public speaking or getting a debate? What's most exciting to you?
I'm most excited about the actual like debate, like mock trial and stuff like that. I'm very interested in that.
So you'll be doing the mock trial category again?
If possible, yeah. Like if we get a choice, I'd love to do mock trial.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I agree. I'm excited to mainly just talk to new people, because I do want to try to make more connections with others within the program. I think that would be that'd be healthy.
Okay. And okay. So now that we've talked a bit about Great Debate, okay, how are y'all liking NHI so far? Like, have y'all thought of what program or what location you'd like to do for LDC? I know we've had a panel about the Texas one, and me and Dahlia did a short interview about the Colorado one. Have y'all given it some thought?
I mean, a little. I'm thinking of maybe doing the Texas one, but I'm not sure. It's a little far away.
Okay. Yeah.
I wish I could put more input onto that, but I haven't heard too much about other programs that much, sadly.
Okay, and I was gonna talk. Okay, and then just the question, just out of curiosity, we've talked a lot about how we all have similar experiences, but we all come from different backgrounds. Have y'all met anyone from maybe a culture that you hadn't known much about?
The Colombian culture, I would say, and it's interesting to learn about the alikeness and the comparisons and the contrast of it. It's something really interesting that I think people should try to expose themselves to.
Spoken with a few people who come from mixed backgrounds, and I'm also mixed background, so that was fun to learn about.
Yeah. And I know that y'all will get obviously another chance moving forward, maybe when we have like more recruits, or also just moving along with your Great Debate program to just meet new people. So thank you so much for giving your input, and I'm so excited to have you here at NHI.
Hello, welcome again. We'll just start with some introductions. My name is America Navarro.
I'm Mindy Magana.
I'm Araceli Magana.
I'm Bella Rodriguez.
And I'm George Rodriguez.
And if you couldn't tell by last names, this is the legacy panel. We'll be talking from the parent perspective to the child perspective. And I guess to start off, how did you guys parents feel whenever you realized that this opportunity was open for your kids?
Oh, wow. Well, and by the way, we have more legacy on the team as well. We've got Nick Bustillos, whose father and uncle, as we discovered. My uncle did it too. Our legacy, and Frida is also legacy. Her mom, Jennifer Olguin, not to say I'm old, but was actually a participant when Michelle and I were senior counselors at the 88 New Mexico LDZ, and she was actually, Jen was Michelle's doctorate. So yeah, talk about full circle, right? But anyway, I was very proud. Both of my kids have gone through NHI and all the programs, and it's really the thing about, I mean, from my perspective, because especially my kids have kind of grown up in it. I mean, Bella was doing these side interviews for the lead fundraiser, when she was just a little kid.
Yeah.
And they get it so much more than we ever did, and they're so much more advanced in the concepts and what this is really about, and what it is we want to accomplish. You know, for us, I think when we started, it was just something to get you into college, help you get into college. You know, it wasn't about the big picture. And I think that, you know, at least for my kids, when they come into it, they understand the big picture. They understand this is, you know, much more than just something to put on your resume for college.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, we're just getting started. This is the oldest, but we'll be here for many, many years.
Yes.
So, really excited about that. You know, I think for us, it's been a lot about community and getting back in touch, you know, back in my day, we didn't have social media. And so it was just really easy to lose connection, you know, after graduation, everyone kind of goes their separate ways from college and then onward. So it's just really awesome to come back and see Ernie and Gloria. It was wonderful to see you guys. Shout out. And that, you know, everything's alive and well. And, you know, not only has NHI survived the last 40 plus years, it's evolved and become so much better and so much greater than we ever could have dreamed of. And so I'm excited that she's going to get to really experience that. And that we'll be here, you know, to help every step of the way.
And I guess for the daughters here, how do you guys feel following in, I guess, your parents' footsteps in like the same organization that they were a part of? Okay, I'll start off. Well, for me, it really is. I mean, every time that I come to NHI, it feels like a blessing and a recharge. I am honestly, I'm so thankful for all the experiences that have taken place so far, from being a staff member, being a participant, coming on this year. This is my first year as a project administrator. And, you know, my mom was speaking in the previous panel about, you know, it doesn't matter what your position is in NHI, no matter how many times you've gone through the programs, there's always something new that you are unlocking. I always feel like I'm unlocking the next best version of myself by the end of an NHI program. And it's just the best feeling ever to be around people that are my age, to be building such a reliable network that is so vast, you know, here in the North Texas area, all over Texas, all over the United States, an international network. I mean, how many people our age get to say that they have that international network? And not only is it a network for opportunity in the future, but really it's a second family. And so this experience has been incredibly rewarding, and I can't wait to send my kid to NHI and tell them about grandma and grandpa. And you know, keep this going for another 40 years.
Yeah, I will say it's definitely like it's almost overwhelming to think about. Like, this is actually one of the big reasons I'm a part of this. My mom, she did it before. Other than that, it's one of my first true roles within a team, like outside of school, obviously. I'm a pianist, so that's a ton of solo acts. Other than that, not much with the group besides working with my siblings or working at school, which is required. But it feels like such an opportunity, not only to develop those like teamwork skills that are so necessary to work in this world that we live in, but also just developing that sense of responsibility and leadership that this institute does such a good job of fostering. I've only been here less than a year, but I can just tell already from the alumni to the people that are still going through it, it's an incredible experience. It truly is.
And because like of all this, why do you guys think it's so important to foster these qualities and traits in your kids now?
Well, you want to start?
You know, I think we were talking about it as parents in the get ready room, so to speak here. We're in a time that that face-to-face communication isn't happening nearly as much as it did when we were young. And so I think that for me, I see that as such a valuable part of what this brings to the table, is just that connection, right? And that ability to look someone in the eye and have a debate and have an honest conversation, but then also, you know, network, you know, to your point, I mean, just being someone that, you know, you can reach out anywhere you go to college and you'll likely know someone. And that's that common language of NHI, because I was gone, right, for almost 30 years, but I came back and it was like immediately like, you went to LDC, you went to CWS, you know, and it's like everyone knows what that means, right? And everyone knows what that, you know, is bringing to the table, so to speak. And so there's just that feeling of like camaraderie that comes with this type of program that I don't think you see in a lot of other places.
Yeah, I think, you know, the way I look at it, I think the biggest value that, you know, perhaps, I think parents appreciate the value of it. I don't think kids appreciate it yet is, and it's a lot of what you're talking about is, we live in a world of AI. You know, we live in a world where, you know, you're used to looking up for answers, and we're sitting there going, no, find the answer within yourself. What we want to hear your opinion. And so that kind of freaks out kids at first. And yeah, they sit there and they go, so what do you want me to tell you? I want to know what you think, right? I want to know your opinion.
But what's the answer?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so what do you want me to tell you? And it was like, I just want to hear what your thoughts are. And so that's what's so important about LEAD. It's not just that it's a fundraiser, it's kids get on a panel, they have a topic, and they get to express their own views of this topic. And they get to, you know, do their own analysis of the topic. You know, they you know, some topics they may do a little bit of research, but basically, you know, what we want to know is, what do you think? Because no matter what technology, you know, comes in the future, whatever exists today, you have to be able to think for yourself. Otherwise, our society, our country's really
Yes.
And again, the end game here is to prepare these kids to be leaders. And so they have to be able to think for themselves, and they have to be able to analyze, and they have to be able to break down, you know, the different issues, you know, of the time.
And based off like what you guys hear from your parents' experiences, or you that you've already gone through it, what were you most excited for in the programs, or like what were you looking forward to the most?
I think because I had the very unique experience of coming around from a very young age, I was dying to be able to finally participate. Yes, I was dying to finally have my chance to be able to participate, you know, and be with people my age. And, you know, I thought I knew what NHI was about, but the moment you start thinking that, NHI flips your whole world around. And so, I was really excited to get started, and I knew from very early on, from our very first North Texas meeting, that I was joining something much bigger than myself. And that is something that impacted me back then, but continues to stick with me as we continue, as we go through LEAD, as we go through this year. And it excites me and motivates me now.
Yeah, really just, I agree with most of that. There are parts I cannot quite relate with, but overall it's just, I know I'm gonna need these skills. I know I'm gonna need to learn, like he said, how to think for myself, how to like lead a group, how to be in a group, how to make friends. It's one of those NHIs, I can already tell, again, it's gonna be really good at providing that. It's like, it has such a sense of fellowship. Like, I didn't realize I had some mature Hispanic people I could know. I've been growing up with the other side. But it's gonna be a fun experience. I can already tell.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think an important part of all of this too is like, how are we preparing ourselves to have a seat at the table when it comes to these discussions? And those are things that we have to think about now. And so also the world has changed and evolved so much post-COVID. And I know for me, like, socializing looks very different than it did prior to quarantine and all of that. And I think for us, that hit in very social developmental years. And so I'm so thankful for being in an organization that pushes me in that aspect and prepares me for the real world, so I don't feel the need to be stuck to my phone or, feel like I have to seek outside sources to find answers, that I can look to my family members and friends and other people in my community to hear their stories, to hear their experiences and learn and gain from those. And also even here with Lead Talks, like the important lesson of being able to listen generously. That is something that takes you so much farther in life than I think any of us even appreciate. And, people who think they're listening may not even realize that they're really not. And so I am, again, very thankful for this organization, but I feel very confident that it has prepared us and continues to prepare us for the ever so evolving world that we live in.
And touching a little more on that, like the differences in the generations, like you guys are talking about like having pen pals and having to write to each other, but literally upstairs a couple minutes ago, I see the kids in a giant group chat sending each other a bunch of memes. It's so different. So like what could you guys like touch on, like seeing like the difference in the generation and seeing like the differences in leadership skills?
Oh, man. Well, let me start with the,
Here we go.
back in the day,
Oh boy.
you'd have to you had the phone at home and you'd have to call, and it was a long distance because nobody lived in the same place. Everybody lived far. And so you had to make a long distance call. So first you had to ask your parents for permission to make the long distance call. Or a lot of times you didn't, and you got in trouble at the end of the month because a bill came, right? And see, they never experienced your older sibling listening in on your calls either, right? So yeah, it's quite a different experience, I would say, for them than it was for at least me. I think I'm a little older than you are.
But I mean, it was the same at that time. It was definitely pre-cell phone, pre-social media and all of that type of thing. So I had a lot of pen pals, because I was too scared to ask about using the long distance. So that was a huge part of it. But again, you still were making those connections, right? With kids in the Valley or in Houston or San Antonio that you never would have met otherwise, so that was crazy because our worlds were much smaller. But the biggest thing, this is our first experience with Lead coming back as a parent participant. What an amazing fundraiser and what a great way to foster the community right off the start. So for those of you that have contributed, thank you so much. I am just sad that she won't get to experience doing a car wash.
We're selling chocolate.
Oh, selling chocolate.
Yeah.
That was the conversation we had.
So for parents, I guess, what advice would you give, maybe in like a phrase or a word, to your kids?
Be bold.
Ooh.
Relax and enjoy it. Because sometimes what happens a lot of times, you get so nervous about the performance and you get so worked up that you don't take the time to enjoy the experience and what you went through until maybe a year or two later, right? So I would say relax. It's going to be okay.
And then, not to put you guys on the spot, but what question would you guys ask your parents about?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I would say, what have you seen to be the most valuable change in me and George Nicholas because of NHI?
Ooh, that's a great question. The potential was there, from a very young age, we could see that. But I think what NHI gives you and every kid that participates, it gives you the stage. It gives you the ability to test your skills with no risk, right? If you blow a round in a tournament, who cares?
Yeah,
right? If you sit up here during lead and they ask you a question and you just go, who cares? But the idea is that it gives you that ability to make those mistakes and learn from those mistakes and test your skills.
Right. Yeah. In a super safe space.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. Okay.
what made you start this probably really long tradition of NHI?
Gosh, we had a group at my high school that really had started it off, and I think we were only in like the second year of having a team at Southwest High School. And the kids that were just 1 or 2 years older, you just kind of see right off the bat, right, the difference in them and that ability. I see it with you, America, just to say hi and just to like really warmly invite people to join, right? And so that's not common in high school. And so when I saw that, and these were like the popular kids, it was like, wow, this is cool, like that. And I was hooked after, I think, like, obviously after the first great debate, because I went on to be a coach and then to attend LDZ and CWS and be coaches for those. So yeah, it's once you're in, it's really hard to get out.
Yeah. You're in for life, clearly. Yeah, it's so interesting to see because my parents didn't do NHI. It's a new experience, but you guys getting to continue on that legacy and like continue to see it for like your generation and the next and the next. It's just very eye-opening.
Yes, I'm excited to see the younger siblings as well.
Oh, yeah,
That are coming
two
along.
more.
We have
Oh, wow.
second grade and fifth grade.
All
coming
right,
with
we got
us.
some guaranteed recruitment.
Yeah, I love it.
Any last words from parents to kids, I guess?
I loved what you said. Just enjoy it, enjoy every part of it. Even when it feels scary, it's not going to be the end of the world. And it is that opportunity to invest in yourself and in your community to really just grow, and in a safe space. It's not going to affect your grade, Yay. I mean, this is that time. You guys don't get a lot of that, in this generation. Everything is graded, everything's recorded, everything is, held against you.
Yeah, blackmail.
Yeah. So just enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and appreciate the friends that you make here. I think the one thing that my kids got out of this, which was surprising to me, is that they felt a sense of community in NHI that they did not get in high school. They feel that they have real friends within NHI, versus what they got, back in school, in high school. So I think that's a big value that you don't appreciate until, you've been a year or two into it. And then the other part of it is, I'm very fortunate. I got people that I can pick up the phone. I got Congresswoman, I got, Senator so-and-so, NHIers that I can just pick up the phone and go, hey, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
And you will have that too.
Yes.
I promise you. So.
Well, to start wrapping up, thank you guys for joining us and giving us a new aspect of the NHI community. But yeah, thank you guys for joining.
Thank you guys so much. Remember, we have a link in our YouTube chat for our donations. Remember to reference NTX. This is the future that you're investing in. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, we're back and we're with Isabella Lininger. And could you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Isabella Lininger. I am a junior at Uplift Summit International High School. I have done the Great Debate in 2022. I did Texas LDZ in 2023, and I staffed 2 Great Debates last year. And this year I am doing CWS and hopefully staffing much more.
And have you gotten any awards from your programs?
Yes, actually, I forgot to bring it, but I did get an award at my LDZ from last year. It was for the governor's cabinet, and it was overall, LDZ was a wonderful experience. If you had tuned in earlier, we had a Texas LDZ panel where we talked with the educational directors from Texas LDZ from last year, and so it was just an amazing experience. I grew so much from Texas LDZ, and it was just really amazing and a really good opportunity that I'm glad I was able to take.
What can you say about your staffing experience could encourage others to staff?
Yeah, of course. No, staffing is definitely my favorite part of NHI that I have done so far. So last year I staffed 4-day great debate with headquarters, and I was a JFL for headquarters again. I staffed many rounds, and I judged many rounds, excuse me. And so it was something that was really stressful and something that was definitely a challenge for me, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. And you see a different perspective compared from whenever you're in those situations yourself. So it was like very interesting the year before. The only thing I had done thus far in NHI was the great debate, the 4-day great debate. And then so being able to switch sides and be a staff for that, it was just a wonderful opportunity, you know. And it was definitely challenging, definitely very exhausting. Because you know, especially if you're in headquarters for 4 days, it's a lot that you have to do behind the scenes that participants and even regional coaches that don't really see because they're not a part of that. So I just think being able to be a part of that and see that perspective, it was just very beneficial for me, and it was just really awesome. And then I also did 6-day last year. I staffed 6-day, and 6-day was wonderful. It's my favorite program ever. And it was just so amazing being able to coach kids from all over Texas and outside of Texas, and being able to get them prepared and just see their growth overall throughout the 7 days. Staff was there for 7 days, kids were there for 6 days that we were present for. And you know, seeing kids like win rounds, which is what, you know, 6-day, you train there and you also go into the competition in those 6 days. So it's a lot for the kids, and many of them haven't been in an environment like this before. So it's definitely challenging for them, but it's very I just really enjoy being able to guide them through that, and I enjoy being able to just help them through that process, because it's not easy, but it's something that they end up getting better from. And then, you know, last days are always sentimental, you know, kids are crying. I know that we all experience that at our own programs, and then seeing that from a staffing perspective at 6-day, it was just like, wow. So it's very bittersweet, even as a staff, you know, you're still sad to leave these kids, especially if they're not back out with your region, like they are in your region at 6-day. So it's sad, but it's overall still a wonderful experience. And it was definitely my favorite NHI experience. 6-day was my favorite NHI experience I've had thus far, and hopefully many more 6 days to come and volunteering opportunities to come.
If you were to go back as a participant in one of the programs, do you think it would go differently? Would you be more prepared, or what would you do?
Yeah, so I definitely think that if I went back into my great debate, we'll start with great debate, I would know a lot more, obviously, because I would be more well versed in the actual curriculum that NHI teaches, and along with that, I would also be more prepared for what I would be feeling during those 4 days, and I would understand how round structure works better. I would understand many more things. And same thing with LDZ. You know, LDZ is a secret. You don't go into LDZ knowing everything that's going to happen. So I think I would be much more prepared there. But I also think that, honestly, you know, the whole point of NHI is to go into these things not having an idea of what you're going into, you know. There's been this idea of immersive disruptive learning mentioned all day, and that's exactly what NHI is, you know. Many of these kids are like, who were, including myself, are going into this not having an experience of like even being on them own on their own, you know. They're not used to like choosing what to eat every day in those college lounges, you know. They're not used to choosing for themselves what time they go to bed at. So it's definitely something that's different for them, but it's also something that's very, you know, you come out of it a better, more well-versed person. And that's what I love about NHI.
Do you have any like main advice for new recruits?
Yeah, of course. So I would say for all recruits to immerse yourself in your program, no matter what it is. And I understand like everyone has a different NHI experience. Me, a lot of people, their parents made them do it, or they heard about it from a friend, whatever. I was always interested in NHI. So for me, I never was like, oh, I don't want to go. What if I never really had any fallacies about that? It was always a immediate yes for me. So I was always good with that, but I know that's not the case for everyone. I know that there are many kids whose parents are, hear about this program and are like, wow, this is an amazing program. Let me send my kids here. And the kids are hesitant. But every case I've seen of those kids, they come out and they loved it. They just completely fall in love with the programs, and they completely fall in love with the friends they made and the staff. So I would say, despite your initial thoughts, you should still completely immerse yourself into those experiences.
Okay. Lastly, do you have a favorite fundamental that you'd like to share?
Yeah, so my favorite fundamental is reflect, adapt, execute. It's a fundamental that has to do with thinking on your feet. It's a fundamental that, tells you that you should be able to think on your feet, and you gain these skills from NHI. So reflect, adapt, execute. It's been my favorite fundamental since my freshman year here. And it's something that we've definitely had to, utilize today, doing this whole entire panel program. It's hard doing behind the scenes stuff, but we reflected, adapted, and executed. So it's been good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome back. We have our seniors that are joining us today. I'm gonna go ahead and let everyone introduce themselves.
Oh, hi, my name is Nicolas Bustillo. I'm from Allen, Texas, and I'm a senior at Allen High School.
I'm Natalia Rivera Diaz. I'm a senior at Alpine School.
I'm Andrea Mercado, and I'm a senior at the School for the Talented and Gifted.
Okay, so welcome back, guys. You guys have participated with the North Texas region. What programs did you participate in?
I did GDX, LDZ, and a bit of CWS.
Okay.
I did Texas LDZ and CWS.
I did Colorado LDZ and Texas CWS.
Awesome. Okay, so do you guys want to talk a little bit about your senior year? What's been going on? It's like the most crazy. I mean, you guys, I feel like you've gone through the thick of it.
Yeah, definitely senioritis for sure.
Yeah. It's
mean,
been really hectic. Like honestly, what hasn't happened at this point?
Right.
With applications and now everything's in, decisions are rolling in, and like next, like the senioritis, it's real. It's hitting. Yeah.
Do you guys know where you're going to college?
I did early decision and I'm going to Dartmouth College.
Congratulations.
I don't know where I'm going yet, but I got into UTD and I'm a finalist for a scholarship for WashU. So
wow.
we'll see how that goes.
Congratulations.
I think I'm going to SFA, but I don't know. I'm still waiting for decisions.
Awesome. How do you guys think that your experience in NHI prepared you for the college application process? Because it's competitive, it's really hectic, high stress, and especially nowadays, I mean, I feel like everything is so, you can have the most perfect grades, but if you're not well-rounded, if you're not super involved, so can you guys speak a little bit more on that?
I would say that like doing NHI is a very niche program because most kids would do like student body government or what else? What else is there?
Like mock trial.
Mock trial.
DECA,
yeah. And so like it really brings a different perspective, especially if like the school is looking for diversity. They really see the like they're really looking for leaders as well in the community, and it's really helpful that they see that.
For sure. I think for me, what separates NHI from other programs is when the moment you show up to NHI, you have to participate. Like there's no sitting in the back, kind of letting everybody take control. You are inherently going to participate because that's how the program works. And it's one thing to put a program in and an activity on your resume, but it's another thing to be able to talk about it in your college apps and actually have sustenance to like refer to when colleges ask you, you know, why do you want to come to our school, or what are things that have influenced your life? So I think that's how NHI has helped me in the college process the most, for sure.
I think a lot of like the leadership aspect of it, like once you do the first program, NHI, like the Great Debate, you kind of like are pushed to like become a coach and coach the kids. And the next year to do the Great Debate while you do the LDZ. During CWS, you're preparing kids for LDZ. So it's kind of like the program carries you throughout all of high school and provides that like continuity that colleges are looking for in the application, since they don't want you to do something one year and then switch to something else and then something else. And kind of like being able to get awards also,
right?
Because your college application requires you to put awards in. NHI is a very well-known and renowned organization. So if you're able to, like, for example, compete in LDZ and like get, like I got outstanding Supreme Court justice, and that was like super empowering because it was like, I had no idea I could do that. So kind of like leadership roles it puts you in.
For sure. I think it also helps give perspective with speaking about what you guys bring to the table. And that's a really valuable lesson, you know, to be able to put on your college application. You know, people have a hard time, you know, they think sometimes it's like bragging about yourself, but it's not. Like knowing your worth and being able to articulate what you have to provide to a college campus and what you can, you know, bring to the table. Can you guys talk a little bit about the CWS? What, you know, maybe for parents watching, what is the CWS? What teams who did you guys work with? Where did you go to CWS?
So CWS is like split into two programs really. So the first half is the collegiate part, is where you work with what are they called?
Like college counselors. So it's the Collegiate World Series.
Yeah.
So it's a competition.
Yeah. And so it's sort of like a it's a game made from the a Common App. And so like each section of the Common App has a game to it. And so like you compete with teams, and so whoever wins the most games or is eliminated loses.
Or wins. Yeah, so like for example, there was one section of like the Collegiate World Series where we all had to like fill out our entire Common App application. So all of the like, you know, what's your education and your activities, and every single person on your team is going to fill that out. And then you're going to pick whichever one of the applications looks the best. And then each team is going to submit their best application. And then there's going to be like a pool of like judges who critique it. And then based on who wins, they get more points. So, I mean, you're working side by side with all of these college counselors college admissions officers for different colleges that you might even want to apply to like later in the fall. So it's a really great way to make connections. It's a really great way to get started on your application early. Like for me, if it wasn't for CWS, I probably wouldn't have started my personal statement until like November. So that was a really great way to push me to actually start the process as early as possible and get as much out of it as I can before all the hecticness of senior year kind of starts.
Definitely. And then the second half of CWS is the
thought series.
The thought series. And so it focuses on IBL, which is inquiry-based learning, where pretty much the premise of IBL is to ask questions to lead to a more concrete solution that really looks over all the possible problems that may occur, or even other solutions that can help the solution that you're trying to solve.
Yes. I mean, what an incredible opportunity to be working in such an intimate setting with these I mean, I can say I worked the college register last semester, and so I was in charge of calling up the different college admissions teams that actually come to the programs and participate. And so when we ask them, it's not just any ambassador from the college, it is the people who are looking over your applications that you're going to turn in that fall. And so to be able to have that guidance and those connections in the summertime before your senior year is just amazing and puts you yards ahead. You know, so I think that's incredible. What would you, okay, this is kind of a loaded question, but what would you guys say has been your biggest takeaway from your NHI experience that you plan to take with you to college? That was a big question, but
yeah.
Your favorite underclassman?
I guess I can start. I would say, like I was mentioning earlier, the leadership and empowerment. I've been put in a lot of like positions that I never thought I could even like take a part of or like have a leadership role in because I never felt like empowered by a community until I joined NHI, like being able to have the support of the entire Latino community of peers who have similar aspirations and who are seeking to truly make like an impact in their communities. And it's kind of like not only like uplifting yourself, but also uplifting those around you and being able to draw from things like the fundamentals or draw from things like third reality that kind of like help build the perception of how you see the world. And it's like a different way that you see the world because NHI has created such like a diverse narrative to grow its leaders. And I feel like after all these years of being in NHI, I've been able to kind of like take away a variety of different like lessons and skills that I could apply not only in college but also in the workforce. So
Absolutely.
very diverse.
I love that.
I think for me, my biggest takeaway from NHI has been its ability to help me solidify my identity. I think we all are a part of many different organizations and have many different strengths and weaknesses, likes and dislikes. And NHI has become this hub where you're forced to find yourself and you're forced to identify your strengths and identify your weaknesses, work around those weaknesses, and be able to present yourself in a way that puts you at like the front of any discussion or table. So I think that has really helped with college apps, being able to just know who I am and what I want to present to college admissions, but also just in my daily life, kind of being able to be more confident in myself and in my beliefs. And yeah.
Natalia, I love that. That like gave me chills.
Thank you.
Definitely like I would probably have to agree with Natalia, really like, and Andrea, like the leadership positions that I've been put in. And well, like at my school, I started a club for NHI, and like I've got a very rare chance of making friends with underclassmen that, I mean, they're amazingly smart. I love them to death. I mean, like my pride and joy for sure. And like it's amazing to see how they grow and how my understanding of like the NHI content and like my trials and tribulations through each program has helped me grow as a person and how I can help others grow as a person for sure.
I love that. Well, what would you guys, so we're gonna get ready to wrap up soon, but what is some advice that you guys would like to pass down to the current NHIers, the new freshmen that just started joining us a couple weeks ago?
I mean, for the programs, get your sleep, please. Please. I can't
Prioritize sleep.
Please.
For sure.
It definitely when staffing, a lot of kids do they don't listen to us and we're like, you need to get your sleep, and then like they show up and they're like, I can't do this. And I'm like, well, you're up till 1 o'clock. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing up? Go to bed, please.
Nick says healthy body, healthy mind.
Period. I think this is I think this is like advice that any NHIer really gives, but like have no regrets. Like go to every single program, go to every single meeting, put yourself out there, regardless of how nerve-wracking it might be, because I know we don't want you to leave the program having any regrets, feeling that you didn't do enough, because everybody is capable of bringing a lot to the table. So yeah.
Absolutely.
I would say be confident and stick it through. Like there's a lot of different positions of leadership that you could go for in NHI programs. You could also compete, for example, in the Great Debate in a bunch of different categories. So even if you are not very confident in yourself, like just put your best foot forward. You could end up advancing. You never really know with NHI programs. So, and also do all of them. Like don't just do one and then leave. Like it's so worthwhile to do all of them in your high school experience because they prepare you very well.
Yeah, the 3-year experience really rounds itself out and develops the whole person. But no matter where you are or when you join us, we are so happy to have you guys. And we're so thankful to our seniors because they have definitely left a legacy for themselves here at the North Texas region. And we hope for them to come back and continue to volunteer. And maybe you'll see them at LEAD next year and they can tell us a little bit about college and what's going on their different campuses. But per usual, make sure you click the link that's in the YouTube comments so that way you can donate, you can invest. You've kind of gotten to hear from everybody today. You've gotten to hear from our freshman participants just starting out, our sophomores, our juniors. We just had our senior panel, legacy, parents. It's been a day full of great discussions. So invest.
Hi, so we're here with another member of NHI. Could you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Sebastian Reyes. I'm a junior and I attend Allen High School, and I did the Colorado LDZ last summer, and I'm planning to do the Colorado CWS this summer.
Okay, could you tell us about how your experience in LDZ was for you? Was it helpful in any way to your like social life, your educational aspect?
Yeah, I would say my LDC experience was really amazing. I met a ton of incredible people, and my main takeaway from that program was it really made me come out of my shell, because like it's a program where if you don't speak up, you're not really going to get anywhere. Like even if you think you're gonna fail, like you always at least have to try, because yeah, basically LDZ is just a program where it's a mock government. So if you choose to be silent, you still have stuff to do, but you can't really get as much out of the program if you don't come out and like dare to like ask something or say something.
Are you, if you're planning to staff, what is it that made you want to staff?
I would say the stuff that made me want to staff was definitely the people. Because outside of like learning how to like advocate for myself and for others, LDC was a place where I met some like incredible people, and some of them I still talk to today, and like I keep up with them. And I guess a really big inspiration for me was my junior counselor, Sabdi Gordon. Shout out Sabdi. But yeah, Sabdi was an incredible junior counselor. And also shout out to my senior counselor, Samantha. Samantha was also a great senior counselor. Like, I don't know, watching them in action and like trying so hard to like make sure we had the best experience like really inspired me. And they were like, even though they were like technically our superiors, it still felt like I could like tell them anything. And like they just felt like family almost.
Yeah.
And so it really inspired me to want to go volunteer, because I kind of want to like give other like people that same like experience at LDZ, because I really do think LDZ is a great program to attend. So yeah, I would say yeah, the people is definitely what made me want to become staff.
On that topic, what would you say to new NHI people that they're not sure what they're getting into? What would you say is like a good piece of advice for them to keep going with NHI?
NHI, okay. My biggest piece of advice is to tough it out, like be committed, because at first it's going to be confusing, it might be boring. I remember when I first joined NHI, I was forced to by my parents, and I was like, this program, like this organization is cool and all, but it's not anything I'm really interested in. It's not going to help me in any way. I want to pursue science, and this is like this program is more public speaking, more social issues, and it didn't really interest me. But it's like this program is definitely more than just public speaking and just addressing social issues. It's like it really, I don't know, these programs like really just they change your like perspective in so many ways. And I feel like that's just important for any type of growth. And that's why, even though initially it may seem really boring and pointless, you should stick it out, because really this organization is trying to help you and uplift you, no matter what like your primary motivation is. Like you will always get something out of this program, I think, this organization.
Okay, last question. Do you have a favorite fundamental that you would like to share? And how do you apply it to your life?
Favorite fundamental, I talked about this in a panel earlier actually. My favorite fundamental is treat people like family. That is absolutely one of my most favorite fundamentals, because I apply it I apply it to almost my everyday life. The people I form connections with, I just absolutely like, I appreciate them and I would do anything for them. almost like they're as if like they're my family. Like even if they're just friends at school or people here at NHI, like I think I would consider them my family because I would do anything to help them, and I feel like they would do the same to me. They would do anything to help me. And yeah, it's just I don't know, that feeling like just being able to really like appreciate and understand like the bonds you make with people is definitely like one of my most favorite fundamentals.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for
Thank you.
answering. Yeah. Bye.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our language panel. My name is Helena Smith. I'm behind the screen right now, but I'm really excited to get started with these lovely participants. If y'all could introduce yourselves.
I'm Yamil Medina. I go to the Lowry Freshman Center.
I'm Alberto Malker and I go to Cistercian.
I'm Luis Noah Navarrete. I go to Alcorn.
I'm Araceli and I go to Uplift Summit.
I'm Viviana Vertiz. I go to Allen High School and I'm a junior.
So the topic of this panel is going to be the importance of language in our culture. So the first question I'm going to start with is, how has language influenced your experience as a Latino individual?
Well,
you got it.
Okay. Well, for me, for one, my grandparents, they don't speak Spanish. So the fact that I do means that I get all the traditions and the stories and even the food and recipes that they pass down to me, which just like is a part of me and which I'll pass out down to my children and so on.
Right. I agree. Being able to speak Spanish really adds also just a bonding moment for sorry, yourself and friends and family.
For me personally, when it comes to my work experience, speaking Spanish has really, like Emil was saying, just formed that connection, especially with my coworkers who work in the kitchen who don't speak English. My manager is from Thailand, so there's definitely that very different language barrier, not just English and Spanish, it's also just Thai and Spanish. So I'm basically like just there to connect the bridge between them and just assist if they need anything or if my boss needs anything. So that's why Spanish has been so beneficial to me.
And Spanish can even be like a way to like communicate to people like you don't know in another country, or even just people in your own country who can't even speak English. And Spanish is just that language that many people know and can like communicate with each other like freely and like in a way that everybody who can speak Spanish understands.
Knowing Spanish in particular, but just knowing more than one language in general, it opens up so many opportunities anywhere, like the workplace, school, home, whenever you travel. It's beneficial just about anywhere.
And me personally, in my experience, I'm not a fluent Spanish speaker. It was my mom's native language, but it never really passed on to me. It's something I'm working on, trust. But it's been interesting. Every time I've met somebody that speaks Spanish, they're more than happy to help me learn, help me practice, because they understand how important like Spanish language is to our culture and to our people. Like it's something that brings us together, and it's something that we share our language. You said we share our culture and our legacies through it. So my next question is Spanish something that we should preserve for the next generations?
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Absolutely.
How?
To like, I'm not sure about y'all, but like I would pass it down through my kids and like give them that tool they can use for whatever it could be, like consulting or anything else. I know when my dad came to the United States from Mexico, he barely even knew English. So he tried many like jobs and stuff and picked up like English language to the point where he can use that every day. And now he's a fluent speaker. And like just like even speaking Spanish and helping him like understand another language is so beneficial for like so many people. And guess that follows up with like culture and stuff like that.
Right.
And then going on to culture, a big thing that we're known about as a Latino community is music. And I think that's really like a beautiful way to keep the Spanish language preserved. I know for my dad, he's a musician, so music has always been around my household. And I know when I was assimilating into schools here, I really began to just lean on English. I would speak Spanish at home. But my dad always like pushing me to speak Spanish, and through that he was like, hey, you should listen to Tierra Caliente, or you should listen to my mom. In this case, she's like cumbia from La Ciudad de Mexico, and so that's just been like a beautiful way to preserve it. It's also just super easy to just listen to music on the way to school while you're doing homework. So it's just constantly that like presence of Spanish through music, and I think that's a great way to preserve it.
Of course, music is an extremely important part of our culture. I remember finally finding music from El Salvador. It like re-sparked my entire love of the language. It was so interesting seeing how I could hear my abuelita in the way that they spoke and the words that they chose. And it just really reflected my culture, and it was so amazing to see that in a public space. So another question I have for you, are there any biases that come with languages, any social narratives about the language Spanish? I mean, for example, in my parents' generation, we were talking about this on another panel, there was a social bias about speaking Spanish. My mom didn't like speaking Spanish in public because there was a bias that that language was somehow less than English, somehow not as valuable or important. And for that reason, a lot of our language has been lost.
Right.
I haven't experienced anything like that, but I think part of the reason is because my school in particular has such a rich Latino community. Like more than half of my grade in particular, I'm sure there's a lot more in higher, like other than freshmen. It's like it's almost a way of life over there. Like if you speak Spanish, it gets you around in more ways than just like socially in my environment anyway. I'm not sure about you guys.
Adding to what she was saying, like social narratives are like a perspective people like think about other people that are different from them. Like whether it's a bad thing or not, Spanish speakers are like genuinely people and like no lesser than anybody who else speaks English.
I feel like that whole sorry, that whole I'm gonna say like think that's kind of more of a like a healed generational like trauma, I would say, because from what I hear, that's a lot of an old story of Spanish being like a frowned upon language. You know what I mean?
Burden, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something really positive to note, is that has been progressively been changing, getting better.
Definitely.
And I think one of the reasons that this is changing so much is how much we're embracing the language. I know one of the things I work with my art teacher is making sure that our lessons are dual language. So I help him with the translating of English to Spanish. Thankfully, he offered for that opportunity for me. And that's helped me embrace my love of learning and my love of learning Spanish, and also helped me connect with my classmates, learning new ways to talk about art. I'd never really talked about art in a Spanish perspective. And I think it's really important that we keep our Spanish in professional environments and that we prioritize our Spanish just as much as our English. So how do you guys see Spanish playing into your professional lives later in your life?
I think it can. Do you want to go? Okay. I think like it would really help out with economic opportunities. Like oftentimes there are two different groups and cultures that I think all of us here can be the bridge to, right? Like we could be the one connecting those communities, helping them gain a better understanding of each other. I feel like we would go long ways with that. What do y'all think?
Yeah, my mom, she speaks Spanish, and so she was a school psychologist in Richardson ISD, and they value her a lot for the fact that she spoke Spanish, because there were a lot of kids and families that only spoke Spanish. So she was able to help them learn English and help their parents realize the opportunities that their kids had that they wouldn't have been able to have without her.
It's the same situation with my dad. Like he's a teacher. He used to be a Spanish teacher, but he got promoted into like basically just teaching a ton of elementary kids PE. So that's fun for him. But a lot of the parents of the school, they don't know English. And he's like one of the only ones on the campus really that can actually communicate to them without Google Translate. So yeah, it's very, very important just about anywhere you go, especially here.
And like earlier when I was saying about like opportunities and open up doors, Spanish, like along with English itself, already has so many doors wide open. While being like while knowing both Spanish and English, so many doors can be open, like what Yamil was saying, like economic opportunities, but also social ones too. You're connecting with so many people you would have known without speaking their language and getting to know them and having a way of communicating to them.
Yeah, there are a lot of kids on my soccer team that only speak Spanish, and they're really good kids, really nice kids, but without being able to speak it myself and understanding them, being able to understand them, I would never have found that out and made those friendships.
The beautiful thing about language is that you share. Language is all about sharing. You speak, you write, you create music. Whenever you're sharing your language with another person, you're sharing all of your stories, all of your experiences, all of your culture. And that's just a beautiful thing, especially with the Spanish language. Like the Spanish language is so romantic, you know? It's just an amazing love for the language. So how does this language influence our culture? You know, that's our big question sitting on this panel. How would you answer that? It's a big question, it's loaded.
Yeah. How does it influence our culture? I guess it really begins with being able to communicate ideas. Just like like within culture, you need to be able to communicate with your people. You need to be able to spread ideas. You need to be able to just reach out, become a community. And Spanish, it plays such a big role in that. We're not really, how do you describe it? But it's not like a really unique asset. Every single culture uses language for itself to be portrayed, but that's what makes it so beautiful. It's not just unique. It's like we all need that. I don't really know what else to say.
And like that influence is like you were saying, it's like a love, and like without like that language and that culture, a lot of people would be like very like off. Like it would be like not many people know each other, communities like not even formed.
It
Like
brings a sense of unity.
yeah.
Yeah, it brings a sense of togetherness. And I think that's why, like y'all were saying, like it's important for that.
Yeah.
And I like to say just Spanish also as a language plays such a big part in our culture. I know it's something that NHI emphasizes, that we're so family oriented, and I think Spanish plays like a wonderful part in that. I mean, even if you're not related to anyone, you're still bonded together through your experiences. And I think another thing to point out is just the ability, like for me, example, when I'm talking to a Hispanic mom, she'll call me mija, even though I'm not like her child. She's just displays like that sort of affection, and like I don't remember who said it, but they just said that Spanish is like a love language. It's a form of communicating affection. And yeah, that's just part of our culture.
No, yeah, I can relate to similar experiences. Like my parents have like really good friends that are almost like incorporated into our own family, and who I am not related to at all, but I'm over here calling them tío, titi, and all that, and tia. So it's really cool. It's adds on to the love aspect of that.
Bringing back the love, you see that in our own NHI chapter. We always called Nico, who y'all were working with earlier. We called our Theo Nick. That was his choice, by the way. But we can see how language just shows so much love and connection. So how do you think how does the world gonna look with the influence of the Spanish language and us in the professional field? Like how is Spanish going to have an impact on the world?
Just like connecting people together, not like what Yamila was saying, that unity with more people like knowing Spanish and understanding it, we could like communities will expand, build, and a lot of people would just be more unified and feel that love that a lot of people feel. And like we were saying, a loving culture and like a loving language.
And I think generally, and like it's the sense of unity is only like one of many reasons why it's important to learn another language, right? But also like people like if they have an opportunity in Latino America for like maybe a job, say, it could be a lingua franca language, and it could be you learning Spanish and using it as like a really big asset in communicating with others, if that makes sense.
We could use it as like a bridge because we know Spanish and English. And it's mentioned in the last panel, I think that I did at least, how we connect people that don't know that only know Spanish and only know English, and we can build a bigger and stronger community through that.
So there's a big thing in our community called a no sabo kid. Me personally, I'm a no sabo kid. I'm the kid that didn't learn Spanish. Do you think that these titles that we're placing on people, the no sabo, is it encouraging in our community? Is it something that we should maintain?
Sort of.
Okay.
Sort of. No, actually, yeah, sort of. So here's the thing. By technicality, I'm also a no sabo kid, but the reason I kind of am vouching for the bullying here is because it kind of has encouraged me to learn Spanish so much more, like 10 times more than I first knew. Like being like just not being able to communicate properly with others is kind of like it makes you feel like the outsider, and it's not a good feeling, honestly. What do y'all think?
I deal with the same thing just about any time. Like I will say, I'm also a no sabo kid. I didn't really know what no sabo meant until I was like, what, 7 or 8. That's really the only thing I know in Spanish,
right?
Honestly, but
oh, okay.
I go to Mexico pretty much yearly, and that would be what my cousins would call me, and I had no idea what it meant, so I would just laugh with them. But it definitely encouraged me to like start trying to learn the language. I kind of learned both as I grew up, but not in a sense like I'm bilingual now. I'm definitely not. I'm really far from that, but
you're working on.
I'm getting there.
And like what Yamil was saying, that sense of like outsider, and like that's like the sort of thing some kids need to like make a change and make that change for themselves. Like being a no sabo kid doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. It's like a title people give you and makes those people somewhat unique and gives them that courage to like learn another language just to prove those people like wrong and prove them that there's like opportunities they can learn that language for other reasons.
I think no sabo has also gained like different meanings, especially with there's so much complexity to the identity here in the United States. There's people who maybe don't consider themselves Hispanic or Latino, but that's how they label us in like documents. It'll be like, oh, your race is white, but you're considered Hispanic or Mexican because you have family who is there. And no sabo, I know, can be often like a pain in the heart when you're getting called that while you're trying to learn Spanish. But at least for me, I mean, I've heard it from my friends. It's also just more of an endearing term. Like, yes, you don't speak Spanish perfectly, but obviously, like Araceli here, right? She's making the effort to speak it, and Helena also has been making an effort to speak it. You guys are doing great. I mean, I'm really glad that you're embracing that part of our culture. Because I've debated this before with my friends. When I was at LDC, there was a girl who asked me my opinions on no sabos, and I was like, you really shouldn't like judge them too much, because sometimes it's just their parents who have assimilated into American culture. They have thought that it would be better to protect their children by not teaching them Spanish. And it's a really beautiful thing that these children have like stepped up and been like, no, this isn't something that I should be ashamed about. I'm gonna embrace it. I'm gonna embrace part of my culture, and I'm just gonna push myself to learn, even though it may be difficult.
Yeah, and we've talked about this, the generational shift. It's just been such a great change between our parents who would only, at least my parents, would only speak Spanish behind closed doors.
Yeah.
That whole generation of Spanish should be kept private. Spanish should not have a place in the professional world. It should not have a place doing speeches, doing debates. You'll see there's a category in the Great Debate where we encourage you to speak Spanish. You can do a 5-minute speech in Spanish. NHI encourages the continuation of the Spanish legacy, but that generational shift only happens because
we're taking that lead. You know, our generation is saying this isn't something that we're going to stand for anymore. We value our language, we value our culture, and we're going to maintain it. We're going to keep learning it. We're going to keep up that Duolingo streak.
Yes.
I'm 100 days, you guys.
Nice.
Oh, but my final question about language is, has your perspective on language shifted at all since you've gotten to NHI?
For me, yeah, because at my school, there's not many kids that speak Spanish at all. There's only 2 others in my entire grade. So for me, it wasn't always super important. Like there were instances that it was, but now here I see like a lot more people that speak Spanish, and the ability to communicate with them is a really big asset. And so it's just kind of changed my perspective on it.
And I mean, I can say I haven't known y'all for that long, but I know right before this panel, you guys did an excellent job of just bonding with each other. I know oftentimes it's a lot of jokes, but I think it's really cool that y'all have like really good bonding. I know Spanish has also played a part in that. So for me, it has also been that. I mean, Spanish was my first language, but I didn't really see that much of a use of it. Especially in elementary, I went to like predominantly white school, so I had to shift over and speak English at school, Spanish at home. But definitely here at NHI, I mean, there's so many others who have similar experiences, and it's just really fun to just talk to people in Spanish, even if it's just a phrase or two. I think it's really cool.
How are you sharing your language in your personal life? Like, do you talk about it with your friends? Do you start doing little slang lingo?
Yeah, honestly, like sometimes I'd be like I'm like communicating with my other Hispanic friends, and like we're comparing like our dialects, and that's like I'm Mexican Puerto Rican. I have more of a Puerto Rican dialect, and you know I have a friend who who has lived in Mexico City, and the way we say like pen is different. Like I say bolígrafo, and she says pluma, and I'm like that bond that we have is something that is it's a very cool aspect. Do y'all have similar, you know?
Yeah,
pretty much.
like I have like a Colombian friend, and the way he would say so many words and like at such a fast pace,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
like almost like a part of me was like, excuse me, and like it was very like confusing at first, but then as I learned like the different dialects and stuff, and I'm like, this is like interesting and like actually really cool how the Spanish language changes as different places where they speak Spanish, like whether it's like Puerto Rican, like you were saying, or Colombia, or any like Latin American country.
And I think it's really cool how the Spanish language can be a reflection of what you're saying, like where you're from. Even just sectionally, like Tejano Spanish is different from LA Spanish. And like Mexico City Spanish is completely different from Mexican Spanish. Even Central American Spanish can get a little different. Me and my friends are talking about, how do you guys say straw in Spanish?
I go say popote. Yeah.
We say pajilla.
I've heard that too.
Yeah, and I was talking to customers in the drive-through, and I was like, oh my gosh, here's a pajilla, and they did not understand. But it's still interesting. Like we had that conversation about the differences in our culture that still brought us together. These little differences can still bring us all together. But I mean, sitting here in the National Hispanic Institute, everything we do is talking. Everything we do is communicating. So language plays an important part in that, and Spanish should be equally celebrated, in my opinion, for that. So thank you guys all so much for the time. We're gonna wrap up now. It was a great conversation, y'all.
Hey, I'm Sebastian Reyes, and I'm here with.
And I'm Kingston Moore, and I'm a freshman debate this year, and I go to June Shelton School, and I'm happy to be here to talk today.
Now, Kingston, my first question for you is, what were your initial thoughts joining NHI? Because this is your first year, right?
Yeah, it's my very first year. When I first joined NHI, I really just wanted to develop leadership skills, but also connect more with like my Latino heritage, because I haven't really gotten an opportunity to do that because, you know, people make generalizations about me, and I haven't been that exposed to it either in a long time. So I wanted to connect with that. And also, debating is a great way to develop leadership skills because you're given a topic and you kind of have to like argue it almost and believe in yourself and take pride in what you're doing and your work and learn things along the way. And that develops a leader, I think.
Very good. And my next question for you is, what are your hopes, or to be more specific, what do you expect to gain from NHI? Which I guess you kind of answered from the last question, but what is something you really want to learn from this organization?
I think for me, I want to learn how to not only leadership skills, but also how to
Would you say you would want to learn how to advocate for your own community?
advocate for my community, yeah. And also be an asset to your community and be around other people that aspire to be an asset to my same community, because it's different when we're all serving different communities, but since we're all commonplace and we're all here to serve the Latino community and Hispanic community, and since we all have that one common goal, I think we'll get a lot done collaborating together.
Cool. Yeah, that's really good. And has there been anybody from staff or fellow freshmen doing great debate like you that have inspired you with an NHI, or are you or have you been captivated by me?
I think overall, I think all the freshmen and all the staff are awesome. They're very inclusive. They very fun to converse with. And I think that we'll work well together, especially with the other freshmen.
Cool. And my last question for you is, what are your expectations and or worries of great debate? And are you excited?
I'm actually really excited for the great debate because it'll give me an opportunity to this will be my first big debate. I've done some debate in school, but I'll get to really prepare my own debate and have people stream it and watch. And I think that'll be a really cool experience. But I am a little bit nervous about just small things that tendencies that I have when I usually talk, like lack of eye contact or not flowing very well when I talk. And I think this will give me an opportunity to maybe work on that a little bit, and projection as well.
Excuse me. But yeah. Well, yes, I do think you're gonna have a great time, a great debate, and I hope you and the other freshmen also have a wonderful experience. And yeah, I think you'll learn a lot. So
yeah, thank you.
So yeah, thank you for your time, Kingston.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Hola, bienvenidos a todos.
Este va a ser el panel sobre la importancia de en español. Yo soy Viviana Bertiz, voy a Allen High School y estoy en mi tercer año de high school. Empezamos acá.
Yo soy Sofía, yo voy a Plano Academy.
Yo soy Lorenzo, yo voy a Jasper High School.
Me llamo Alondra Navarro y yo voy a Uplift Summit.
Yo me llamo René Salazar y también voy a Uplift Summit.
Ok, y ya para empezar, ok, nos acercamos un poco más. Ok, mi primera pregunta es, ¿cuáles son los beneficios o las ventajas de hablar español?
Yo creo que cuando tú hablas español tienes un vínculo más grande con la comunidad hispana.
Porque también, cuando sabes hablar español, o sea, tienes una diferente perspectiva con todo. O sea, sabes, tienes lo mejor de los dos mundos, en realidad, cuando sabes dos lenguajes, español e inglés.
Hay muchas oportunidades económicas en saber dos lenguajes, como si hablas, yo sé que en unos trabajos tienen esa ventaja de que te pagan más si sabes más de un lenguaje que es diferente al inglés. Entonces, saber ese lenguaje te puede ayudar con dinero si lo necesitas.
Sí, pues lo que yo he visto es que las personas que son bilingües les pagan más que a los que son monolingües, y también pues tienes oportunidades de ir, por ejemplo, a otros países también a pues estudiar y hacer trabajo allá.
Eso fue también algo que tocamos en el panel anterior. Hablamos sobre, o yo personalmente en el trabajo, como expliqué, o sea, no se trata necesariamente entre conectar solo el inglés en español. Como dije, mi empleadora es tailandesa, entonces tenemos a empleados que trabajan en la cocina que solo hablan español. Y entonces, yo soy una ventaja para mi trabajo porque entro a la cocina y ya les puedo decir, tenemos tantas órdenes y pues ya entonces, y también va con lo mismo de lo económico. No me pagan más por hablar español, pero sí me veo como una empleada que resalta más. Y entonces, para la próxima pregunta, ustedes son hablantes nativos, entonces, ¿qué opinan de los individuos estadounidenses que se identifican como latino o hispano, pero que no hablan el español, como andaban diciendo el término no sabo?
Pues esas personas, los latinoamericanos, en realidad, no les quito que no sean hispanos, porque en realidad conservan la misma cultura y aunque no sepan el lenguaje, tienen los mismos hábitos, la misma cultura. Tal vez los padres también, o sea, no mucho cambia aparte de que no sepan el lenguaje. Sí, no tienen la diferente perspectiva de saber otro lenguaje, pero como quiera, o sea, tienen las mismas costumbres, digamos.
Sí, como dijo él, pues de sangre todavía siguen haciendo hispano-latino, pero yo creo que si aprenden el lenguaje, tendrán un vínculo pues más grande con la cultura hispana.
¿Tienes algo que contribuir? ¿Qué opinas tú? Queremos escuchar.
Pues no creo que es sus culpas que no pueden hablar, pero no tanto.
Sí, hablando sobre... Oh,
Oh, no,
no.
sí, porque en unas ocasiones los padres son las que le quitan esa oportunidad de hablar otro lenguaje que de donde lo sacaron de sus padres para poder vivir en los Estados Unidos y que los otros no discriminen de ellos. Entonces, como dijo Sophie, que no es su culpa algunas veces, pero si de verdad quieren conectarse un poquito más con la cultura, tienen a esa oportunidad de aprender español ahorita ya estar aquí.
Sí, como dijo Alondra, pues en la escuela ya, en la preparatoria ya, pues hay opciones de aprender español, aunque no sean hispanos o latinos, todavía pueden pues conectarse un poquito con la cultura hispana y todo.
Sí, porque como dijeron los dos, o sea, a lo mejor los padres antes tenían una idea previa de que a lo mejor saber español en Estados Unidos era malo, pero ahorita ya, o sea, en el presente no es más un beneficio que algo que nos dañe como hispanos.
Sí, y ya hemos discutido eso. Me gustaría hacer la pregunta que, bueno, ya habías mencionado tú que ya se ofrecen clases en la escuela para enseñar el español hasta gente que no sea hispana, pero ¿se les debe de obligar a hablar el español a estudiantes también dentro de nuestro programa de NHI? ¿Se les debe de obligar a hablar el español? O sea, ¿el español debe de ser tan crucial para la identidad latina o hispana?
No creo dentro de NHI que tienen que saber español, porque dije anteriormente en otro panel que aquí no solo somos limitados a los hispanos, pero estamos abiertos para aceptar toda cultura. Entonces, si ellos no tienen ese beneficio de hablar español, pueden hacer otras categorías como mock trial, porque la única categoría que requiere hablar español aquí en NHI es oratory. Entonces, no creo que tienen que hablar español para estar aquí en NHI.
Sí, pero sí, lo que dijo
Es que
Alondra.
aunque, con lo que ellos dijeron, aunque sea una gran parte de la identidad latina hablar español, en realidad no sé, no es todo, el lenguaje no es toda la identidad latina. En realidad hay más aspectos de ser latino, de ser hispano, que en realidad no se tratan solo del lenguaje. Así que por eso creo que también
Sí, también hay
no se debería forzar.
también hay otros aspectos como la cultura y la religión.
Ujú.
Entonces, estamos hablando sobre la identidad y creo que también un factor que va contribuyendo a toda esta discusión es que aquí va cambiando mucho la identidad hispana. Tenemos a muchos individuales que tal vez no se consideren o no se identifiquen hispanos o latinos, pero ya ven como aquí cuando vas llenando un documento, te dan una sección donde dice enlista tu raza o enlista tu cultura. Entonces, pues también es algo que yo creo que va cambiando todo esto. Eh, entonces, para nuestros estudiantes o gente que viene de orígenes hispanos y quieren aprender el español, ¿cómo creen que se debe de enseñar el español para la gente que no tiene fluidez con el idioma?
Bueno, ya enseñan lo básico en las escuelas. En nuestra escuela, por ejemplo, nosotros tomamos el español, la clase de español, desde la primaria hasta high school. Todos esos 12 años que estás en nuestra escuela, entonces tienes que tener lo básico, como que hola, me llamo. Pero si quieren hacer más mejor en el idioma, perdón, tienen que poner su propia energía para poder aprender el segundo idioma.
Y también es que aprender español no nada más puede ser en un salón. O sea, si quieres aprender bien el español, tienes que convivir con personas hispanas que sí sepan el español o viajar a otros países que enseñan español y vivir ahí para aprender mejor español. Por ejemplo, tuve una maestra de español en octavo grado y esa maestra fue a vivir a Bolivia y fue mesera como por 3 años, pero lo hizo con el propósito de saber, de aprender español mejor. Y lo aprendió hasta un punto que ya no se... Porque ella en realidad no es hispana, es blanca. Así que ella aprendió español hasta un punto que hasta las personas no podían identificar que ella no era hispana. Así que...
Sí, yo creo que otra opción para aprender el idioma es, pues, a todo el mundo le gusta la televisión, entonces pon tu programa favorito y ponlo en español, pero con subtítulos en inglés, y así es como aprenden muchas personas.
Y también la música, escuchas música en español.
Sí, como
aprendes.
Peso Pluma, Bad Bunny.
Ese no es buen ejemplo, pero...
Shakira.
Sí.
Un poquito menos.
Sí, y tocaron muy buen tema con eso de la música. Para mí personalmente lo hablé en el discurso previo. Hablé hablado sobre cómo he ido a puras escuelas que están llenos, pero mayormente por gente de la raza blanca. Y para mí fue muy buena ayuda escuchar música en español. O sea, hasta ahorita tengo la mayoría de mis artistas que, o sea, cantan en español como Natalia Lafourcade es una de mis favoritas, también Mon Laferte, y pues sí ha sido mucha ayuda. Entonces, hablando sobre la música, o sea, es una buena manera de recomendar como para aprender el español.
Sí.
Sí.
Cuando personas le escuchan la música, como no creo que ponen mucha atención a lo que están diciendo más cómo lo dicen. Entonces yo creo que esa es una oportunidad para aprender cómo decir las palabras correctas con los acentos que tienen los hispanos.
Sí, y también la música, o sea, no la música hispana en realidad varía demasiado. O sea, no todos hablan igual, así que escuchar diferentes tipos de música hispana te ayuda a aprender cómo hablan diferentes tipos de personas hispanas también. Como, por ejemplo, el cantante de un grupo de rock viejo, Hombres G, o sea, él es de España. Así que su pronunciación y la forma en que él habla en realidad es muy diferente comparado con los otros artistas.
Sí, como lo canto, ¿no?
Y también el acento tiene.
Sí.
Otra pregunta que les quiero hacer. ¿Ustedes como hablantes nativos del español han intentado alguna vez enseñarle español a alguien más? O sea, ¿cómo ha sido esa experiencia?
Mi mejor amigo Alex, la mamá de él es de Perú, pero el papá es de Luisiana, entonces él no ha tenido pues la oportunidad, pero cuando viene a mi casa, mi familia y yo le hablamos solamente en español, así está aprendiendo de poco y entiende. Y si no sabe una palabra le decimos y ya aprende.
Sí, ese es un método como de exposición al lenguaje, o sea, te obliga, o a veces se puede sentir incómodo, ¿no? Estar en una casa donde no entiendes lo que están diciendo, pero sí es un gran método que has mencionado que, pues sí, enseña el español. Y también sobre cómo aprender el español para los que han tomado cursos en español, o sea, ¿ha sido beneficiante las clases que toman o se debe de cambiar el sistema en el que se enseña el español?
Pues depende en realidad, porque a veces el español que enseñan las maestras, o sea, viene de un libro, en realidad no viene de...
Sí.
O sea, ese español de España de hace como
sí.
100 años que en realidad no. En realidad no enseñan el español que nosotros sabemos. O sea, por ejemplo, el baño o la regadera le dicen ducha. Y yo, ¿qué es eso? Y bueno, para mí esa no es una palabra que no sabía. Así
Sí,
que
y eso va de nuevo a que no todos los hispanos o latinos hablan el español, pues hay español mexicano, español de España, español colombiano, entonces yo hay unas palabras que yo creo que es eso, pero es...
Sí, y también también mencionaste algo bien, o sea, aparte del dialecto que existe en los diferentes países latinoamericanos también, existen idiomas que no son el español. O sea, por ejemplo, Brasil tiene una gran población y ellos mayormente hablan el portugués. También les quisiera hacer la pregunta, o sea, ¿por qué no le damos también prioridad a otros idiomas latinos? ¿Por qué tiene tanto énfasis en el español?
Creo que por la mayoría de las escuelas enseñan español y dan español como el lenguaje que tienen que aprender en las escuelas es dado porque una mayoría de la población en los Estados Unidos, honestamente, son hispanos. Entonces, creo que las escuelas piensan que si enseñan español, tienen mejor oportunidad cuando vayan al mundo. Y como tú dices, si trabajas en un lugar donde las personas hablan mucho el español, entonces el saber español le puedes ayudar a todas las demás
Sí,
personas.
y yo también creo, por ejemplo, en mi escuela dan español, dan francés, pero también dan chino. Entonces yo creo que escogen a español y el chino porque honestamente después del inglés creo que son las dos lenguas pues con más personas en el mundo. Entonces, no sé, si irá, pues yo creo que quieren exponer a los niños.
Sí, porque en realidad el español o francés, o el mandarín, creo que es el chino, ¿verdad? O sea, no, son los lenguajes más comunes alrededor del mundo, que en realidad te ayudarían, o sea, son, aparte del inglés, o sea, estos lenguajes te ayudarían te ayudarían más alrededor del mundo que, digamos, si aprendes italiano o portugués, que nada más te
Sí.
hablan en un punto más específico.
Sí, porque el español va de Centroamérica a Sudamérica.
Sí, no digo que sea mal aprender otros lenguajes, que esté mal aprender otros lenguajes, pero aprender español es...
También en como las tiendas tienen como mucho está en español y para las personas que pues solamente hablan español o solamente hablan inglés pues están los dos idiomas y creo que es importante para todos que están así.
Sí. Ok, y ya como última pregunta, nosotros como miembros de NHI, existe mucho valor en la preservación de nuestra cultura, ¿verdad? Entonces, pues ya hemos discutido, ya hemos llegado como a la respuesta que sí se debe de seguir aprendiendo el español. Nomás me gustaría preguntar cómo les ha beneficiado a ustedes hablar el español y cómo lo van a seguir aplicando en sus vidas ya profesionales y fuera de este programa.
Pues a mí el español me benefició en muchas formas, especialmente, bueno, un ejemplo es que el verano pasado cuando fui al gran debate, había muchos estudiantes ahí que venían de México y en realidad no sabían mucho inglés, así que saber hablar español me dio una forma de poder comunicarme y conectarme con ellos.
Sí, como dijo él, también es una forma de hacer pues más amigos que si no hubieras hablado español no pudieras hacer hecho esas amistades.
Yo, yo uso el español como una oportunidad para hablar con mi familia que no vive en los Estados Unidos, porque aquí en los Estados Unidos, obvio, hablan español mi familia, pero unas veces como mis primos, ellos hablan mayormente el inglés. Entonces, como mi abuela que está en Honduras, solo la puedo llamar por el teléfono y no hablamos en señas, entonces tengo que hablar el español con ella porque ella no hay lugar donde ella está expuesto al inglés, entonces no me va a entender.
Sí, yo creo que eso es muy importante.
Sí, porque también conectarse con la familia es una gran parte de...
Sí, pero para concluir esto, yo creo que el español es una, una cosa muy importante en la identidad de las personas
Y
hispanas y
en
latinas.
muchas formas también te beneficia.
Sí.
Saber el lenguaje español.
Ok, les quiero dar las gracias por haberse reunido y estado de acuerdo en hablar en el español. Yo sé que también puede ser un poco difícil, pero o sea, se los agradezco mucho, especialmente para mí. O sea, es muy importante esa preservación del idioma y pues ya. Entonces, sí, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, hi, we're here with another NHI member, and could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Natalia Rivera Diaz. I'm a senior at Alcorn School, so I've been participating in NHI since I was a sophomore. So yeah.
Could you say what programs you've been part of?
Yeah, so I did Texas LDZ in between my sophomore and junior year, and then I did Texas CWS between my junior and senior year summer.
Okay, so what would you say, what did you get from those experiences at NHI programs?
I mean, I got a lot out of those experiences. I like came into NHI with a completely blank slate. I was told by one of our family friends that I should join, like it would be a great leadership opportunity for me. But again, I didn't know anything about it. And I think that was interesting going into LDZ, not knowing anything about it, since LDZ is the program that you can't actually prepare for.
Yeah.
So it was very nerve-wracking, but I think I got a lot out of it. Definitely I got a lot of friendships out of it for sure. At my LDZ, there are people from all over Texas, but also from Oklahoma, from all over the US, and also from Mexico. So now I have so many connections and so many friends from all over the world, which has been such an amazing experience that I feel like you can't really get anywhere else. And then from Texas CWS, I learned a lot about the college process. I mean, see, that's what CWS is about. You're learning about the college process, but I think it really helped me start my applications early, and just gain a new perspective on how to answer some of the questions and things like that.
Yeah. Are you thinking of staffing in the future, and why is it that you keep coming back?
I would love to staff in the future for sure. And even just working at a local level has been like really fulfilling. I mean, I come back because I see the benefit of NHI. I've seen it in myself. I've seen it in my sister, how she's been able to grow and learn from those experiences. I've seen how it's impacted like my family, friends, the people who we've recruited. So just seeing all these new people come in, not knowing anything about NHI and then coming out as a whole new person is really the reason that I come back, is just seeing that transition and development.
So with you saying that leadership is like, it's been like a major part of how it transformed you, how do you apply leadership to your life in school? Like, is there something that changed from before you participated and after?
Definitely. So at my school, I have a couple of leadership positions in different clubs. A lot of them have to do with like foreign policy and like international relations. So that kind of ties into NHI in some cases. I mean, NHI has just given me a different perspective of what leadership means and what it means to be a leader, especially in terms of making sure that it's creating a collaborative setting for everyone, you know, because being a leader is one thing, but you have to make sure that everyone else is participating, and, you know, doing their part and actually enjoying the club. So that's been one big thing. I think something else is NHI has really brought me closer to my Latin roots. So after NHI, I've dedicated a lot of time to working with many Latino organizations and community service opportunities. So that connection has really helped me to bring those to my school and to my community outside of NHI, and just give them more exposure and give my school more exposure to the issues that Latinos face daily, like in society. So yeah.
So let's see, what for new participants, the people that are here, do you have any like piece of advice that you would say for doing great debate, or you know, for first time like NHIers?
I would probably say don't be afraid of the unknown. I know that NHI, it's a very complex concept and a very like niche organization, but the things you get out of the organization are so invaluable. Like they're irreplaceable. So just trust the process, ask questions, put yourself out there, and don't be afraid.
So do you have a fundamental that you like to live by, your favorite fundamental?
I think the fundamental that I've definitely used the most in my life is reflect, adapt, and execute. I've seen that a lot in like the clubs that I'm a part of, in my school and my personal life. So that's definitely the fundamental that I live by the most. So
if you were to go back to one of the programs that you were like a first time at, would you change anything about it? Do you think you'd be more prepared for what you were getting into, let's say?
I think the one thing that I would change if I could go back specifically to LDZ was putting myself out there more and exposing myself to more opportunities. Obviously, when you go to LDZ, you inherently are forced to participate and there's no backing out once you're in.
Yeah.
But I think there were so many opportunities that LDZ had waiting for you, and all you had to do was go out and put yourself out there to grab those opportunities. So I wish that I had put myself out there a little bit more. I think that's advice that I would give to anybody going through those programs. But yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, of course.
Hey guys, this is the third reality panel. We'll be giving a little introduction to what third reality is and what it means to us. I'm America Navarro.
I'm Isabella Lininger.
I'm Alondra Rivera.
And I'm Renee Salazar.
So let's kick it off by explaining what first reality is.
Okay, so your first reality is kind of what you grew up with, like the ideals that your parents like show you and the religion that you grew up with. And it's kind of everything that you're taught in your household before you really go out and experience the real world.
Yeah. And
well, once you go and experience the real world, that's when your second reality builds up. That's when you go into school. You're exposed to social media. You're supposed to, all sorts of social media, like music, TV, even like Facebook, Instagram, all that kind of social media. Even advertisements kind of social media, and that kind of builds your second reality, as well as people in school, friends, teachers, all of them. They shape your second reality.
Yeah, and then so after you've grown up in your home life and then you've gone out into the real world and you've experienced these different things and these different aspects of life, your third reality is your decision to filter out whatever you believe from these realities, whatever you don't believe from these realities, whatever sticks with you through these realities. And then what you do is you make your own reality through that. And a common theme we have seen in NHI before through our great debate themes have been crafting like our new reality. And it's all about taking what you learned from your first reality and your second reality, and again, making your own reality. And there's a lot of empowerment that comes with that as well. You're making your own decision as to what you believe and as to what you want to be, your place in the world, your place in your community. And so your third reality, again, it's all about you. It's all about you making your own decisions. So
yeah, and building off of that, how would you guys say that your first and second reality impacts your third reality in your day-to-day life?
yeah, so I guess I'll start out, there's no one's like, I first off want to start off by saying that no one person's first and second reality and third reality are going to be the same. Like it's all different for a reason. So for me, oh God, reflecting on my life. For my first reality, I've grown up with I'm, just talking about myself. I have a mom and a dad, so I grew up in my parents are together still, so I grew up in that type of household. I live with my grandpa, or he lives with us. He lives with us, and my dad, grew up mixed, so I'm not full Hispanic. I'm half white, half Hispanic, and so those are kind of like what's already given to me in my predetermined life, and just kind of already set in stone for me. So that's kind of my first reality. My parents decided to have us, go to church weekly. We are Lutheran. So, the lore to that is also really interesting. Martin Luther and all that. But besides the point, that's kind of what I grew up with. We observe Lent. It's Lenten season also. So that's also something interesting. And then my second reality, I go to a small charter school in Arlington, Texas. It's like literally down the street from Globe Life Field in the AT&T Stadium. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm doing the IB program. Like everyone here is actually also. And so that's kind of the education I've been given. And that's kind of the circumstances that have been instilled for me for my second reality. And then for my third reality, wow, that's a hard one to tackle. But yeah, I guess through this and through my experiences that I've had, I've, determined where I want to be in the next 5 to 10 years, and NHI, I also do believe was a part of my second reality. And it was a thing that when I got into the outside world, I was able to understand these ideals of NHI. And so luckily, like most people, I did not filter those out. So part of my third reality is the belief of NHI fundamentals, is the belief of community equity building. And it's, is a belief of an asset-based mindset and not a deficit-based mindset. So that's a major thing for my third reality. And then, additionally topping it off personally, because who doesn't like talking about themselves? Through this, I've learned, I wanted to be a lawyer in the future. Sorry, someone's laughing behind the camera. That's that comment. But through that, I've also learned, kind of what I want to do after high school and after college. So, just having my own family, teaching them NHI fundamentals, and also, opening hopefully my own private practice in law one day. And I think something amazing about that and so interesting about that is that we are actually in a law office. So and my second reality has been coming to this law office, has been coming and working with the people who work here through NHI. And so I think that's also interesting seeing how this environment is also something I would like to be in during the future. So I know that was a lengthy answer, sorry guys, but it's kind of hard to summarize your entire life, but I think I summarized that pretty well. So
For me personally, my parents are from Honduras, so I'm a first generation American. So I have that kind of cultural background. And then very similar to you, we go to the same school, we have the same education, whatnot. But a lot of what my background and what society takes from that background, especially seeing how my parents grew up when in the United States, they didn't always have it the easiest. They couldn't always get all the jobs and they couldn't get all the opportunities as easily as they thought they would when they first got here. But I think I see a lot of how they've taken the reality and gotten examples from them because they decided that they weren't going to let what others thought of their circumstance define them. And they were like, I'm not going to stay comfortable and stay put and have to struggle for no reason. So they decided that they were going to work hard so that me and my sisters could also have a better future for ourselves. And I think that's why I love NHI and the values that they hold of third reality so much, because now I can take those values that I learned at home and that I get as myself as like a woman that wants to go into like STEM and stuff, really decide my own fate and my own future and decide I'm not going to stay comfortable with being, like be comfortable, you know what I mean? I like always pushing myself to try new opportunities and see success from that, because the only way to see success and see yourself get to a higher position is if you're constantly pushing yourself to fight what your first second reality are telling you to do.
Well, for my first reality, it was mostly spent in Mexico, actually. I spent like most of it was 1 through 6 at least was spent in Mexico, and that's where most of my initial values and morals came through. I was mostly taken care of by my grandparents, and that's where they taught me like the basic treat others how you want to be treated, be kind, be respectful, be sharing, and they really emphasized that in my early first reality. And then for my second reality, the state imposed or the school and social media, it was really moving a lot because when it started, when I moved to the US, I went to a border school, like it was in a city called Brownsville. And then after that, I went to Irving, and then there I attended Thomas Haley. It's another elementary school. And after that, I moved to North Hills, which is another upper school. And
there are a charter school.
Yeah, they're a charter school. And then that's where I actually managed to stay for like at least longer than a year. So I spent like 3 years in that school. And that's where most of my second reality came from. And then now I'm currently in Uplift Summit with Isa and America. And that's also where I've learned most of my other stuff from second reality. And then going to the Great Debate and seeing the concept of third reality, I realized that I'm still building my third reality. Because similar to America, my parents fought hard to bring me to the United States. Like they wanted the best life for me and my sister. So knowing that, I also want to keep that in my third reality. But also knowing the NHI fundamentals of never leaving your community, even though I must seek to be better and like improve and like go places to study and become better, I'm still gonna come back and try and continue NHI here in the North Texas region.
For me, in my first reality, I grew up in a semi-religious household. We're Catholic, so I grew up going to church, and kind of leading into my second reality, I go to a small private school in North Dallas. So I have been going there my entire life, and all of the friends that I've had since I was very, very young. So I've always been exposed to the same people and haven't really like gone outside of that. So I think NHI is going to be a really big part of my third reality because it's such a great opportunity to meet new people and to just excel in life. And I want to keep that going.
And kind of going off of that, like how has NHI and like especially like going through the programs and in those different kinds of learning experiences, how has that impacted like your view of your future and what you decide to do?
Well, whenever you say that, a specific memory comes up in this region, actually. I remember I was a freshman we were at Bachman Lake Together Center, and I remember George was lecturing like he does. And we were talking about first, second, and third reality, and he asked me what my third reality was. And I was like, oh my God, I don't know. And it was just like a very like kind of, I don't know, it was just a very like, what? Like it was like the first time I had to think critically of like how my upbringing has affected me and my morals. Because I thought about it, but not in a sense of labeling it as first, second, and third reality, because I feel like the terminology is something that a lot of people don't really always understand. And so it's just been, amazing being able to furtherly understand first, second, and third reality. And, kind of more so answering America's question. Again, like my parents are teachers, they work at a charter school, and so they make pretty okay-ish money, but at the end of the day, they're still teachers. And I see how hard they work and just how much they put into everything they do. I actually did have my dad as a teacher.
Yeah.
And he's a really good teacher, if I do say so myself. Them too, they have him as well. And he's very passionate about what he does. And so is my mom. She's just wonderful in all that she does. And I have so much admiration for my parents, And so I've seen that. And so that's really pushed me to want to continue my family's legacy of being hard workers and having a very important effect on the community, because teachers are change makers, educators are change makers, and they're crafting the future generations, which is very similar to what we're doing here, I might add. And so I've just very much so want to continue that, and I want to continue that legacy with my family. And then also, just seeing culturally like different standpoints. My mom had a different experience in regards to her cultural heritage. Her parents didn't really want to teach her Spanish and fear that she might get, have issues with racism and stuff. And so I never personally learned Spanish, but being in a very heavily populated Hispanic area, being part of the National Hispanic Institute, I see the cultural impact that knowing Spanish, which we talked about earlier also, has on our community and just how important it is. And so a big part of my third reality, it's kind of interesting. I want to, be able to carry on cultural aspects that I might not have been able to learn. I want to carry on like being able to speak Spanish. I want my kids to be able to speak Spanish. So I think that's also something that's interesting, despite not having that upbringing. Just my second reality made me want to, give that to my future generation of kids. So that's also something that I think.
Well, on topic of third reality, I don't believe it's something that ever stops being defined. Like as you go on through life, you're still in your second reality. You're still learning from all these other people, all these other experiences, and learning from them. Like you are able to, like, even throughout, like, let's say you're in your 30s and you think you've got it all figured out, but you say you meet a random person at work that just shows you how you can do things better, or how you can view things differently. And that just shows you how you can like implement that even like in your late life, even if you're like old age. You can always keep shaping that third reality, because you never, like, as adults, there's this saying that no one ever stops learning.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I believe that third reality, it never stops being defined as you keep learning. So that's
I agree. And I think that there's so many experiences in life that people go through that are so eye-opening, and it really depends on the community or like the people that you surround yourself with. And I think that NHI is really great because
from like where I live, there's not that many Hispanic people in the area. So I feel like I've kind of lost touch with that. But then I joined NHI, and obviously now I'm surrounded by like everyone who's Hispanic. And I think it's really nice because now I get to like go back and like connect with my culture again, and like I can continue to bring it like with into my third reality. And if I have kids, then I can like carry on like the traditions and the culture that I had from my first and second reality.
Agreed.
For me personally, talking about like an experience that I've had that helped me really define what I want to do with my future in third reality, especially it was at my LDZ whenever I decided that I was going to run for something that I didn't think I was capable of doing. To the process of it was I had to get elected by my party, and then I had to get elected by the people, and then I had to actually be a part of the group. And it was an eye-opening experience because that was when I realized I am in charge of what I have, like my outcomes. I'm in charge of my success, and I am in charge of my capabilities. And it's really like a mental and like the ideas that you have of yourself, your perception. And really just thinking about what you want to do with your life. So instead of staying, I guess, comfortable or okay in the position that you are, try new things and try to expand your bubble and really put yourself out there, because that's the only way that you're going to gain anything, like I said earlier. And at my LDZ, I did end up getting elected, and I had the best time with the people that I had around me, and I still like keep close connections with them. And it's impacted me in my future, because now when I'm going to my future events at the CWS, and when I start applying for college and stuff, I'm gonna be more confident in my abilities, and I would be more confident in the person that I am, so that whenever I start like applying to college and I'm talking to like admissions officers, I'm gonna present myself as somebody who deserves to be at their college and somebody that deserves to get like high jobs and stuff like that in the future.
No, and I think everyone brings up a wonderful point. I really like what Renee was saying about how our third reality never stops being defined, because again, I think it's so important to remember that there are learning experiences that we have throughout all ages. And, I hope to know that potentially we have, our PAs who maybe also have their third reality that is being questioned, through the coaching of us, because they're our coaches. So I'm thinking maybe we teach them things that they might not know. We open their eyes up to new perspectives. And so I think it's also just wonderful that we have a wide variety of experiences here. But at the end of the day, we all share the common trait of being like Hispanics, and being in NHI. So it's just a wonderful thing to see. And I'm just very, very overall, very happy that this is something that exists and that I'm surrounded by such wonderful people. So.
And I'm just glad that we have this region, the kids that we have, because this way that we're able to teach them and open their eyes to such a new concept so they can learn more about themselves and the insight of them and their role in the community.
Yeah, especially later on, like seeing the freshmen, like I want to see them go to the great debate and discuss these topics of third reality, being able to use these in their own arguments and opening statements, and being able to truly understand and create their own third reality.
So thank you guys for participating in this third reality panel, and thank you guys for tuning in. Make sure to keep on clicking that link to donate. We appreciate everything that you guys do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, hello, I'm here with.
Luciano.
Okay, and what school do you go to?
I go to McKinney Boyd.
It's pretty close to Allen. What grade are you in?
I'm in 9th grade. I'm currently a freshman.
And you're enrolled in the Great Debate program this year? Yeah. That's okay. And can I ask where your family's from?
Well, both of my parents are from Colombia, and they moved here pretty early, like in their teenage years. They both come from Bogota, which is the capital.
Oh, that's cool. And okay, we talked about Great Debate, and what are you most looking forward to in the program?
I heard we're gonna go to like a big competition, and it sounds very exciting because I think I I could probably do very good in that if I prepare.
Yeah,
So
I think you got it. Okay. Have you had any fun experiences yet with the friends you've made here?
yeah, it hasn't been that long, but I think I'm getting along pretty well with other kids. It's pretty fun because we obviously have some stuff in common. For example, being Hispanics, and I can just come here and talk with them, and we can collaborate.
Yeah. And then, how has NHI been for you so far? I know you said that you've only been here for a bit, but I just want to hear how it's been.
It's been very interesting because it's a different community and to what I'm used to. Because usually at school it's like I'm usually like there's less Hispanics.
Yeah.
And here everyone is a Hispanic and I get to talk and people get what I'm trying to say because it's like we have similar backgrounds.
Yeah. And then, we talked a bit, but I was just gonna ask what's something that you value that kind of aligns with NHI? Like you talked right now about how you can find Hispanics here and you can kind of form bonds with them. Like what's something that you really value about yourself and that aligns with NHI?
Well, I value a lot that for example, I value my Hispanic side and I like my culture. And obviously everyone here also does because this is like a Hispanic association.
Yeah.
So everyone has to care to be here. And I think that's very important to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I was just gonna ask, is there something like a skill in particular that you're looking forward to, like enhance or advance here with NHI?
I think maybe my speaking skills because I can speak fine, but I might be a little shy sometimes. So I think this can help me a lot with getting out there out of my comfort zone.
Yeah, and you're not the only one. There's a lot of other freshmen who have asked, like, what are you looking forward to working on? They're all like speaking in public. But I think you have a lot of good ideas, so I think you're doing great so far. And first of all, how did you join NHI? How did you hear about this?
Well, I heard about NHI from one of my childhood friends who's also here. And I thought it was a really good opportunity because I heard this is really good for like college and stuff. And I just really like the idea of coming here and just like working on like debate skills and talking and communicating with others.
Yeah, and okay, and then aside from NHI, you said that this would really help with colleges, but in the present, what are you involved with at school?
Currently, pretty. I'm doing cross country and track and field,
Yeah.
and uh, I'm also participating in some art contests.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what type of art? Do you like modern art or do you have your own spin on art?
Well, I don't. I just do anything. I just whatever. I think sometimes it's just trying to make stuff look good. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's cool though. And then lastly, okay, you mentioned a bit of art, a bit of like sports. What are you looking forward to get into and how do you think you could apply NHI to that in the future?
I think that I might really like to start a business in the future, like my own business, and I think I'm definitely gonna need leadership skills. And well, yeah, that's it.
That's cool. Thank you so much for telling us more about you, and we're gonna switch it over to the next panel. Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Sebastian Reyes. I'm a junior at Allen High School. I attended the Colorado LDZ and I will attend the Colorado CWS this summer.
Oh, I'm Luna. I go to North Lake Early College High School and I'm a ninth grader.
My name's Sydney Wade. I go to Williams High School and I'm a ninth grader and I'm going to be participating in the Great Debate this summer.
My name is Kingston Moore. I'm in ninth grade. I go to June Shelton School, and I'm going to also be participating in the Great Debate this summer.
My name is Coy. I go to Uplift Summit. I'm a freshman, and I'm also going to be participating in the Great Debate.
And so, yeah, so our main topic today is social narratives and how it affects our community. So to start us off, I would like to propose a question. What would you guys consider to be a social narrative? Like what is your definition of one?
I think a social narrative is like how a group of people is perceived by society through stereotypes.
Okay. And do you think these stereotypes are good, bad, both?
I feel like there's a mix of both, but the majority are negative for our community.
I'd agree with that.
Like,
Yeah.
I'd agree that most are bad and some good ones that they can be positive stereotypes, but they like if you take them too far, like thinking the whole group is like that, then it is negative.
Yeah, so essentially, yeah.
One example that I think comes to my mind immediately is like Latinos are all like really good dancers. That can be a really positive stereotype, like for like one person, maybe, because you could be a good dancer, but like to say that all Latinos know how to dance salsa and like press that on your classmates or friends that happen to be Hispanic, that would be pretty negative because they might not know how. So you shouldn't generalize people in those ways.
I don't like to shame one if they don't know, if they don't fit a stereotype that's like suggested by society for Hispanics. Like I don't know the majority of like songs that are considered to be Hispanic taste, and I don't know the majority of the dances, but like I'm Hispanic, so
Yeah, like I don't know how to dance at all, like at all.
Neither do I.
Neither.
So, but yeah, so essentially social narratives are basically stereotypes put on our community by society, whether they be good, bad, or simply just like generalizations, blatant generalizations. And moving on, I would like to ask you guys, how would you describe our current social narrative? I guess you guys kind of did, but like I want you to be like a little bit more specific. Like, how do you think society perceives us, like as a whole?
Well, like an example that we're perceived by society is that Hispanics are dumb, like we have no education because we aren't presented the opportunities to have it. So that's like one person just took the view for all of us and created that stereotype.
Yeah, to add on that we don't have any education would be like, oh, you're just going to become a maid or a construction worker, of that stereotype that's also kind of perceived through roles in television.
And I think another one would be like, because we might not have any education, we're going to end up like being murderers or like drug dealers or criminals. And that really negatively affects Hispanic people because if they see that and people force that idea on them too much, eventually they start to believe those stereotypes. And you see that a lot when people like live up to their stereotypes, almost like they try to be stereotypical because they think that's the only way they can be, but that's really far from being the truth.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that people try to conform to stereotypes because of like them simply existing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're being told who they're supposed to be according to these stereotypes. So they're thinking they don't have anything else to be because they're stereotyped.
Yeah, they think there's like a narrative that plays out and they all have to follow it just because they're Hispanic or Latino.
Yeah. And adding on to my previous question, do you think there's any positive aspects to our current social narrative? Like I know like Kingston previously said that some stereotypes can be good, like that Latinos or Hispanic people are like well versed in dancing, but how like it could be turned into a negative stereotype if you just assume every like Latino and Hispanic can dance or know how to dance a certain type of way.
I think one could be that we're all funny. Like everybody's funny in some way, but assuming that we're funny because we are Hispanic, that's stereotyping us. But a good person in our community that is a comedian and is super hilarious is Marcelo Hernandez, and he's on SNL and he represents his Hispanic heritage.
Yeah. And what would you guys think? Like, is it wrong to play into these like stereotypes? Like, let's say in media, like or in film, like, is it wrong to play into these stereotypes if it means the Hispanic actor or actress has a chance at like big success?
I feel that it depends on honestly how you view it. Because if you go into it like thinking, oh, I'm gonna make a name for myself, make a name for my community, then it's positive because you're trying to show that, oh, just because I'm this ethnicity, just because I'm Latino, I can still do that. Like I can still make a name for myself, make a name for my ethnicity. But some people like for some think it's negative because oh, why are you doing it? You're just proving those stereotypes right. So honestly, it depends on how you view it and if you view it as a positive or a negative thing.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's negative and positive because it's sad to see that they have to play into these stereotypes. And it's sad to see that that's the only way they can make it in their career by playing the stereotypes. But I think if they get to become successful because of it, then they should start changing it. And if they don't, because they feel comfortable in where they're at, then it's negative and it's going to affect the whole community if they don't change it for the better.
Yeah, like one prime example that comes to mind is like Sofia Vergara. She's a Colombian actress, one of my favorite actresses. I think she's really funny. But what she's known for is that like in Modern Family, she plays the role of a Colombian woman who and it's like she is the most stereotyped like Latina ever. She has an accent. They make jokes about her dating or yeah, dating or marrying her husband just for the money and just for like the I guess you can say green card or citizenship. And they also portray her as like dangerous, like implying that like many Colombians are dangerous or like know how to kill people. And another very common thing in that show is that they like imply that she grew up in like a village, like a rural village with like no like access to the outside world and stuff like that. And so like even though she plays into those negative stereotypes, that's the reason she became so successful in like film and media. But despite her playing into stereotypes, I do think she is I personally would consider her like a Latin icon because even though she played into these stereotypes, she still represents us in media and then she has made a point where outside of playing into these stereotypes, she is very funny and very successful on her own. So yeah.
I think that we also have to be aware that when you're starting off as a celebrity, let's say you're Hispanic or Latino, if you happen to play into stereotypes when you're first starting out, that's not a good thing. But maybe once you gain the influence and the knowledge, you should kind of change, you know?
Because once you're like widely represented by media, then you can like start like shedding more light on how Hispanics really are and like breaking the stereotypes that are already placed.
Exactly. You have to be in kind of a high place to do that. I think for people to listen, because people listen to voices that they are like quote unquote important or like significant. So in order to be in that place, maybe sometimes you do have to do negative things in the process. But once you get to that point, I think you should really like shed positive light on Hispanic people as a whole.
Yeah, so like essentially what you guys are saying is that you have to like initially conform to it so people like recognize you.
Yeah.
And then once you get enough recognition, you use your influence to properly show what Hispanics are like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because one change can lead to others and it's a chain effect and people can follow along.
Yeah, and also if I also feel like social narratives and just like stereotypes have become big because of media. So if like I feel like a way to change it if like Latinos or Hispanics were like in that writing role, like they wouldn't make themselves into those stereotypes.
Yeah, I agree. And I guess my next question is how has these social narratives like personally affected you guys? Like has there ever been a time where in school someone thinks like you're dumb just for being Hispanic or to your parents that like maybe some people just assume your parents can't speak English because they're Hispanic? Like how has these social narratives personally impacted you guys?
I have two. One was based off like how I look, and nobody knew that I was biracial, and my teacher didn't know. And I was discussing like about my quinceañera, which I already had, and she interrupted by saying to the whole class that I didn't know a white girl can have a quince. And I was like very confused, and I was like, I'm half Mexican, and she was like, oh, and I had to explain to her, and she was kind of confused. And another time happened to my mom where she was in middle school and they were doing this career thing where they were telling each other, oh, I think you'll be this when you grow up. I think you'll be this. She told the girl she was partnered with that I think you'll be a scientist. And the girl just straight up, no hesitation, said, I think you'll be a maid based off her ethnicity. And the teacher agreed and the whole class agreed. And she felt so embarrassed to say anything that she didn't disagree. And the reason they said that is because that was the narrative at the time through television, that Hispanics and Latinos played maids or construction workers or lower class jobs.
Yeah. And what about you guys? Any anything? For me personally, well, not I guess not me personally, but my father many times in college got um his professors thought they were cheating or he plagiarized work just for him being Latino, but many times he had to prove to them like by taking the test again or just doing some like going through extra hoops to prove that like his work was authentic and his own and that he was capable of for like being great at what he does. And so yeah. And for my mom, she has a doctorate in biomedical sciences. Many times and when she was getting her PhD, a lot of people just assume she wasn't that smart because her English, like she does have an accent, but she is very well spoken. But they just assumed that she couldn't speak English well and therefore just assumed she was kind of stupid or like didn't like deserve her doctorate. It was a whole thing. But yeah, these social narratives do impact people, even if it's even hasn't happened to me or I guess Luna. Luna, have you had any experiences? Yeah.
I think one experience that I've had was like kind of all Latinos look the same almost because
Yeah,
we all
yeah.
come in different colors and shades.
Yeah, that's another social narrative that we're like just a homogenous group of people. Like it devalues not devalues, it disregards our diversity.
I think
So,
that
yeah.
like the whole way we classify people, like if you're Asian or Hispanic or white, or really like lots of different types of people get classified into one group just because you have to classify people. Like I was saying that I'm half Puerto Rican to one of my friends, and he was all like, "Aren't Puerto Ricans Mexican?" And like looked the same. I was like, "What?" That's not the case at all. Like Hispanics all come in like different shades and like you shouldn't generalize them into like one group. Like they're still individuals, even if they get classified in
Yeah.
a group just to handle a larger group of people.
Yeah, and a very other common misconception I see within people trying to understand the Hispanic community is that we all speak the same type of Spanish when that's clearly not true. Latin America is very diverse and the Hispanic community is very diverse. There are many different dialects, different slang, different everything about Spanish. And a whole country, Brazil, a whole country in Latin America doesn't even, there's Spanish is not even their main language, it's Portuguese. So yeah, that's one of the biggest misconceptions I see about like Hispanic culture within the Latino community.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah.
Yeah, another for me would be that when like some people that I tell that, oh yeah, I'm Hispanic, half Hispanic, they're like, oh, so you speak Spanish. And I'm like, not necessarily. I don't speak Spanish as well because I grew up speaking English. And they're like, so you're not Hispanic. And they assumed that I spoke Spanish. And so I was kind of like, no, I still am, but I'm trying to learn for like my community and my culture.
Yeah, that's another issue is that yes, I wouldn't say it's wrong to assume just because someone's Hispanic, they know how to speak Spanish, but to disregard their entire ethnicity just because they don't know how to speak Spanish is when it becomes an issue. And that's when you have to like show that like Hispanics, whether they know Spanish or not, are still considered Hispanic and they can still be connected to their culture. And, yeah.
I think that's definitely true. And that like usually Hispanics just kind of get like, I'm not gonna say like exactly know how to word this. Never mind.
But yeah, and are there any like, do you guys have any icons, like any Hispanic icons that you think aren't like highly regarded due to them being Hispanic? Like, do you have any like idols who you think that aren't as recognized as other people because they're Hispanic?
Well, America Ferrera was recently recognized more because of her role in Barbie, and I thought her role was amazing in how she performed. And the reason I liked her role the most out of the movie was because it wasn't written based off her ethnicity. Like her ethnicity wasn't centered around it. And she was like, oh, she's the Hispanic character, throwing in some diversity. She was a main character that was making a change in the movie besides like her ethnicity, and it gave us representation in the community. And I've seen her in a bunch of films that I've enjoyed, and her representation like really matters.
I feel like another important thing to add would be like when you're talking about Hispanics or like watching a show where there's Hispanic characters, the whole theme doesn't always have to be that they're Hispanic and that makes them like alien to like other Americans. Like we're just like every other race of people, every other ethnicity of people. And I think we need more shows and celebrities that show Latinos, maybe Latino, but that's not the only focus. And that they can do other things like be involved in AI and finance and diplomacy and other fields.
And my next question for you guys is, you think media is the only way to portrayal in the media is the only way to transform the social narrative? Or do you think there's alternative ways to like make a change?
I think there's alternative ways. There's a billion ways to do different everyday things. And for change in a community, you can start by taking action, by volunteering or communicating with like others in your community and people you know, and trying to get the word out. And like if somebody gives you a stereotype about yourself, just be like, tell them it's wrong and explain to them why it's wrong. Like speak up and advocate for your community.
Yeah, and would you guys consider like leading by example another way of transforming the social narrative or no?
I think so. I think
Sorry, did I cut you off?
you can go.
I think when you said like leading by example, like obviously there are alternative ways, just since like especially how it is now, since the internet and media is like a really big thing, it's just the one of the most effective ways at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even if you don't want to go, we don't want to go big and still make a change, like NHI is like a good example of like branching out and representing Hispanics in a different form. And like breaking the stereotypes already placed. So it can go little or big as media, but like everywhere is a place to start.
I also think you shouldn't have to like you were saying earlier, like to conform to stereotypes to become a bigger icon in our modern world. But I feel like I wouldn't like really like to always conform to stereotypes. Like sometimes we should just be able to like change the narrative by showing people, hey, like not all Hispanics are like this, and just being pretty straight up. Even if people don't listen, I think it's worth a shot at least because it's a more positive way to get people to see our opinion and how we think about things, and also it's better for the Latino community as a whole.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I completely agree with that. But another big question I have for you guys is, would you guys consider like celebrating your own culture playing into stereotypes or no? Like if you like being proud and like celebrating your own culture, do you think that like not even if it's not directly, do you think that indirectly plays into stereotypes within the Hispanic community?
I mean, the stereotypes are saying that we're a bunch of things, but I think celebrating our culture in our community shouldn't be necessarily like thought as a stereotype in general. Like celebrating holidays and doing activities and eating our foods shouldn't be necessarily a stereotype. And like another stereotype would be like all of us have very, very large families. That's not necessarily true. And like we're all different.
I have
So
a friend who has absolutely no aunts or uncles. Like,
yeah,
a small family. She's like,
yeah. So I think like necessarily our culture shouldn't be a stereotype. It's our culture and it's part of our community and it shouldn't be seen that way.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm behind the camera, but I just wanted to add this because I think it's really important in Modern Family, you know, kind of going back to Sofia Vergara, she did play a very stereotypical Latina woman. And I do agree that a lot of it was like stereotypical representation, but there's one specific episode that comes to my mind about her being close with this other Hispanic guy and they talk in Spanish and her white husband gets very jealous of that. And she kind of goes on this rant of like, you don't know how smart I am in Spanish. Like you don't even try and you don't even do this. And so I think, you know, this panel has encapsulated very well really a lot of the big, it's a very hard thing to approach social narratives with because, you know, there are stereotypes at the end of the day, but I think we can also still find some certain parts, not all parts, but certain parts that are, accurate, or some people can relate to this, or some people, find comfort in being able to relate to this character. So I just wanted to add that in because I think that's, wonderful that you guys are looking at this from all of the different angles.
Yeah, I completely agree. I was thinking about that same when I was explaining, like thinking about Sofia Vergara, that yeah, um that scene really stuck out to me when I was watching because it's kind of true. Like a lot of people just really do assume that Hispanics are unintelligent because of, well, the language barrier, and that's just simply not true.
I also
My-
think,
oh.
what were you gonna say?
For me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, my mom doesn't speak the best English. Like, I mean, she does, like, not as good as her Spanish, but she's a very intelligent woman. So I don't think that a language should, like, have, like, be how someone views your intelligence, like, capacity based off how you speak a language well enough or not.
I also think that like people just have a bad idea about Spanish as a whole when like they hear the language. Like if you hear someone speak Mandarin or German or other languages, they usually don't come to the same assumption that like people are unintelligent based on just the language that they speak. But when people hear Hispanic speak, just because of the negative stereotypes and the social narrative that exist, they think just by hearing the language that they're not intelligent.
Yeah, so yeah, what you're saying is that like due to our negative social narrative that
It kind of
is
impacts.
Spanish, like Spanish is automatically assumed like associated with being unintelligent or
Yeah.
not being able to like, yeah, I
Another
get what you
thing
mean.
to add to that is like some of my friends, they speak Spanish and sometimes they're speaking like they're talking in English to people and then they switch over to talking Spanish to somebody else. And like occasionally, I don't know why the other person assumes this that speaks English. They always ask, "Are they talking bad about me?" And I'm like, they're just talking.
Yeah.
Like, because the other person sometimes doesn't speak English or they're just having a conversation in a language they're more comfortable with.
Yeah, and I guess my final question for you guys is, where do you see or where do you see our social narrative? Like, what do you see our social narrative as in 50 years? Like, if you could see 50 years in the future, what would you expect our social narrative to be?
Change, but not a lot of change. I think every generation, every even 5 years, there's a lot of progression, not just like when it comes to technology, but when it also comes to people. But I think that even though there'll be progression, there won't be enough. Like,
And why do you think that? Why do you think there won't be enough progression in 50 years? Because think about it, 50 years is a pretty long time. In 50 years, you'll be what? How old are you?
I'm 15.
Yeah, so you'll be 65. I'll be 67. Yeah. So 50 years is a long time. So why do you guys just automatically assume it wouldn't be
I
that
was gonna
different?
say that because there's like in our world now, there's a lot of really negative people who like want to perpetuate those stereotypes. And then there are like positive people who want to like change the social narrative. So when you have those two forces colliding with one another, you don't end up getting too much done in the process because you spend a lot of time basically fighting. So overall, there's not going to be too much change unless we change how the more negative people think almost.
Yeah, and like growing up, just like thinking about time from now and from maybe 5 or 6 years, I see a change, but not as big as of change. I still see like so much that is negative about our community still, and I see stuff how people perceive my mom and how people perceive my family members and other people in the community. And it's been so many years, and each year something changed, but overall throughout time the negatives are still there because negative people are keeping it, they're keeping the stereotypes and they're continuing to go on even through media, they're continuing it. So in 50 years I'm not sure how far we can come, but I do know that there's going to be a huge change.
I agree with Kingston and Sydney. Just to add on, like also there's always gonna be someone negative out there, like whether you like it or not. And most people, most of the time, they like evil sort of overcomes good, but like in the end, like good sometimes wins, but it's mainly who people listen to more. And if people just keep adding on negative stereotypes, then that's what they're gonna listen to. But to make a change, that's why like we're here in NHI to like try and make that change in our community.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think we should like add on, like what you were saying, like people add on to negative stereotypes. I think if we add on to more positive stereotypes, people will have a more positive outlook on this community as a whole.
Yeah, and being here at NHI, we come here to learn more of our culture as well as how to make a change and how to do more for our community and to create change for the future.
And yeah, that's like my main point is that the whole point of NHI is to build Latino leaders so that you guys can then eventually build even more Latino leaders with your own education, influence, whether no matter what career path you go into, whether it's a politician, if it's into science, into math, into art, it's our like duty to like uplift more, like uplift the Hispanic community as a whole because this social narrative is just simply not true. And in order to make a new paradigm, we have to just show we have to show the world like what we're capable of. And that includes and we have to show the world what we're capable of. And that includes like by uplifting Latino youth, we can like kind of like expand our expand our influence. What like essentially we can expand the social narrative that we want to make for ourselves. And yeah.
Like pass it on to new gens so that they'll grow up and like with that mindset and go change other older views so they don't come back in the future.
Yeah, and it might be not told to people, but it is our duty to do that change. And it's not necessarily thrown out there and told direct, but it's in between the lines of our culture and it's something that we should do.
I think if more like Latino and Hispanic youth were just more aware of this, and we would see more change because they would pursue change more. So I think that's what
the majority are just living in oblivion to these stereotypes.
exactly. And it's not their fault, but like I think we should make them more aware of like these social situations and other people more aware of these social situations. And if that were to happen, there'd be more change.
I agree with that because even at school sometimes, like they make fun of those stereotypes and like add on to it like purposely, even though they are Hispanic. And it's just like irritating because it's the negative ones that they add on to and think it's a joke.
Yeah.
But like to add on to Kingston, what he was saying, if they were like more aware of like how serious that actual problem is and like what it's doing for the whole of the community, even if like they don't care about it, then they would actually like make a change with it.
I agree with that. I think like we focus a lot on the really negative stereotypes.
Yeah, we need to focus on the positive and go out there and make change.
Especially when like the majority of people just take it as a joke because they don't see
Yeah.
the seriousness of it. That's really what empowers it and takes people who are actually serious about it to go and spread it out more.
Yeah. And yeah, as I was on a panel earlier talking about fundamentals of NHI, and one of the fundamentals I talked about is if it's meant to be, it's up to me. So if what I'm trying to say is if we're meant to have a new social narrative, it's in reality, it's up to us to make the new social narrative. And that way society can have a more positive perception of Latino and Hispanic people as a whole.
Agreed.
Yeah.
All right, thank you guys so much. This was a fantastic panel, and we'll get ready to hear from our project administrators.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm George Rodriguez. I'm probably the senior citizen of the project administrators. And I'm here with Brianna Zavala, who's one of our newer project administrators. But Brianna, you've been volunteering for how many years now?
12 years.
Wow.
Since
And
20.
you've been with the region
I've been with the region for 2, going on 3 years.
3 years. We were, I think we could say we're very fortunate to also have my daughter Bella Rodriguez join us this year. She's not here on the panel with us because she is actually still running the camera in the other room. We have 2 rooms going. And I just wanted to explain a little bit about the history of LEAD and why it is that we do LEAD. You want to talk a little bit about why we do LEAD?
So the main reason for LEAD is to fundraise. So each program, whether they are whether students are participating in the Great Debate, the LDZ, or the CWS, there is a program fee. And so as a region, we never want that to be the reason why a participant doesn't go. We never want them to feel that they can't participate in something because they can't afford it, because that would be doing them and us a disservice. So the main reason is to fundraise, and on top, second reason I'd say is the most important, is it allows the participants an opportunity to practice open discussion, to practice being in front of a camera, having communications with others, voicing their opinions, listening to others, finding out, what they believe in, why they believe it, defending what they think. And so it's a really good way for the students to practice that, and for our staff members as well.
Yeah, basically, we have a philosophy called community equity building, and it's about developing the assets within our community and really seeing ourselves as stakeholders in the community, investors, beneficiaries. So this is a great way for these kids who are just being introduced to this concept to actually live the concept. After we finish here, we'll do a debrief probably next week and talk about what it is that they did, what they accomplished. We do have a lot of donations coming in. We can't give you an exact number yet because the donations are going directly towards to headquarters, and then they'll give us the final numbers. But in a little while later, probably within the next hour, we'll announce, because I know we've got two big contributions that are being made by check. They're not going through the link, and so we'll announce that in probably about an hour. But again, the importance of this is to make sure that any student who wants to participate in the National Hispanic Institute has that opportunity, and that money is not a barrier to participation. We're still looking for more kids to participate. We really need at least about 10 more ninth graders at least. And by the way, if you're in the Fort Worth area and you're watching, you're tuning in, or somebody in the Fort Worth area, Fort Worth ISD was willing to pay full tuition. That's a free ride to participate in one of the NHI programs, as long as they're a Fort Worth ISD student. So that's a great opportunity that's there. But at the same time, it's not just about covering tuition.
Yeah.
We also have expenses. I mean, the fact that putting this together, we do it as frugal, I guess is a good word to use, as we can. To be able to bring you this production, but we also want to make it professional. Understand this production, the way it operates, coordinating the panels, picking the topics, discussing the topic, all of that is done by the students. I have nothing to do with what topics they're going to cover. A lot of times I don't even know. Bella and Brianna did most of the reviewing of the topics and the vetting. The production is completely done by the students. Right now, Bella has taken over the camera because one of our students had to go to work. So this is all student run, and sometimes it may not be perfect, but that's okay. That's part of the learning experience. But I just wanted to make sure that people were aware there are expenses to running an alliance. We have to rent a bus to take us to the Great Debate in Sherman, and even though it's 50 minutes away, we're looking at about $3,500 to rent a bus just to drop us off and pick us up as a team. T-shirts. We try to provide the team with T-shirts. There's a cost to that. Paper, pens, supplies, those type of things, snacks. Parents have been wonderful. They've brought a ton of snacks today. They bring snacks, on the weekends, but sometimes we have to provide the snacks ourselves, and things add up. So your contribution, don't look at it as a donation, please. Look at it as an investment in the future of our community, an investment in the development of these kids. I'm sure that if you've been watching at least one of these panels, hopefully you've been watching a few of these panels, you're going to be impressed by what these kids say, how they think, and what their potentials are.
And exactly. And to that point, their potentials, this is just the beginning. So this is the first time that the new participants for the region are having these discussions with their peers. And you can only imagine the growth that we'll see in them throughout the summer, especially after the program. But one thing that we didn't mention about that makes LEAD very interesting, in particular to North Texas region, is we also invite our alumni, which if you've been watching, you've seen that some of our alumni came to join. And every year we try to get some to come, whether they've contributed directly to the region or just to NHI in general or as a whole. We really do value their participation and their help.
And one of the things I was listening, I was on one of the panels with one of the parents, the legacy panel, and she was talking about how she was introduced to NHI, and I think she participated like in 1991, 93. I participated in 1984. And if you notice the sign behind me, this is our original one of our original lead signs that we've used in the past, that we use every year. But lead is dedicated to Sam Moreno and the memory of Sam Moreno, who was a former chair of the National Hispanic Institute Board of Trustees and a former member of the board, of course. But Sam was the one who actually introduced me to NHI. He was a former assistant city manager here in Dallas. He was on the board of youth and government, and I participated in youth and government, and I did a presentation at the YMCA downtown, and Sam was there for the presentation. By the time I'd gotten back to school, he'd already called to Ernie, and Ernie was on the phone with my dean, making sure that I could participate.
That's awesome. So it's crazy that the legs, it just makes full circle for me. Have only participated in LEAD, having participated and volunteered with the North Texas region, but I was not on that legacy panel. However, I do come from a legacy family. So both my mother, my aunt, and my brother all participated in the National Hispanic Institute. And as one of our staff members said previously, she hopes for her family, future family, to participate. I as well. And I feel like it gets to the point where you're too connected and too involved with the National Hispanic Institute, and your roots run so deep that you will be a part of it and continue to invest in yourself and in your future.
Thank you all. And please, if you'd like to donate, you can go to the Facebook page, the North Texas Facebook page. We have an Instagram page. I know I'm forgetting something else.
Facebook, Instagram, and not just the North Texas page that you can follow and be a part of, but the headquarters also has like the main NHI Instagram, which as somebody who is on Instagram probably more than she should be, definitely recommend giving them a follow. There's always information. If you're watching and you're perhaps not in Texas or not in the North Texas region, there's chapters all across the country that you can be a part of, all across the state of Texas. See what they're up to. If you have family that live in another part of the state or of the country, also get them involved. They're always also posting a lot of information about our alumni, so you can just see how broad our reach is as far as having alumni in different areas of practice and in different age groups as well.
And again, if you're in the North Texas area and you'd like to help out, we'd love to have your help. Or maybe you can't make a donation today, or maybe you can't find the link. You can contact us and give us a donation or mail in a donation. Like I said, right now we've got 2 donors who are going to mail in checks. We're going to confirm the amounts and try to get an idea of how much money we have raised so far today. We started live at 10 o'clock, which means a lot of us were here before 8 o'clock in the morning. And this will end shortly at 6 o'clock. So you've got a chance now. Go to the link, make your donation, help us out. Really, it's not about me and Brianna. We're volunteers. It's about investing in these kids and investing in our community. So thank you all very much for tuning in.
Thank you.
Hi. Oh, wait. My name is Dahlia, and I'm one of the staff here at NHI, and we're going to be talking about social entrepreneurship versus community equity building. So, what do you guys like? What are some main differences that you think are between social entrepreneurship and community equity building?
I think the big difference is community equity is like you're from a community, you leave that community and you accumulate different talents and skills, and then you come back to your community and you basically pour back into it. And I think that's really good for a community because it lets it grow, and skills that you obtain, other people in your community can obtain, and maybe you can become known for that. And it's just really significant for your community, and people learn a lot of things in the process.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the big differences is community equity building has a like investment part to it, where you're investing in your own community versus social entrepreneurship has a big charity aspect to it, like external charity. So an external community helping a different community, and then that kind of becoming a cycle of non-sustainability. Because you're not building upon the assets of that community. You're just pouring new things into it and expecting it to grow.
Yeah, I agree. Except with community equity building, I feel like you are giving back to something that has done so much for you. And then like social entrepreneurship, you're like, oh, that's a poor country. Let me give them shoes or something like that.
I also think that like one important thing that community equity building develops is trust. Because if you come back to your community and you're trustworthy enough to, you know, display your skills and teach people and bring something to your community, contribute in any way possible, you're creating like a very trust-oriented society where like people can rely on one another, and then more skills are brought to the community. And when that happens, more people develop those skills, teach it to other people in their community. The community becomes more developed. And then you don't have people driving like an hour away to different communities to buy something. They can just buy it in their community, and business is done in the community. Schools are good, businesses are good, neighborhoods are safe. And I think, yeah, that's a good part about community equity building.
So what is something that you think we contribute to our community? Like, what are some aspects that what are some things that we can do to contribute?
I think like in our Hispanic Latino community, this is a big way of contributing, like raising awareness for people who have just come from the United States, from not from the United States, from Central and Latin America, and like kind of breaking stereotypes and then pouring back into getting them built up here in America.
No, definitely. I think, as like going off of what you were saying about social narratives, one of the big things is just breaking down those stereotypes and rewriting them to the way that we want to be perceived. So changing those stereotypes about being a minority group, even though we are the majority, eliminating that from our vocabulary and seeing ourselves as assets and how to build up those assets in our own unique way.
I think another thing we can do is like think of assets that our community already has and develop them. Like, let's say our community is known for something, or we aspire to get in a certain field. We should teach that to our youth and really drill that in the heads of everybody. And I think that would help develop our community a little bit more.
So would CEB, like, we can like probably say that it's very much like asset-based mindset.
Yeah.
So how is social entrepreneurship, how is it a deficit-based mindset?
It's assuming that everyone in like an area or a country, I feel like, needs help. Like there might be countries where like sure people don't have as much money as we do, but at the same time they're not suffering. They don't need you to like give them shoes. They might have shoes. You don't need to buy them clothes though. They have clothes. They just need investment in their community and not in like them.
Okay.
I also think that another thing would be really important is like in your example, shoes. When you go to other communities, like maybe instead of just giving out shoes to people, I think it would be more significant to help people like make their own shoes or make their own clothes. Because if they can do that, they become self-reliant communities. And then that creates a source of income that allows people in that community to go to other communities, obtain other skills, come back and bring something else to the community. They'll surely benefit it.
So how do you think since social entrepreneurship, they do a lot of donating. Usually we associate donating as a good thing, like, oh, we're giving to people. But how does social entrepreneurship kind of bend
the good part of donating and make it like a negative thing?
Because by the way that the reason that those organizations donate money or donate charity is usually because they see a problem in the community and they're trying to fix that said problem themselves without taking into account what the community already has and how they themselves can fix that problem in a self-reliant, self-sustainable way.
One more thing to add on to what you're saying is they also kind of use it as a way to market to people in other countries. Like they use it as a way to say, oh, if you buy our stuff, then we will give our stuff to another community that needs it more. So that's also kind of a way to market because there might be people that are like, oh, well, I shouldn't buy those shoes. I should buy those ones because I give it to a poorer community.
So let's see, with on that same like donating thing, do you think there's a point when there's like an abundance, like a huge abundance of donations that it could like negatively affect the community that you're donating to?
Yeah, it could make the community reliant in a kind of a negative way. Like the community doesn't have certain skills because they've been super dependent off someone else. Like for a long time, we were dependent off of China instead of ourselves. The US used to manufacture a lot of its own goods in the US. And then when we started relying off China, we lacked behind in those skills. But I think now that we're relying off other countries that are in like closer proximity to us, like Mexico or Canada, as well as ourselves, we'll regain those skills.
Not only that, but because they're relying on others, they will never learn new skills and never develop the country themselves. So they could be a developing country, but they will never fully turn into a developed country because they're always relying on someone else to hand them what they need.
Yeah.
So going back to CEB, how is NHI a good example of CEB?
It shows how we give back to our community, but without like just offering charity, we are giving back, and at the same time, we are helping others in our community who are just like us.
Yeah, in terms of NHI, like at least me and Dahlia, like we are volunteers who we come back every single Sunday. We come back and sometimes staff for the programs, and it's because we believe in the cause and we went through the programs and we went through the experiences that these freshmen are about to go into. So it's just a cycle of self-sustainability because we believe in our cause and we're putting in our personal time as an investment to help grow our own community and not just build our own assets, but build the assets of those around us.
So how do you think it's a good thing that we are a nonprofit organization? How do we support ourselves by being a nonprofit organization?
Well, of course we support ourselves with programs like LEAD, and the different scholarship opportunities that we provide for fundraisers. I think the most important thing is that we involve everyone in our community in order to create these different opportunities, especially pertaining to scholarships, right? Like we have our freshmen here today who are participating in these panels. We have our staff who are here today who are also participating. We're all forming bonds together, but we're also building upon our own skills that will then help us to pass that down to the next generation, et cetera, et cetera. So.
Yeah, and just to add on to that again, I'm behind the camera again, but I just think we can look at, especially what we're doing, which is LEAD right now, it's our tradition that, we had and that we're going to continue doing in the North Texas region. And, these kids aren't sitting here, saying, oh, please give us the money, we need it from an outside community, these kids are sitting here. They donated one of their Saturdays to come here, to come all the way to Dallas, some of which have a really large commute, including myself. And they came here and they decided to invest in themselves. And they decided that they were going to do this program and they were going to participate inside of this fundraiser in order to show you as the viewers why you should be investing in us and why you should be investing in our future. So I just think it's very wonderful to see that here. And I think it's very important to see that, these kids are actively doing community equity building, it's something that we are practicing, especially in the North Texas region. And I just think having our kids do this and having our kids understand this, our kids, I mean freshmen, they're not kids, but y'all know what I mean. By having them do this, it's just like they understand the ideals of community equitably building much more, and it's just so wonderful to see, and I'm so glad that everyone has decided to be here today, especially the freshmen. So I just want to, you know, applaud you guys, because this is what you guys are doing. You know, you guys are doing community equity building, and you know, this is actively making other people invest in us and invest in our community. So I just think that's a good point right now.
I also like to add on that, like, when we have with a big nonprofit organization like NHI, you have people from all over the place coming in and investing in each other as well. So we're also bettering each other, helping each other grow, seeing the assets within one another and just making them shine a little bit more. And I think that will not only polish people in our community, but then we can go out and show that to our siblings and other people we're around, and that'll make the world as a whole a better place and our community.
So with people that don't have like maybe a great understanding of CEB, how would you give them examples of like people who do support our community, like in our everyday lives?
In terms of examples of CEB, of course, NHI is a really, really big example. You can see us, like Isa said, we're practicing community equity building today. There's many organizations like Bachman Lake Together, which is an organization that NHI has partnered with for many years. We have held some of our meetings over there as well as here at George's office, and they're a great example of community equity building too. I think it's all around us, and it's really important to pay attention to those different communities and see how they make a difference using these same principles and standards.
This may not be like the best example, but I also think that like community equity building can also start like in your own households, like building each other up and bring, like, let's say your dad works in medicine. You can bring like skills that you learned from being in that field back to the household and teach that as kids, and that could like kind of give them a head start if they ever want to enter the medical field or any other field. So
Yeah, kind of what I was thinking when you were saying is if there was someone else and they're like, oh, what is community equity building? I would take something in their personal lives and like show them what it means for community equity building. So I participate in theater and dance outside of NHI, and we have fundraisers and stuff that all the teenagers will work. And so these kids, they will do all these little events and they'll be like, oh my God, this is so much fun. And then they'll leave, and then as they get older, they'll realize, oh, I can now participate in the things that gave me so much joy as a child and stuff like that. So one of the main things about CEB is that it can keep growing. Usually you start in a really like small place, like you said, you can start with your family. It usually starts locally. So what ways are there for us to have other people be aware of CEB and make it grow? And like
I mean, of course, I think it starts with us. As NHI members, we're the ones who learn the most about CEB, at least from like my personal perspective. So, and obviously NHI is about building leaders to continue to invest in NHI, but also to share our teachings outside of NHI. So I think kind of building off of what Kingston was saying, with starting it in our households, you know, bringing it back to our siblings and to our friends and to our family, taking note of all of the different organizations that we see in our lives that practice community equity building and shedding light on those different organizations and the way that they run their practices. I think that's really important.
Yeah, like taking advantage of like the resources that we have could also really help us up. Like media, for example.
Yeah. Going off of media, I was gonna say that, do you think media negatively affects like CEB? I think it depends, because there are people in the media who will explain CEB
and build it up and really advertise it to everyone around us. And then there will be people who will at the same time think it's wrong, think it's negative, and they will say things about it that just aren't true. So it really depends on the person. So at the same time, it could be a good thing, but it could be a bad thing.
I think it could also, like, as you were saying, CEB is like, I think it's positive for our community because it teaches us to like reinvest in our own community and display our skills amongst each other. But a lot of people on the media could like try to make it seem like a negative thing almost, because they'll be like, it's racially motivated because it's just Latinos wanting to practicing CEB amongst other Latinos, and a lot of people might not like that.
So would you say media, like in social media, we see a lot of like promoting small businesses and stuff like that. Do you think that these are like good forms of CEB to support, or?
I think so, yeah, because these are people that are trying to make a living for themselves doing something that they love, and like they might not like be giving back to their community, but their community might be giving back to them by advertising their small business online.
I think the media is a really powerful tool, and it can be used for really, really good things and really, really bad things as well. So, I mean, it's hard to tell whether the media will positively or really negatively affect CEB, but I think it's definitely possible to frame it it's a great platform to shed light on it as long as we frame it in a way that kind of demonstrates the strengths of like this form of like building communities.
And I think if we do that, like we kind of like show the positive light of it, then I think it'll accelerate us further and we'll be able to shed more positive light on CEB, as well as build each other up and get ourselves and our communities in like a better place. And our communities could become like primary places for like business and education, and we could really turn them into very significant places in our modern world.
So in like kind of like in conclusion, would you say that CEB is definitely like a more beneficial thing to our community than social entrepreneurship is?
I really do think CEB is more beneficial because you grew up in a community and you're giving back to it, which will make kids just like you grow up and do the same thing. Meanwhile, social entrepreneurship is like, oh, you look poor. Here's some shoes. Like in the end, you're building someone up with CEB. In social entrepreneurship, you're just throwing something at them.
Yeah, I think also with CEB that like not only will you give kids in your community to have the same opportunities as you, but then they can go out in the world and bring back new like qualities to your community, and that could really lift your community up. And if that cycle keeps taking place, your community will never like be stereotyped as much, because it won't just be known for one thing, like making fashion or music or making certain kind of food. New skills will always be obtained, and if that happens, it'll be a great mix of all kinds of things, and that could really benefit us in the future.
So thank you for joining us. Yeah. I think there's a lot to say definitely about this topic, but thank you.
Thank you
for contributing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hola, gracias por seguir aquí viendo. Ahora lo que vamos a hacer es una entrevista en español. Estoy aquí con...
Lorenzo Márquez,
¿A cuál escuela vas?
at Jasper High School,
Okay. ¿Y en cuál año estás actualmente?
en noveno.
Okay. Ok, vas a participar en el evento del gran debate este verano. ¿Hay algo que ya anticipas sobre el programa, algo que en serio, o sea, no puedes esperar para tener la experiencia?
Pues a mí me parece pues una oportunidad muy buena porque me va a exponer a cosas que no estoy pues muy, que no soy tan bueno como hablando en el público y pues debatiéndolo honestamente. Entonces me parece muy bacano y estoy muy emocionado.
Sí, y no eres el único, hay ya muchos como otros estudiantes nuevos que están, me siguen mencionando que aprender a hablar en público, así que creo que ustedes al uno al otro se van a poder ayudar. O sea, estoy emocionada de ver cómo van mejorando. Entonces, hablando sobre NHI, obviamente vamos trabajando en el liderazgo. ¿Hay una característica en específico que planeas en desarrollar, tal vez aparte de hablar en público?
Pues honestamente, como ser un líder en nuestra comunidad y cómo pues traer a, pues, a gente diferente y hacerla pues como una comunidad.
Ok, y sé que solo tienes, o sea, no has estado aquí por mucho tiempo, pero ya tienes un fundamental favorito que puedes compartir y cómo lo vas aplicando en tu vida.
Pues celebrando la cultura de los latinos, porque pues a mí para ser latino es un honor porque primero que todo, pues somos diferentes y somos un tipo de personas muy, digamos que
Muy diversas.
sí, muy diversos, sí, y pues tenemos mucho como el español y pues sí.
Sí, y de hecho habíamos hablado tú y yo, ¿no? Sobre la importancia del español.
Sí.
Ok, y ahora hablamos sobre cómo lo aplicas en tu vida. Me gustaría preguntarte, porque dices que vas a Jasper, ¿no? O sea, ¿cómo aplicas tu aprendizaje de NHI o lo que has aprendido hasta este punto? ¿Cómo lo vas aplicando en la escuela?
Pues primero como estábamos hablando sobre el español, con mis amigos latinos, pues hablo español con ellos en la escuela, porque es una forma de crear un vínculo, una amistad más fuerte. Y también, pues, sí, pues, para las presentaciones de las diferentes clases ayuda a ese skill de hablar en público.
También sí. Y luego, pues, no sé cómo en qué te involucras en la escuela, o sea, poder compartir como qué haces aparte de NHI, cuáles son tus intereses.
A mí me fascina el baloncesto.
¿Baloncesto?
Sí,
Sí. Y obviamente también necesitas como actuar como un líder en ese deporte también, ¿verdad?
sí.
Okay. ¿Y planeas en continuar tu práctica del baloncesto en el futuro? O sea, es algo que
Sí, es algo que me apasiona mucho.
¿Y como, en qué estás pensando que sea como tu profesión ya para el futuro?
Pues honestamente, pues, pues la realidad es que no hay un chance muy grande que no sea un jugador de baloncesto. Entonces, lo que yo quiero hacer, yo no sé lo que quiero hacer, pero sé que no quiero hacer nada de, pues, medicina, porque
Sí,
honestamente
igual.
no me gusta.
Sí, y es bueno que ya vayas conociendo, o sea, tal vez no sepas lo que quieres hacer, pero ya tienes una idea, ay, no quiero entrar a esto.
Sí,
Porque he hablado mucho también con compañeros que ellos están en la medicina, que me dicen, Viviana, no te metas en la medicina porque ya tenemos suficientes doctores que no disfrutan su trabajo. Entonces, pues es bueno que ya tengas esa idea. Y regresando a lo que no llevas mucho tiempo acá, ¿verdad?
sí.
Claro, estamos muy felices de que te unas con nosotros. Em, He escuchado mucho sobre ya la amistad que se ha formado entre los del primer año. ¿Tienes ya una experiencia favorita con ellos?
Pues sí, honestamente, hoy pensé que iba a ser pues todo así como pues, todos tímidos, pero no, he hecho muchos amigos
Sí.
y nos las hemos gozado mucho.
Sí, 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 también. Yo quedé un poco asustada porque pensé en este evento de LEAD como un sexto día de clases y honestamente no estuve como muy emocionada.
A mí tampoco, porque levantándome a las 7 de la mañana un sábado,
No,
suena bien, pero valió la pena, honestamente.
sí, y bueno, ya que has participado en un panel, ¿cómo te sientes con el programa? O sea, ¿te sientes más seguro en ti mismo, en tus
Sí, me siento
capacidades?
tengo más, pues no me siento tan tímido y honestamente pasa como así, o sea, es media hora, pero para mí se siente como 5 minutos.
Sí, y bueno. Y bueno, hay algo como, ya hablamos que te gustaría mucho trabajar en tus habilidades de debate o también sobre hablando en público. Eh, Hay algo que, bueno, para la gente que esté viendo, que tal vez esté pensando en unirse al programa, Sé que todavía eres alguien que apenas entró, pero ¿qué es un consejo que les darías a la gente que quiere entrar?
Todos, no es como un consejo, pero todos acá son muy amables si, y si necesitas preguntas, si no, si tienes una pregunta, pregúntala, no importa si estás incorrecto o exprésate o sé tú mismo, porque sí.
Sí, eso es lo lindo de este programa, que no hay juzgamiento entre nosotros.
Sí.
Como los que están entrando el primer año, obviamente todos están nerviosos, ¿verdad? Pero ya los he visto que han progresado mucho, ya se conocen bien, hablan bien. Hasta ya estoy conociendo más sobre ellos, ¿no? Tienen esa timidez y comparten sus intereses.
Sí, pero en conclusión,
Ujú.
pues yo estoy muy emocionado por NHI y ya he hecho muchos amigos.
Sí, y me alegra que lo hayas hecho. Entonces aquí ya, gracias a Lorenzo por haberse unido y ya regresamos a la próxima conversación. Adiós.
So we're actually going to take a quick break. We'll have an announcement within the next minute or so. So stay watching, stay tuned, and we will be right back.
All right, everybody. Here's everybody that's left. We started at 10 o'clock this morning. We've got 2 pledges that have come in. We've got our tally. We don't know exactly how much, but I can tell you guys, we've raised over $6,000. You've got 1 more hour to make your donation. So please go to the link, make your donation, invest in this community, invest in these kids. Thank you all.
Invest, 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 invest. Leave, leave, leave.
Space. Sorry. Use nothing there. Was the microphone muted? Oh, it's on now. Oh. Okay. Hi, my name is Nicolas Bustillo. I'm a senior at Allen High School, and this is what is the best way to create change in the Latino community panel. And so here we have.
Hi, I am Alondra Navarro. I go to Uplift Summit and I'm in 10th grade.
Hi, my name is Coy. I'm a freshman and I go to Uplift Summit.
Hi, my name is Renee Salazar. I'm a sophomore. I go to Uplift Summit as well.
Hello, my name is Luciano Vizcaino. I go to McKinney Boyd and I'm a freshman.
Hello, I'm Michael Vanegas. I'm an 11th grader and I go to Uplift Women.
Okay, so I just want to start out and say, what does change mean to everybody? So we'll start with Michael.
Change to me means providing or just making something better for people to benefit from it.
For me, change is making something new of something that already was.
For me, change, building upon Luciano, is like innovating on something.
For me, change is making a difference.
Change is the start of a new era to me.
And so all those things kind of sound like a topic that we discussed in a previous panel called community equity building. And this is how NHI is going to change the Latino community. And so like, how has for our staff members, how has NHI changed you?
For me, well, obviously, like the most famous response is public speaking. Like I used to be horrible at public speaking, and I still am not like the best. I'm not as confident as I would like to be, but obviously, I've gotten better, and I'm more confident talking in front of people.
And how has that, in your opinion, changed being able to publicly speak, change the Latino community?
I feel like now I'm more able to speak up for like the things that people say about the Latino community and like the things that I want to do to cause a change in it.
What about you, Renee?
Well, for me, NHI, similarly, it's made me a better public speaker. Similarly, also not the best. Definitely not the worst though, but it's made me a better public speaker. I've been able to not just speak out my thoughts, but better word them out, like better express what I want to say instead of just having a mess in my head of words that just come out all jumbled.
And why is that important for the Latino community?
Because knowing how to speak will be able to shows how we can communicate our ideas, communicate our ideas, and how we can further change the ethnic community through those ideas.
Building off of what Renee said, if we can better formulate our ideas, then people would actually want to listen to us instead of just like throwing us to the side and saying, oh no, they're just kids that don't know what they're saying.
And for my freshmen, would y'all say y'all are good at public speaking?
I would say I'm pretty good right now. I think I got a solid base to start from, but I think that being here in NHI, I think I can make it better, perhaps gain more confidence, and just speak better in general.
And why do you want to change your public speaking, like make it better?
Because sometimes I feel like there's some people I just can't reach with my perspective, and maybe I can put my perspective into better words so I can communicate that to people who might not understand me at this point in time.
And why is that important for you to be able to speak with everybody?
Because I feel like if I can get my point across, then people can like understand what I want and what I want for my community. And that would be very beneficial to everybody.
What about you, Koi? Do you think you're a good public speaker?
Not at all.
So, do you want to change your public speaking style?
For the most part, that's one of the main reasons I joined NHI because people I talked to who have done it and are still doing it said it made them a better public speaker and they were able to express themselves more and be able to like advocate for themselves.
And why is that such an important asset to you?
I feel that now, since I'm a good speaker on people that I talk to, but just being able to say my ideas out loud and what Renee said, like being able to formulate ideas instead of it coming out all jumbled, I'll be able to actually get my point across and not just like have to stay silent.
That's really cool. How about you, Michael? Do you think you're a good public speaker?
I'm pretty good.
Do you think you'll get better with NHI?
I assume, or I hope I do get better.
And since you're such a good public speaker, have you been able to communicate very well with other people?
I have been able to express myself very well.
And do you think you'll express yourself better by doing NHI?
Yes.
And how might that look like an improvement in your public speaking?
I'm gonna, I don't know, just back up my stuff and help me reach other people in a deeper way.
Okay. So it really it really seems like that we have assets within our community that we want to improve. And so what other assets do we have besides public speaking?
So the mantra.
That was real. Some other assets that we can use here at NHI is the knowledge that we get from our founding father, Ernesto Nieto, with his third reality book. Because with the first reality, obviously, is the things that you gather from your family and what you learn at home. Second reality is what you learn at school and from your friends. Their reality is what you make of it. So if we can come here to NHI and gather like a third reality and make our own third reality, then that we're building our own assets here to take out into the community and better improve it.
Alondra, could you explain first reality to Michael really quick?
Yeah, first reality is the things that you're born to your parents, right? And your parents are passing on their knowledge, what they know from the world to you and what you learn at home. So like customs, culture and things that you do at home.
And why is that an important asset?
Because you really want to keep what your parents are doing intact, so you can pass it on to your generation or to the next generation of your family.
And do you think you would want to change that?
No, I would like to keep it the same as my parents have taught me.
Okay, why?
Because it really benefited me and just really helped me out. So I really want my kids or my children to actually, be like me and benefit from what I learned.
So like your fluency in Spanish?
Yes.
And so how might doing NHI and your asset of fluency in Spanish help you improve your public speaking?
Or just gonna help me just provide more knowledge into what I need.
So if you speak two languages, don't you think you have a second perspective?
Yes.
And what might that second perspective be?
That I can understand more than more people, or that a lot of people can in just one language, and I can like add on in different languages precisely.
Mhm. And so how might you knowing two languages help change the Latino community?
I can impact people. If I can impact in one certain language, I can try, and I will in a different language.
That's very cool. That's very cool. Huh? How about you, Luciano?
So I think it's very important because like my parents, they taught me a lot, and a great part of who I am today is because of them and what they taught me with their values. And that's what has made me think the way I think to this day. So I think that's very important, and I think that we can use that to take examples from our past and do the same or better in the future.
Renee, what's the second reality?
Well, second reality is in short, the state imposed reality, which is either school or whatever the education you get from the outside world, as well as social media, such as popular apps like Instagram or Facebook, or even music, TV, ads, other people outside of you, like your home life, that also counts in as your second reality. Teachers, friends, even random strangers on the street could really affect how you view the world.
And Corey, how might the second reality impact the Latino community?
I feel that because one of our previous panels was social narratives, and being in the media, like obviously movies, sometimes or most of the Latino community isn't like perceived as like not positive stereotypes. So I feel that because of that, that like gives a bad view on the community.
And how might changing those stereotypes and outlook on our community help benefit us?
I feel that just probably it'll change just by being able to express their culture more. Because even some people I know personally, they're like scared to like express their ethnicity and their culture because of how the media perceives them.
Adding on to the question you just asked, if we are able to change the social narratives that people have of the Latino community, then that's their second reality, and the Latino community will be portrayed as more positively. So then we can influence other people's third realities, because the third reality is based on what they learned from their first and second. So by changing that second reality, we can change the third reality as well.
And so how does NHI change someone's third reality?
Well, any child it manages to change someone's third reality or influence their third reality with the use of community equity building, which was mentioned in previous panels, many previous panels. And basically community equity building focuses on using the assets within your community, which we have already mentioned, such as language or such as uh,
Public speaking.
public speaking, among many others. And we focus on building, well, especially at NHI, we focus on building those assets up in order to better improve our own community. So that's.
And Luciano, do you think NHI is a benefit for someone's third reality? And does that help change the Latino community?
I think it really is, because coming here just from like the short time I've been here, I think I've already built character, and I think that really helps my third reality in just helping me express myself better and see within myself the opportunity for change in our community.
Okay.
And so for all my freshmen, y'all are going to the Great Debate. What do y'all know about the Great Debate as of right now?
Not much.
Not much. Oh, Renee, since you did Great Debate, can you incite them on some of the things that happened there?
Well, I did the 6-day Great Debate, which greatly varies from the 4-day Great Debate, but the general gist of it is that you are placed in one of 4 categories, right? One of them being oratory, extemporaneous speaking, cross-exam, and mock trial. And within those 4 categories, you're given a theme, and you argue for or against that theme, and either whether it benefits or whether it doesn't benefit the Latino community. And that's that's mostly what the Great Debate is about. But further than that, the Great Debate also helps you build connections. It helps you build friendships and relationships that otherwise you wouldn't have built with other people. Like there's people from all around that go to the Great Debate. There's even people from Mexico that go to the Great Debate. People from even Panama, all those other places. And you get to make long distance relationships and connections that will in the future help you.
And so since there's so many different people from varying backgrounds that have varying perspectives, how did that help you knowing the different backgrounds and perspectives?
Well, knowing different backgrounds and perspectives, in essence, gave me a new perspective on different topics and themes. Like, for example, one of these people came from Mexico, and knowing that they didn't know much English, I had to talk to them in Spanish, and that just gave me a whole new perspective on like how coming here, like or like not being born here, can like greatly affect how you portray yourself here.
So then your asset of speaking Spanish helped you connect the bridge between a non-English speaker. And so do you think doing that outside of an NHI environment will help you?
Yes, definitely. Like in the workplace, and on the uh, in school, in any other place, knowing Spanish or having the asset of knowing Spanish can benefit you.
And does anybody, I mean, sorry, sorry. Um, hearing that, does that make you more interested in doing the Great Debate? Or like, do you think you'll benefit it just from hearing that one story?
Yes.
How?
Just knowing that you can impact people, which is something that's just gonna help you out along the way.
What about you, Corey?
You know, just like what he said, just um impacting people, but also like other people having an impact on you, like hearing their side of it.
And Alondra,
Like,
what?
hold on. Like Renee said, there's a lot of people internationally. So with those different like in the United States, there's social narratives on the Latino community, but if you go to somewhere like Mexico or Panama, those social narratives don't usually exist there because it's a majority of the Latino community. And by like using those people outside of the United States, that we can influence them, and like it's just going internationally. So we don't just like we might be North Texas, but here there's a lot more regions and there's a lot more places around the world that can affect the community and help it.
And Alondra, what program did you do? You haven't done any?
No, I have
So which one are you gonna do?
I'm going to do LDZ.
Are you excited?
Yes, I'm so excited.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, of course I am.
Okay. And what do you know about LDZ as of right now?
Well, obviously, LDZ and CWS are kept a secret from you, like top secret. So, from what I have heard, it is a simulation government,
Mhm.
and I am really excited for that. I want to make some laws.
And so how do you think that's gonna help you change the Latino community?
So, like, there's some new laws in Congress right now that are being passed. I don't know what they are called, but they are definitely against the Latino community. And I want to have like a chance to talk to other people about that have like the same perspective as I do. And by talking with people like that, we can like come up with ways and formulate ideas to help the situation happening in Congress.
Mhm. So then your understanding of the parliamentary processes, how is that gonna help you?
If I want to go into the government, side of things, then with my tutor, then I can definitely use everything I learned here at NHI and use it further in the future.
So in a Latino government, how does that help us change our community?
I'll be investing in my community just like NHI is by giving back to the people and to help expand the Latino community here.
That's very good.
Adding on to Alondra, one of the things she mentioned previously was that we have diversity globally, right? In other places such as Mexico and Panama. But we also have diversity even in the North Texas region. For example, not all people here are Hispanic or fully Hispanic. And that honestly brings new perspectives to the table that in a Hispanic community, we don't really use. So we don't, there's new perspectives that we don't really employ in our everyday lives. Like for example, Koi is not Hispanic, but that could actually be beneficial to the Latino community as she brings a new set of assets and ideas to the table that we wouldn't normally have as a Hispanic community.
And since we've been talking about assets, we may as well talk about the uh con the opposite of an asset, which is deficit. And how do deficits affect the Latino community?
Well, for me, deficits are like where you said opposite of assets, but opposite of assets to me are like liabilities. And it's like basically hand in hand. So there's thing called deficit amount mind thinking, like you deficit based thinking. And if like you to be in an organization like NHI, it's better to leave those types of thinkings and like mindsets behind because we're trying to like move forward into the future and build in the community and help it rather than just stay in those problems and like make them worse.
So you're just talking about all of these how deficits hinder us from achieving the change that we want in the Latino community. So you're saying that assets bring opportunity to the table?
Yes.
Okay. So Michael, what opportunities do you bring to the Latino community? Or how about this? What opportunities do we as a Latino community have?
Like just the community,
Mhm.
like, well, there's there's just really people from different places that can bring different stuff to the table, like they were previously saying, and people can learn from that a lot because from their experience, from their knowledge, people can get a lot of insight from there and just from their build up.
Have you been in a position where you've learned something new from a different perspective?
Yes.
Like what?
I've been part of many different programs and I've been volunteering in different communities and I've really learned a lot from that community, like what affects and what helps benefits. And it just really built up my personal growth and I just really been growing from there.
And so do you think you'll consider growing? Do you think NHI will be one of those things that will help you grow as a person?
I think any child will help me grow.
Okay, so we are out of time now. So thank you for listening to our panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Sebastian Reyes. I'm a junior at Allen High School. I previously attended the LDZ in Colorado, and I will be attending the CWS this summer in Colorado too. And I'm accompanied by
Alberto Mocker. I'm a freshman at Cistercian, and I'm going to do great debate this summer.
All right, Alberto. So, how would you describe your league experience today?
I would say I learned a lot. Like, I really honestly coming into this, I was kind of nervous. I didn't expect much. Didn't necessarily want to be here, to be honest. But when I came here, I had a lot of fun. I made a lot of new friends, bonded. It was a great experience.
Cool. And what is one after today? What is one expectation you have out of from great debate? Like, what are you expecting to get from great debate?
I expect, just like this, to learn a lot about new topics that I don't really know much about, to make new friends and strengthen bonds and learn more about our community.
Cool. And after today, how would you describe your What I'm trying to say is, what were your thoughts before coming in today, and then what are your thoughts after? Like, how do they compare?
Before, I kind of underestimated the experience a lot. Like last night, I was dreading it. I was like, oh, why do I have to do this? But I came in the morning. I was tired. I was like, all right, gotta get to it. And it was actually a really good experience, and I'm glad I came. And yeah, I don't know if I have to do it again or not, but if I do, then I'll be happy to do it.
And I guess my last question is, what do you think of your fellow freshmen? Do you like them? Are they
Yeah,
funny?
they're a really good group. They're nice kids, funny. So I had a lot of fun today with them, and I probably will continue to do so.
And my last question for you, hot topic, by the way. Who's your favorite staff member?
Manny.
Alberto's favorite staff member is Manny. Shout out Manny. But yeah, it was nice to have you on here.
Thank you.
Glad you had fun. Hope you had fun in your great debate. And yeah,
thank you.
See you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our last panel. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today. We've had a steady flow of people watching the live stream, as well as people in the comments. I've been sitting behind the computer all day, and I've loved seeing everybody comment, give shout outs to their favorite staff members and participants. And we are just so thankful for the love and the support that we've seen and you guys backing up this mission. Because, everyone who's sitting at this table here, we're going to be talking about why we choose to come back and volunteer. And so I hope you guys bring the energy for this last panel. So we go out with a bang.
Yeah.
So first, let's go ahead and do introductions. I know you've seen some of us today, but our head of security is joining us. And so we'll just go ahead and do a round of introductions.
Okay, I'm Viviana Vertiz. I go to Allen High School and I'm a junior.
I'm Manny Rubio. I go to Uplift Summit High School and I'm a junior.
I'm Bella Rodriguez. I'm one of the project administrators.
My name is Isabella Lininger and I am a junior at Uplift Summit.
My name is America Navarro and I'm also a junior at Uplift Summit.
Okay, so how many of you guys, this is your first year? I want to talk about staffing at a at the North Texas local level. I mean, for those of you who don't know, we come to George's office every Sunday, and we meet for hours. And for those meetings to even happen, to be productive, there's so much work that goes into it ahead of time that these guys are contributing to, on top of all the other extracurriculars that they're doing, on top of the rigorous schoolwork that they all participate in. And you know what? To be part of NHI, there's an eligibility requirement. So everyone that is here contributing their time are, students that are at the top of their classes. And so they put the work in for school and they still come back and volunteer. Why do you guys do it?
I'll start it off.
Guys.
I'm not upset with starting it off. So I think the main reason oh God, where do I start? The main reason I come back, every weekend, the main reason I, basically use half a gas tank every time I come here, spend lots of money on coming here with gas and, spend my time is because, to put it simply, it's the growth that I see within everyone. That's definitely my favorite part of being inside the North Texas region. And I feel like something that our region specifically does is we hand a lot of the learning to the kids themselves. I think
absolutely
you can see that today in Lead, they taught themselves a lot of this. Yeah, there were some George lectures in there. There were a good amount of
course.
Of course, there has to be. But these kids are making their own opinions about what we're teaching them. And there's just something so beautiful in that type of education. My parents are also teachers. I had mentioned that in an earlier panel. So I love education and I believe it's an integral part of everyone's development. And I believe that no matter how old you are, you can learn something new, you know? So you see, even after your first program, you think, oh, I know everything about there is to know about NHI. You don't. And then you do LDZ and you're like, okay, now I know everything. And then you do CWS and then you're like, okay, now I know everything. And then it's just this continuous process of growing and growing. And I mentioned in an earlier panel how I wonder how our, PAs may feel about like if their third reality, and how they feel maybe we've affected that. And so overall, it's just the growth and then it's like infinite growth, there's no place to stop. And I think that's what's beautiful about the North Texas region and NHI as a whole.
I love that so much, Isa. Anybody want to add on?
Yeah. So the reason I come back is because I remember seeing the trust and the effort that other people put into me and the way that they believed in me. And I just wanted to give that back to the new generation of kids. I remember like whenever I went through the great debate and I came back, I remember seeing like all the hard work that my coaches and that my PAs and that my peers put in to ensure that we were all successful and that we all grew and got something from the experience. And I really wanted my sister to do it, but because of other things that happened, she wasn't able to. But I remember coming back and giving it back to the other people that were going to participate last year, and they did, and they went to the great debate. And one of the main reasons I became the head coach this year is because I really wanted to be there for the kids at their great debate, because I mentioned this in my interview earlier. I remember at my great debate, my head coach, Juliana, she was so supportive of me and like kept on checking up on me and was like positively reinforcing me the entire time. And I wanted to be that person for the new generation, for the new round of kids that we're gonna have, and just seeing their growth, because I saw how much it impacted me. I really wanted to see that continue on with the new kids.
Absolutely. I mean, what an opportunity to even be able to be in a position of where you are motivating, younger people or people that your age like that. I feel like that experience in itself is so empowering. What about you, Manny? What are your thoughts? The man, the myth, the legend.
So the reason I come back is because I remember back when I was a freshman, I came in and I wasn't really, up to date with all the fundamentals of NHI, especially with public speaking and knowing third reality. But I remember my coach, Alex, which I still talk to this day, he put a lot of hard work and dedication to getting me to a certain point to where I would crush mock trial. And I mean, my team did pretty good. But yeah, I remember like every week we'd come back and basically he was my mentor to the whole thing. And that's who I want to be. I want to be someone for the kids to look up to, especially with this new generation of freshmen, since I wasn't here to do it for the last year. Yeah.
So, any other thoughts?
Vivi?
I'm like, any other thoughts, Vivi?
Okay, so I unfortunately hadn't known of NHI by the time I was a freshman, so I didn't get the opportunity to do a great debate, but I did attend the Colorado LDZ, and that definitely has got to be like, if not the most like important event in my life, it's definitely got to be like up there. Like I will never be able to forget that. It was just the reason I come back is just the people. Like this is just a whole community, like one giant family. And even at the local level, like I can rely on these people right here, and I can come here and I can just start up a conversation and not feel judged. But back at Colorado, I was just really like, I felt like so much passion just awoken in me. Like I talk about this for almost like all the like extracurriculars I like have to write out an application for. I talk about how I'm really passionate about people and just getting to talk to them. In Colorado, I mean, there was just so many people internationally who showed up. And I remember the first night of LDZ, we just had like everyone, all the participants gathered, and we just shared our stories, like stories about our ancestors that have been passed down, or also just our own personal experiences. And it was just a beautiful thing to be able to relate to so many people. And I know for Isa, that's like something super important. That makes her want to like bring her like future kids and future generations here. And I'd also love to do the same thing. And yeah, I just love NHI and everyone here is so special to me. So that's why I choose to come back.
Yes, and even, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about what you guys are doing at Allen. I think it's really cool. No, I think it's really cool that you guys have meetings and have a chapter there. It's such a big, anyone who knows Allen ISD knows that it's such a huge community there, and for you to be taking part of that, you know, after just participating in LDZ, and now you're coming back to your local community and doing things there. So I don't know if you want to speak on that a little bit.
I could talk a bit about it. So obviously we don't have as many people as we wish to have. But I mean, for me, I take it more over like quality over quantity. I mean, every single person at Allen and HI has like a specific skill that they're good at that they're able to contribute and bring into this. And we all have our passions and careers that we want to go into the future, and we all just kind of work together to talk about it. Especially like our recruit for Great Debate, Yamil, he's done an amazing job with just speaking, even though his first meeting was last week.
He came right in and he met.
He owned the room and he owned the Zoom.
He sure did.
He did.
So that's just what we've been doing at Allen, and it's just weekly meetings, but sometimes it's just like officer meetings. You know, we take the time to just gather together, talk about what we want to do for the next meeting or how we're going to study and prepare for Sunday meetings. And sometimes it just feels more of like taking an hour out of our Thursdays every week to just gather and be a little family together. I know something that we kind of started, maybe it'll be a tradition. We just go to the public library, we talk a bit, we study. And then once we're done after that, we go to the taco place nearby, just down the street, and we just sit there and we just eat. And that's literally what we did last week. We were supposed to study, just more of an excuse to hang out. So that's what we've been doing, and I do hope that more people in Allen just get interested in it. I reached out to the Spanish teacher at the Lowry Freshman Center that email goes to, because he was also my Spanish teacher, and I told him, you know, you really helped me develop my speaking skills. So he hasn't reached back yet, but you know, we're working on it. So thank you for giving me the chance to talk about that.
Absolutely. I mean, I do have to say, I was here at 8 a.m. this morning to start setting up, and all of the Allen kids were there as soon as I parked, and we didn't even ask our staff to be here till 8:30. But that just shows the type of initiative that these leaders are taking, because again, on top of school, on top of Sunday meetings, on top of, you know, spending our Saturday, they're still meeting on Thursdays and gathering together and figuring out how they can prepare themselves for Sundays, because they know when they come prepared and when they show up to perform on Sundays as facilitators, it's for not their own benefit, but the benefit of the experience that these freshmen have coming in.
Yeah, and I think something that's like very beautiful that I've already seen just today, it's how close these kids have gotten. I can't express how heartwarming it is, you know, and again, I'm only like what, 2 years older than these kids.
Yeah.
Like I'm not that much older than them, you know, and I was in their position 2 years ago whenever you know, me, America, and Manny we were in the same year. So when we came and we were meeting new people and just all of those things. So it's wonderful to see the torch being passed regionally, and I'm just so excited for this new generation of North Texas, and I'm so ready to see what the future years hold. And we haven't even gotten past this year, and it's just amazing. You know, these kids already got their own little group chat going. They already they're very silly together, and it's just that's also what makes it a family, you know. And then they also know they're very good at understanding the content, and just they have such a good understanding, and they take such initiative, and they're just such amazing kids, and I'm so ready to work with them for the rest of this year. I'm so ready to help train them in whatever way is needed, and I'm just so ready to see their growth, and I'm ready to see them. I'm already ready to send them off to Great Debate already. They don't even know what they're talking about, but I'm ready. And so that's really also what is going to keep me motivating for the rest of this year. Let me give everybody else some time.
So let me ask you guys, if there's somebody watching and they're interested, or they know somebody who they would like to participate in the program, especially Great Debate, you know, what should they do? What, you know, who should they contact? How can they get involved? And then also, if you can talk about the difference between being in the freshman program and the other programs.
All right, so I think the best thing to do, because you guys are here on the live stream, what I would do is I would go to our Instagram page. You want to shout out our
Yeah,
guy?
NHI North Texas.
So send a direct message to NHI North Texas or a direct message to the Facebook. It will go to George Rodriguez, the PA. You can also send us an email. You can email me personally at Bella_Rodriguez@NHImail.com if you're interested. And we will get you some information, get you connected with our facilitators. So that way, you know, we can get you signed up. You can join us here in our Sunday meetings and you can start participating in these discussions. You know, if you have cousins or friends, family, whoever it is that's a ninth graders, we want you guys to join us now. And if you think it's too late, it's absolutely not. This is the time to join. And I hope that you feel inspired and you feel moved to join. So
And let me just add on to that. It's definitely not too late to join. Yesterday, I had a kid who I was trying to convince to join, you know. I was like, you'd get so much out of it, you know, but scheduling conflicts came up. So I was like, okay, you know, maybe I'll register you for like 6 day or something if you can't make its weekly meetings. He texts me yesterday, says, is it too late to register for NHI? No, it is not. No, it is not. So I just think seeing that, you know, also those are the kids that we want, you know, and we want to continue building that up. And that was just such a yay moment for me. So I was just, you know, I think that's also, you know, an example of contact NHI North Texas. I have that account. Bella has that account. We will get you what you need. I promise.
And I do have to say, I've spent the last couple months going across DFW, you know, Fort Worth area, and even to Oklahoma City to participate in NHI enrollment. And I've been speaking with students, with counselors, with employees of the ISD. And if you even have just an inkling of, you know, maybe this is something I'm interested in, act on that. You know, if there is something, if you feel moved by something that you heard today, whether you are a parent or a ninth grader, do not let this opportunity pass you up, because it is a once in a lifetime chance. And it's one of those things that's very hard to capture into words. You have to go through the experience. But it is something I will say the biggest blessing in my life. And I could never repay these people that are sitting in my room, sitting in this room right now, my parents who helped put me through the program, and every single staff member and participant that has been alongside me in my journey. And I carry them, you know, with me. I do.
Sorry, guys, I'm a crier.
I know you're gonna make
It
me
was really
cry.
sweet.
No, but I mean that genuinely, and I'm sure you guys can attest to that as well, because we are a family. And you always will have a community here, whether you feel like you have a community now or not, there's one here for you. And so I encourage you to join us, to join our community and to join our family.
So if I'm a teacher or a counselor and I've got, you know, students that I think would really benefit from this program, what should I do? Where can I go to nominate them or to, you know, get them on North Texas NHI radar?
So what I would do, I would send me an email. It's Bella, BELLA_Rodriguez, RODRIGUEZ @NHImail.com. That way I can get you connected with our head coach. You know, we are still willing to go to schools. I'll be in Fort Worth on Monday. I'm heading to Northside High School and Diamond Hill Jarvis High School as well, to go and give presentations. We can host virtual parent meetings, and we can talk to you and meet with you one-on-one. If you're a teacher or a counselor that is listening right now and believe in this mission and have students that you want to be your leaders of tomorrow, send them our way. because we know you are putting so much work in the classroom and we want to continue and further that education and work more.
Great. Well, we've got some folks who'd like to come in and say something.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
Gracias.
Nation.
Thank you. Ready, 1, 2, 3.
All right, guys, great job today. Thank you, everybody, for all the work that you've done. Thank you for all your contributions. Awesome job.
He's smiling. He's smiling.
Bye, Mom.
Aw.